Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So the purpose of this video is that we are going to quickly go over all the concepts that you need to know about for your A-level maths paper 1, so that you do not end up missing out on something important. I'm just going to list down the topics without any explanation. If you want a brief explanation of any particular concept, what you can do is you can have a look at the description. I've posted a playlist there. जिसके अंदर सारी आपके पास quick revision videos available हैं for every one of these topics. These notes are from those videos. तो आपको किसी भी चीज को जाके थोड़ा सा briefly understand करना है, you can have a look at that part of that video, and that should be helpful, inshallah. All right, so I'm going to keep it short because I'm just going to list down the topics that you need to know about. So let's begin. First of all, we've got quadratics. Quadratics, we need to know about factorization. Factorization से कैसे equation solve कर सकते हैं. You need to know a quadratic formula. Now, just a piece of advice here: make sure that you are showing complete working in your exam. अगर आप working show नहीं करोगे, you will lose marks in this. आपको at least quadratic formula के अंदर values input करके दिखानी होती हैं, और factorization में at least factors show करने होते हैं. Otherwise, आपको answer के marks में नहीं मिलते. ठीक है? Make sure that you show that working. You need to know about shape of quadratic curves, U shape, N shape, minimum point कब होता है, maximum point कब होता है, ये दोनों shapes कब आती हैं, ये आपको पता होना चाहिए. Gradient positive किस side पर होता है, negative किस side पर होता है, increasing decreasing function उसकी वजह से कैसे बनता है, ये आपको पता होना चाहिए. Turning points कैसे find करते हैं? You can find turning points using completing square. You can find turning points using this method, x equals minus b over 2a. ये दोनों methods आपको आने चाहिए. Completing square process आपको पता होना चाहिए. Then sometimes you have forms that are not standard forms of standard completed square forms. यहाँ पे x का coefficient आ रहा होता है. You need to know how to convert your completed square form to something like that. ये आपको पता होना चाहिए. Then you need to be able to solve simultaneous equations. You could have one linear, one quadratic. You should be able to solve these equations. Then you have nature of roots. When you have two roots, two distinct roots, two distinct real roots, two equal real roots, or no real roots, in तीनों में आपका क्या होता है? Discriminant greater than 0, equal to 0, less than 0. And then similarly, there's another possibility that you'll find a lot in recent papers. It's tested a few times. You'll find that in recent papers. Since we are there are real roots only, और आप उसमें आपके पास दोनों possibilities होते हैं, greater than or equal to. You need to know about that. It's the statement that they sometimes use for that is the line and the curve meet, without specifying whether they're meeting at 1 point or 2 points. You need to know about that concept. And then you have then you sometimes have to show whether show that a curve lies above the x-axis or below the x-axis. ये आपको show करना आना चाहिए. Or sometimes to say if an expression like this is always positive or always negative, और ये आपको पता होना चाहिए. ठीक है? ये दोनों methods आपको पता होने चाहिए, below the x-axis or above the x-axis वाला, और positive negative वाला. Quadratic inequalities कैसे solve करते हैं, ये आपको आना चाहिए. Then you have some equations in which you have a form that can be converted to quadratic. Right? इसमें powers की ratio 2:1 होती है. How you can convert that to quadratic using substitution. In the recent papers, again, you'll find a few questions in which they ask you to show something like this, that show for all values of a particular constant or a particular unknown, okay, the line always intersects the curve or always does not intersect the curve. उसमें आपको show कर आप ये start इससे नहीं करते, b square minus 4ac greater than 0, less than 0 से आप assume नहीं करते, पहले आपको ये show करना होता है. There's a whole method for that you need to know about. Okay, ये आपको आना चाहिए. So that's about it in quadratics. When you have binomial expansion में, you need to be able to expand expressions using the binomial formula, simple expansion. Then you can sometimes compare a form that's already given in the question. उसने आपको कोई form दी होगी, और आप अपनी expansion से कोई form find करोगे, equate both of them or compare both of them to find any unknowns that you have here. You may have to use substitution sometimes, where you will have one particular form in one part of the question, another form in the other part of the question, जिसमें आप compare कर सकते हो कि दोनों में क्या चीज change हो रही है, और उसको सिर्फ उससे replace कर देते हो. Sometimes you have to use substitution like this here. You should be able to find a coefficient of a particular term in an expansion. For example, x का coefficient find करना है, या a term independent of x, constant find करना है in simple expansions like these. Sometimes then you can have a product as well, two expressions being multiplied. एक simple expression है, एक binomial expansion वाली expression है, वो दोनों multiply होंगे, उससे आपको एक particular coefficient find करना है. That's another thing that you need to be able to do. That's binomial. These are the concepts that you need to know about binomial. Then you have AP and GP. You need to know how an AP is defined, first term and the common difference. Difference कैसे find करते हैं, next minus previous. इसका term formula क्या होता है, इसके sum formula क्या होता है, AP के दो formulas होते हैं. You need to know when to use which one. You've got this formula on the left side and this formula on the right side. Last term वाले दोनों formulas given होते हैं formula sheet के अंदर. You've got a GP after that. GP में आप किस तरह define कैसे करते हो, first term and the ratio. How do you find the ratio, next term divided with the previous term. You've got formulas for a GP, term formula, इसको कैसे use करना है. And you have the sum formula for a GP. And you have sum to infinity of a GP. How do you figure that out? Sum to infinity के अंदर फिर आपकी condition होती है कि जो आपकी जो ratio है, ratio has to be between -1 and 1. Sometimes they ask ratio आपकी series converge करती है नहीं करती, इसमें आपको ये concept use करना होता है. Sometimes they give you a formula themselves, and then you have to figure out the first term perhaps, or in case of an AP आपको difference find करना हो सकता है. In case of a GP आपको ratio find करनी हो सकती है. उन्होंने एक formula दिया होगा, आप अपना एक formula निकालोगे, दोनों को compare करोगे, and you can find unknowns from that. This is an important type that you need to know about. And then sometimes they have scenario-based questions, and that there's one thing in particular that you should know about, कि percentage increase or percentage decrease जब भी होती है, that's always a GP. और उससे आप उसको किस तरह से ratio में convert करते हो, और फिर आप GP formulas कैसे use कर सकते हो. Sometimes they have two different sequences given, उनमें कुछ terms दूसरे कुछ terms के equal होती हैं, उनको equate करके आपने equations बनानी होती हैं, उनको simultaneously solve करते हैं. That's another idea that you sometimes have to use. That's AP, GP. Coordinate geometry के अंदर you need to know the distance formula, midpoint, gradient, positive gradient कब होता है, negative gradient कब होता है, gradient 0 कब होता है, horizontal lines का, undefined होता है, vertical lines का. In parallel lines, the gradients are equal. In perpendicular lines, the gradients are negative reciprocals of each other. You need to know about all of these concepts from O levels. And then how do you find equation of a straight line? Y equals mx plus c, and y minus y1 equals m into x minus x1. ये दो forms आपको पता होनी चाहिए. Simultaneous equation कैसे solve करते हैं? Again, it's very important here that you show the working for this. आपने direct calculate से नहीं करना, उसका आपको marks नहीं मिलेंगे. You have to show the working for this, substitution, elimination, जो भी आप method use कर रहे हो, show working for that. You need to be able to do that. Points of intersection तो होते हैं आपके किसी graph के, वो आप simultaneously equation को solve करके उस तरह से find कर सकते हो. If you have an equation given, how you can find the gradient of a straight line from that equation. Straight line की equation दी, उससे gradient कैसे find कर सकते हैं. And then you need to know about some properties of diagonals of these common shapes. These two are very important because they're very commonly tested. Squared or rhombus के जो diagonals होते हैं, they are perpendicular to each other and also perpendicular bisectors of each other. They meet at midpoints. बाकी properties भी आपको पता होनी चाहिए. Equation of perpendicular bisector कैसे find करते हैं, ये process आपको आना चाहिए. Then you can then how do you find areas of shapes for which you've got some coordinates given? उसने आपको coordinates बताए होंगे उसके vertices के, आप उससे area कैसे find कर सकते हो shape का. You can use a graphical method, or you can use this formula if you want. How do you find area between a line and the x-axis? You've got this formula for this, tan theta equals gradient. How do you find angles between two lines? You can again use that same idea. There's a whole concept आप इसको किस तरह से use करोगे, or you can just memorize this formula that you've got here. Tan theta equals this thing that can give you an angle between two lines. That's another thing that you need to know about in coordinate geometry. Next, we've got equation of circle. Equation of circle में this is the standard form. Standard form से आप किस तरह से आपको रेडियस अगर गिवन है और सेंटर गिवन है, आप किस तरह से स्टैंडर्ड फॉर्म में इक्वेशन फाइंड कर सकते हो. अगर आपके पास इक्वेशन गिवन है, उससे आप किस तरह से रेडियस और सेंटर फाइंड कर सकते हो. अगर आपके पास इक्वेशन गिवन है इन एक्सपैंडेड फॉर्म, आप उसमें किस तरह से स्क्वायर कंप्लीट करके रेडियस और सेंटर फाइंड कर सकते हो. सर्कल थ्योरम्स आपको कुछ आने चाहिए. This one in which the center of a chord, when it's joined with the center of the circle, it makes a 90 degrees. ये property आनी चाहिए. Angle in a semicircle, radius and tangent are perpendicular, and tangents coming from a single point outside the circle, ये चार properties आपको definitely आनी चाहिए. Chords के midpoints हमेशा जो है वो chords के जो perpendicular कोई भी chord होती है आपके circle के अंदर, उसका perpendicular bisector हमेशा center से pass करता है circle के. You need to know about that property because that's going to be helpful when you have some points given on the circumference of a circle और उनको use करके आपने circle की equation find करनी होती है. There's a whole process for that. You need to know that process. An equation of circle कैसे prove करते हैं कि कोई point circle के बाहर है या उससे अंदर है, ये आपको पता होना चाहिए. कैसे prove करते हैं कि कोई line जो है वो circle का tangent है. That's another thing that you need to know about. These are some concepts that you need to know about in equation of circle. When you have circular mirror, you need to be able to convert degrees to radians and radians to degrees. A conversion आपको पता होनी चाहिए. Arc length का formula S equals R theta. Area of a sector, perimeter of a sector, ये आपको पता होना चाहिए. Area of a sector is given by this. Area of triangle के दो formulas, half into base into height, half into AB sin C. You need to know them. Area of segment कैसे find करते हैं? Sector में से triangle minus कर देते हैं. Perimeter क्या होता है किसी भी shape का? It's just length of the whole boundary. Boundary के lengths को सबको add कर देते हैं. Again, circle theorems यहाँ पे भी आपके पास अक्सर use हो रहे होते हैं. And then the other is just so the other is just things that you learn with practice. किस तरह से shapes को break करना होता है. To find areas and perimeters. Trigonometry, P1 trigonometry के अंदर आपको sin, cos, tan ratios ये किस तरह से defined होती हैं using right angle triangle, but then you need to know what their values are for some specific angles, 0, 30, 45 degrees, 60 degrees, 90 degrees. In की exact values आपको use करनी होती हैं. You can find them from a calculator, so that's perfectly okay. But you always have to show the process. आपको in the sense के आपको value input करके दिखानी होती है. जिसका आप calculator से find करो, लेकिन आपने value input करके वहाँ पर show करनी है. उसके बाद उसको simplify करना है. Exact form में आपको answers use करने पर values use करनी पड़ती हैं. You have to make sure that you use exact form. वो आपने show करना है. Angles anti-clockwise positive करते हैं, clockwise करते हैं तो वो negative होते हैं. ASTC ये ASTC हर quadrant के अंदर कौन सी ratios, कौन से trigonometric functions positive होते हैं, कौन से negative होते हैं. Basic angle क्या होता है? Basic angle और quadrants को use करके आप किस तरह से equation solve करते हैं. Sin और cos -1 और 1 के दरम्यान में होते हैं. Tan की कोई range नहीं होती उस तरह से. फिर आपके पास यहाँ पे भी अक्सर वो quadratic form आ जाती है, where you can convert an equation to a quadratic form. 2:1 में powers हो, उसको solve करके आप किस तरह से end पे results निकाल सकते हो by treating those answers individually. Sometimes at the end you end up getting something like this. Let's say sin square theta equals 0.5 आ रहा है आपके पास. When you take square root in this case, remember always to use plus minus. Plus minus यहाँ पे आपने नहीं बोलना. कि plus minus use करेंगे, that means you can be in any of the 4 quadrants because plus भी हो सकता है, sin negative भी हो सकता है. That's another thing that you need to know about. Then you've got identities. Sin square theta plus cos square theta equals 1. Tan theta equals sin theta over cos theta. In identities we use करके how you can prove other identities. Again, practice बहुत important होती है इसके लिए. Remember, you can't take terms from one side to another when you're proving identities. Keep that in mind. How can you solve equations like these जहाँ पे function के अंदर, trigonometric function के अंदर x या theta के बजाय कोई linear form आ गई है. Linear के बजाय कुछ और भी हो सकता है, but generally it's linear. 2x plus 15. How do you solve equations like these? किस तरह से आपको range adjust करनी पड़ती है, उसके बाद उसको solve करना पड़ता है. The same thing could work in radians as well. Then sometimes you have some particular ratio given. For example, sin theta उसने बता दिया. How can you find cos theta, tan theta, or theta के बजाय कुछ और उसने अंदर दे दिया, उसको कैसे figure out करेंगे using right angle triangles and quadrants. ये इनके methods आपको पता होने चाहिए. You need to be able to sketch trigonometric graphs, simple graphs, sin, cos, tan के, and then their transformations. अगर horizontal transformation हो रही है, vertical transformation हो रही है, vertical के अंदर आपका amplitude कैसे change हो जाता है, baseline कैसे change हो जाती है. Horizontal के अंदर how does your period change, how does the graph shift left or right. You need to know about that. ये transformations का आपको idea होना चाहिए. Sketching के लिए आप calculator से values में input करके देख सकते हो, as long as you know a general shape of the graph. Then you've got functions after that. Functions में you need to know basic function notation. You know that from O levels already. 1-to-1 functions क्या होते हैं, इनका आपको idea होना चाहिए. Horizontal line test. How do you figure out from a graph कि वो 1-to-1 function है नहीं है? You need to be able to figure that out. Domain और range क्या होती हैं? Values of x are domain, values of y are range. फिर आप किसी भी फंक्शन की रेंज कैसे फाइंड करते हैं, जो आसान वाले फंक्शन होते हैं क्वाड्रेटिक, लीनियर वगैरह, उनके आप स्केच करके देख सकते हो। बट इन जनरल आपने हमेशा एंड पॉइंट्स तो देखने होते हैं, और फिर उसके अलावा आपने डोमेन के एंड पॉइंट्स आपने हमेशा देखने होते हैं, और इसके अलावा आपको कुछ और पॉइंट्स फाइंड करने हो सकते हैं डिपेंडिंग ऑन व्हाट टाइप ऑफ फंक्शन इट इज। लीनियर फंक्शन में कैसे रेंज फाइंड करते हैं, क्वाड्रेटिक में कैसे करते हैं, रेसिप्रोकल फंक्शन जहाँ पे एक्स डिनोमिनेटर में आ जाए उसमें कैसे रेंज फाइंड करते हैं, यू नीड टू नो अबाउट दैट। देन साइन और कॉस वाले फंक्शंस आ जाएं, उनकी रेंज कैसे फाइंड करते हैं, दैट्स अनदर थिंग दैट यू नीड टू नो अबाउट। इन सब के प्रोसेस आपको आने चाहिए, इनकी आपकी प्रैक्टिस होनी चाहिए। हाउ डू फाइंड इनवर्स ऑफ अ फंक्शन, लीनियर फंक्शन आपको ओ लेवल से आते हैं, बट हाउ डू यू फाइंड इनवर्स ऑफ क्वाड्रेटिक फंक्शन, वो सारा प्रोसेस आपको आना चाहिए। बट रिमेंबर इनवर्स ओनली एग्जिस्ट फॉर वन टू वन फंक्शंस, और इसमें क्या होता है, डोमेन और रेंज किस तरह से आपकी फंक्शन की डोमेन आपकी किस तरह से इनवर्स की रेंज बन जाती है, और फंक्शन की रेंज आपकी किस तरह से इनवर्स की डोमेन बन जाती है, ये आपको पता होना चाहिए। How can you sketch graphs of inverse functions? आपको हमेशा सेम स्केल लेना होता है, x एक्सिस के ऊपर और y एक्सिस के ऊपर, वो दोनों आपने रिफ्लेक्शन शो करने होते हैं y इक्वल्स x लाइन के अंदर, वो आपको याद होना चाहिए। क्वाड्रेटिक फंक्शन का इनवर्स कैसे निकालते हैं, स्क्वायर कंप्लीट करके करना होता है हमेशा, और एंड पे आपको डिसाइड करना होता है कि प्लस माइनस में से आप कौन सा लगाएंगे। हमेशा एक यूज करेंगे, कभी प्लस होता है कभी माइनस होता है, यू नीड टू नो द प्रोसेस ऑफ हाउ टू फिगर दैट आउट, कब प्लस लगाएंगे कब माइनस करेंगे, उसकी डोमेन रेंज वगैरह कैसे लगते हैं, यू नीड टू नो अबाउट दैट। कॉम्पोजिट फंक्शंस, composite function find कैसे करते हैं, that's the easier part, but then you need to know how to find the domain of a composite function or the range of a composite function। इसमें जो relationship होते हैं कि जो inner function की domain होती है वो आपकी composite function की भी domain होती है, और जो inner function की range होती है वो outer function की domain होनी चाहिए, right? So that's the concept that you need to know about in composite functions. It tends to be a bit complex, a bit complicated, so you need to make sure that you have enough practice in this. Next, we've got function transformations. Transformation across three types of transformations: and translation, reflection, stretch, vertical or horizontal. So there are total 6 transformations. Vertical transformations क्या होती हैं, horizontal क्या होती हैं, इन तीनों में आप क्या क्या करते हो, उनको describe कैसे करते हो, ये पता होना चाहिए। Vertical transformations में आपकी कुछ ना कुछ हो रहा होता है फंक्शन के बाहर, और सिर्फ y कोऑर्डिनेट चेंज होते हैं। Horizontal, this is the summary of those transformations. ये सब कुछ हो सकता है and vertical transformations. And then you have horizontal transformation, something happens inside the function, x की जगह पे कुछ और आ जाता है, this is the summary for that. इसमें क्या करते हैं, फिर आप combine जब करते हैं transformations, तब क्या होता है, if you combine vertical and horizontal transformations, what happens to the order in that case? Order of transformations उसमें matter नहीं करता, but in multiple vertical transformations and in multiple horizontal transformations, the order does matter. वो किस तरह से आपने डिसाइड करना है, वर्टिकल में क्या ऑर्डर होता है, हॉरिजॉन्टल मल्टीपल आ जाए तो उसमें क्या ऑर्डर होता है, यू नीड टू नो अबाउट दिस ऑर्डर, ये आपको पता होना चाहिए। Then you have differentiation after that. P1 differentiation, इसमें chords का sequence को यूज करके आप किस तरह से gradient estimate करते हो, ये प्रोसेस आपको आना चाहिए। It's only just a couple of times, but you have to know this process. Power rule of differentiation, the general power rule जहाँ पे अंदर पावर के अंदर x की जगह पे कुछ और आ जाए, how to differentiate functions like these. Equation of tangent and normal कैसे find करते हैं, increasing decreasing functions क्या होते हैं, कैसे प्रूव करते हैं कि फंक्शन increasing है decreasing है, या उसने दिया हो तो उसको यूज करके आप इस तरह से कोई अननोन्स फाइंड कर सकते हो, ये प्रोसेस आना चाहिए। स्टेशनरी पॉइंट्स कैसे फाइंड करते हैं, उनकी नेचर कैसे फाइंड करते हैं, whether the maximum or minimum using the first derivative and the second derivative, ये प्रोसेस आपको पता होना चाहिए। रेट ऑफ चेंज और चेन रूल, रेट ऑफ चेंज वाले क्वेश्चंस और उसमें चेन रूल कैसे यूज करते हैं। मेंसुरेशन के क्वेश्चंस आते हैं इसमें अक्सर फर्स्ट पार्ट के अंदर, यू हैव टू नो द प्रोसेस फॉर मेंसुरेशन, यू हैव टू नो द फॉर्मूलाज फॉर देम, कुछ कॉमन फॉर्मूलाज आपको पता होने चाहिए। कोन, पिरामिड और स्फीयर के आपको फॉर्मूला शीट में दिए होते हैं, बट द अदर्स यू हैव टू नो for the first part of questions like that. Integration में आपको पता होना चाहिए, it's the reverse differentiation. Power rule इसमें भी आपको पता होना चाहिए किस तरह से आप integrate करते हो simple function like these, but then if you've got something other than x inside the power, उसको कैसे integrate करते हैं। अगर कोई constant आ जाए आपके पास जो multiply हो रहा हो, you need to know कि उसको आप बाहर लिख सकते हो integration के, that's just optional, you can do that if you want. then if you have something in fraction like this, आप denominator को किस तरह से ऊपर लेकर आ सकते हो और फिर integrate कर सकते हो using the power rule. You have to remember जो ये power rule होता है इसके अंदर जो expression होती है, it has to be linear. If it's not linear, you can't use this rule. अगर वो linear नहीं है, आपको क्या करना पड़ता है, उसको expand करना पड़ता है, फिर आप integrate कर सकते हो उसको. You need to be able to find equation of a curve from its derivative given है, उसे curve की equation कैसे find कर सकते हैं, constant c की value find करनी होती है using the point that's given. Definite integrals कैसे evaluate करते हैं, जब basically हम limits होती हैं उसको definite integral कहते हैं, इस तरह से upper limit input करते हैं, उसमें minus कर देते हैं lower limit. And then you have to know these area and volume formulas. ये formula sheet में नहीं दिए होते, you have to remember them. Area of curve between area of the region between curve and x-axis, curve and y-axis, volume of revolution about x-axis, volume of revolution about y-axis. ये आपको पता होने चाहिए. इनमें प्लस माइनस कब होता है, ऊपर वाली वैल्यू पॉजिटिव आ रही होती है, नीचे वाली नेगेटिव आ रही होती है. In case of area between a graph and x-axis, we've got similar rules for the others as well. How do you find areas between two curves? upper वाले में से lower वाला minus कर देना होता है. Similarly, you've got volume of revolution वाले formulas. Volume of revolution में भी अगर आपके पास दो ग्राफ्स के दरमियान रीजन है तो उसमें आप किस तरह से उनमें फाइंड कर सकते हो volume of revolution by subtracting the volume of revolution of the upper curve from by doing the subtraction volume of revolution of the upper curve minus the volume of revolution of the lower curve. उसमें भी आप उसी तरह से वही concept use कर सकते हो. But you have to remember जब भी उसने x axis के about revolution का कहा हुआ है, आपको वही formula use करना होता है. Volume के अंदर आप formulas interchange नहीं कर सकते हो. एरिया के अंदर यू हैव चॉइस, कभी कभी आप दोनों तरीके से कर सकते होते हो, बस वॉल्यूम के अंदर फॉर्मूलाज नहीं चेंज कर सकते. इम्प्रॉपर इंटीग्रल्स क्या होते हैं, जब आपको इन्फिनिटी आ जाती है लिमिट्स के अंदर या फिर कोई ऐसी लिमिट आ जाती है जिसकी वजह से डिनोमिनेटर में जीरो आ जाते हैं, उनको कैसे एवेल्युएट करते हैं. यू हैव टू नो अबाउट दैट कि किस तरह से जब इन्फिनिटी डिनोमिनेटर में आ जाएगी वो जीरो बन जाए करेगी फ्रैक्शन, जब डिनोमिनेटर में जीरो आ जाए करेगा that basically goes towards infinity. So these are all the concepts that you need to know about in paper one. That's going to be tomorrow. I wish you all the best for your exam. If there's anything in particular here that you think you haven't covered, make sure that you do that, because all of these are concepts that have been repeatedly tested in the past papers. You've got the quick revision videos uploaded and uploaded on YouTube on my channel. आपके पास link दिया हुआ है. If there's anything, any concept that you want to briefly review, you can do that from there. And that's just a final piece of advice from tomorrow. If there's one advice that I can give you that you should definitely make sure that you follow, that is, do not get stuck at any one question. कोई question नहीं समझ आ रहा, you spend a few minutes in that, move on. उस पे आपने स्ट्रेस नहीं करना, move on and come back to that question later on. This is one thing जिसकी वजह से बहुत सारे पेपर्स खराब होते हैं. एक क्वेश्चन पे अगर आपको नहीं समझ आ रहा है, कुछ डायरेक्शन नहीं मिल रही, make sure that you do not end up getting stuck. Move on and come back to that question later on. Okay, and sleep well. You sleep well. Okay, all right. So that's it from my side. Okay, so I hope this was helpful. I'll see you again in another video. Allah Hafiz. Okay. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. In this video, we are going to cover all the key concepts of paper one binomial expansion as part of A-level maths. So let's begin. So first of all, what is binomial? Binomial is basically expressions like these: a plus b. We've got two terms, right? And you've got some power over them. So for example, a plus b whole raised to power 1, that just evaluates to a plus b. But we've seen higher powers than that. For instance, we know how to expand a plus b whole square. That's a square plus 2ab plus b square. Some of you might even know how to expand a plus b whole cube already, which looks like this. But what happens if we increase this power to something higher than that, while keeping it as a positive integer? What if I raise it to the power, let's say 8 or maybe 12? What happens in that case? How do you expand expressions like that? Okay, so we've got this formula for that: a plus b whole raised to power n. The condition here is that the power n has to be a positive integer. How does it look like? It's a raised to power n plus nc1 into a raised to power n minus 1 into b raised to power 1, and so on. So what's happening is, in every subsequent term, the power of this first term a is decreasing. So pehle n-th, then it's n-1, then it's n-2, and so on. The powers of a are decreasing. And the powers of the second term, they are going to be increasing. Pehle b raised to power 0, essentially, because there's nothing in terms of b. But then you've got 1, 2, and so on. So the powers of a keep decreasing, the powers of b keep increasing. Then you've got this expression NC something in the middle. So you have to calculator mein ek baar note hai, that's NCR. Okay, so for example, if you have to evaluate 6C4, what are you going to do? You're going to input 6 in your calculator, then you'll press this NCR button, and then you'll press 4, and you'll get the result for this 6C4. Okay, I think it turns out to be 15. You can try that in your calculator. You have 6C4 equals 15, I think. Okay, so that's how you evaluate the C thing on your calculator. Okay, in the formula sheet that will be given in the exam, you will have a form like this: N1, N2, N3. On the calculator that you have, it's this form. It's just another way of writing the same thing. We will discuss combinations and detailed statistics later on. In any case, but ye jo notation hai NCR, another way of writing that same thing is NR. So formula sheet mein your notation use kiya hoti hai, you can change it to N1, NC1, NC2, NC3 like this. Okay. So this is the formula that we have. We will learn how to use this, and you have to know that the power here n has to be a positive integer. Okay, that's the key thing that you have to remember. Okay, so let's take an example. Let's say you've got this formula and you want to expand this expression using this formula. This is x plus 2y whole raised to power 4. So what do you do for this? The first term is a. So the first term is x here. If we compare with the formula, a corresponds to x, right? So that's a. Then you've got plus b. So in our case, we've got 2y. So b corresponds to 2y. And the power is n. In our case, the power is 4. All you have to do after this point is you just have to input values in the formula. So like how a raised to power n, you write x raised to power 4 here, plus nc1. You've got nc1 here. N is 4 for us, and then c1. A power n-1, you say x cubed. Then you've got b raised to power 1. So b raised to power 1, it's 2y raised to power 1, and so on. You see the powers of x, which was essentially a, they keep decreasing: 4, 3, 2, 1, and so on. And the powers of b, which is 2y, they keep increasing like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. Okay, and the numbers that you have under at the bottom of C here, that's also increasing: 1, 2, 3, and so on. Okay, then you just simplify everything after this point, and you get your final expression. That's the expansion of that thing. Okay, so that's how you use this formula. Now let's take some examples. Let's look at some different types of questions that you'll be dealing with now. So let's say you've got the first 3 terms and the expansion of this 2 plus ax whole raised to power n given. They are given to be 32 minus 40x plus bx squared. So you're given the first 3 terms. Using this information, you have to find the values of the constants n, a, and b. So you've got the first 3 terms in the expansion given. What you can do for this is you can do your own expansion, right? So you've got 2 plus ax whole raised to power n. What you do is, using this binomial formula, it's going to be given in the formula sheet. You'll have this formula in front of you when you're doing this. You just input values. Again, a corresponds to 2, b corresponds to ax, and n corresponds to n here. We don't have the value of n. Just expand this, use the formula given to expand the first 3 terms. Apne first 3 terms find clearly, right? So you get something like this. You simplify this, you get something like this. You simplify this now. हमने simplify किया. Of course, NC1, NC2 तो evaluate नहीं कर सकते हम at this point. But simplify करके you got something like this. But now you were given that the first 3 terms are actually these: 32 minus 40x plus bx squared. So all you do at this point is you compare the 2. You've got the constant 2 raised to power n in your expansion. The constant that was given in their form was 32. So you say 2 raised to power n should be equal to 32. Similarly, the coefficient of x that you are getting here is this thing. and the coefficient of x that was given to you is -40. So you equate both of them as well because they should be equivalent. And similarly, the coefficient of x squared that you found from your expansion is this, and it was given to be b in the question itself. So you have this third equation from that. Using these three equations now, what you can do is you can find the values of n, a, and b. Okay. So you get the value of n from the first equation. You put that in the second equation. So आपके पास a आ जाएगा. You put the values of n and a in the third equation, and you get the value of b from that as well. Okay, so that's one type of problem that you may have to deal with. Let's have a look at this. So we have the first three terms in the expansion of 2 minus y whole raised to power 5 in ascending powers of y. We have to find the first three terms in ascending powers of y. So we know how to expand this. ये तुमने सिर्फ formula use करना है, उसके अंदर values input कर देनी है. But the second part is important. It says use the result in part 1 to find the coefficient of x square in the expansion of this thing. Now it's no longer two terms, it's three terms essentially. However, it says use the result in part 1. Now what's similar in part 1 in this? If you compare the two, you had 2 minus y whole raised to power 5 there. You've got 2 minus something else whole raised to power 5 is. The only difference is instead of y there, you've got this whole thing that's 2x minus x squared. So all you do at this point is you say, I got this expansion in the first part. मैंने first part में expand कर लिया था. I got this 2 minus y whole raised to power 5 is equal to this thing. The first three terms are these. Now, what I have to do is I have to find the coefficient of x squared in the expansion of this thing. इसकी expansion में x raised to power square का coefficient find करना है. Now, what's similar between them? We see here y की जगह पे आपके पास 2x minus x square आ रहा है. So what we do is in the expansion on the right side as well, we replace y with 2x minus x square. तो आपने y की जगह पे क्या किया? 2x minus x square डाल दिया यहाँ पे. Okay, and यहाँ पे भी. And then you just expand those two things. अब इसको simplify कर लेना इसके बाद. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, so you simplify it after this. ठीक है. Or simplify करके, you see what the coefficient of x squared turns out to be. You can just ignore the rest of the terms because आपको x squared चाहिए सिर्फ. So x squared terms are this and this. You add both of them up, you end up with 400x squared at the end. So the coefficient of x squared therefore is 400. Okay, so sometimes you have to do substitution like this if you've got something similar to what you've already expanded. Okay, let's have a look at this. So now this is another type of question that comes that you have to find the coefficient of a specific term in some expansion. So for instance, you have to find the coefficient of x in the expansion of 3x minus 2 over x whole raised to power 5. Now there are two main methods of doing it. One is that you just expand it using the normal formula that you have. You've got this binomial formula, you expand it, right? And you see, you figure out where the term in x turns out to be. Okay, so a lot of times you will find the required term in the first few terms. However, if you do not find it in the first few terms, you'll have to expand a bit more. Uske liye we can use a trick, and that trick is the powers that you will be getting in binomial expansion, they always follow a pattern. So in this case, for instance, you see the power that you were getting from the first term, it's x raised to power 5. From the second term, it's x raised to power 4 here and x in the denominator. So the overall power turns out to be 3. Then in the third term, we've got x cubed here and we've got x square in the denominator. So the overall power turns out to be x raised to power 1. And if you look at the pattern that emerges from here, you're subtracting 2 in every subsequent term, right? So the powers of a binomial expansion, the powers of the variable that you will have in every binomial expansion, they will be in an arithmetic sequence always. वो एक linear sequence follow कर रही होंगी, यानी कि difference हमेशा constant हुआ करेगा उनके अंदर. So that will help you figure out a pattern in your expansion. So यहाँ पे तो हमें x का coefficient चाहिए था. We found that in the third term already. अगर हमें कोई और चाहिए होता, we know the pattern now. X raised to the power 5, then 3, then 1. We know that 2 subtract करें हर term में से, so the next should be -1, the next should be -3, and then it should be -5. So we could find any particular term there. यहाँ पे we found the third term to be to contain x. हमें ये चाहिए थी, so we ignore everything else. We just expand, we just simplify this term only, and that gives us the coefficient that we're looking for. इसको simplify कर लिया हमने. We found the coefficient of x there, that turns out to be 1080. But now, sometimes, in fact, sometimes you will not find the required coefficient in the first few terms. Let's have an example. Let's have a look at an example like that. So we have to find the term independent of x. अच्छा, independent of x का मतलब क्या होता है? We're looking for a term that does not have an x in it. So क्या मतलब है? We're looking for constant essentially. Constant कह लें, या फिर अभी भी कह सकते हैं, we're looking for the term that has x raised to power 0, right? Because that's just 1. तो x जहाँ पे नहीं है this term के अंदर. We're looking for the power of x. We're looking for the term that has x power 0. Okay. So again, using the method that we just discussed, we use our normal binomial expansion formula, 4x cubed plus 1 over 2x whole raised to the power 8. This is the expansion that we have to do. We use the formula. We find the first two terms. Okay. Now the first term is 4x cubed whole raised to the power 8. The power of x that we're getting here is 24. This is the power of x that we're getting here, right? 3 into 8, that's 24. And the second term, we've got 3 into 7, that's 21. And we've got x raised to the power 1 in the denominator. So that's x raised to the power 21 minus 1. And that is x raised to the power 20. And as I said, the powers always follow a linear sequence or an arithmetic sequence. So the difference here is -4. What that means is the next term should be x raised to the power 16. Uske baad x to the power 12 hona chahiye. Then you should have 8, then 4. And finally, you will have 0. And that's the term that you're looking for. Okay, what term aapko chahiye? So how do you write down that term now? So again, as we know how the powers behave, they decrease gradually. So aap dekhein a ki power, yani the first term thi yahan pe 4x cube, uski power yahan pe kya thi? It was 8. We started from 8. Okay, we started from 8, then it reduced to 7. So we started from 8, then it became 7. Next, we've got 6, 5, 4, 3. And when we reach x raised to the power 0 there, it should be 2 here. Okay. Achha. Similarly, if we look at the powers of b, the second term, what are they? They starting from 1. So the next should be 2 after that, then 3, 4, 5. So when we reach that point, it should be 6. You can verify this, verify your working as well by making sure both of them add up to 8 at that point. Okay, अब आपने क्या करना है? So remember, ये जो नीचे वाला c के नीचे वाला number होता है, this is also the same as the power that you have on b. तो वो भी आप देखें वही pattern follow कर रहे हैं. It's starting from 1, then 2, 3, 4, 5, and finally you've got 6 here. So you've got the you've got the powers that you needed there. You know, okay, 8 के नीचे वाला number यहाँ पर 6 होना चाहिए. So you've got 6 here. 4x cube की power 2 होनी चाहिए. You've got power 2 here. And similarly, b की power क्या होनी चाहिए? It should be 6. You've got 6 here. And now we simplify this, you get your final result like this. ठीक है, इसको simplify करेंगे. Eventually, you'll also verify कि आपके पास x नहीं आना चाहिए, so x should cancel out at the end. So this is the term that we were looking for. This is the constant term. Okay, so this is one way to find a particular coefficient in expansions like these. There's another way to do it, and that's called the general term formula. Now, this is not going to be given in the formula sheet. So if you want to use this, you have to remember this. We've got this general term formula for a binomial expansion. Now, it comes from the binomial expansion formula itself, but you'll have to remember this. It's easier than deriving at that point. So you've got this formula NCR a raised to the power n minus r b raised to the power r. The point is, every term in the binomial expansion follows that pattern. इस pattern को follow करती है. NCR a raised to the power n minus r into b raised to the power r. The only difference that is there in every term is this value of r. R की value change होती रहती है, आपको different terms मिलती रहती हैं. So if we know the value, if we can find the value of r for the term that we are looking for, we will be able to figure out the coefficient, the term that we want. R की value चाहिए. Remember, for example, यहाँ पे अगर मैं 0 input कर दूँ, R की value I get NC0 a raised to power n b raised to power 0. That's the first term. अगर R की value 1 input कर दूँ, I get NC1 a raised to power n minus 1 b raised to power 1. If I input R equal 2, I get NC2 a raised to power n minus 2 b raised to power 2. So the only thing that changes in every term is this value of R, and we want to find the value of R here. Now, how are we going to do that? So we've got this expression 4x cubed plus 1 over 2x whole raised to power 8. Now we compare it with the standard form. The standard form is a plus b whole raised to power n. And we find what are the values of a, b, and n here. So instead of a, we've got 4x cubed. Instead of b, we've got 1 over 2x. Instead of n, we've got 8 here. हमने क्या करना है, ये तीनों values यहाँ पे general term formula में input कर देनी है. So we have the value of n. We've got the value of a, which is 4x cubed, and we've got the value of b, which is 1 over 2x. So आपने सब कुछ input कर दिया. The only thing that's unknown here is the value of r. अगर हमें r मिल जाए यहाँ पे, we will be able to find what we are looking for. Achha, what are we looking for? It's the same question that we found that we were doing before using the other method. You're looking for the term that is independent of x. यानी कि we're looking for the constant term. यानी कि x की power 0 होनी चाहिए. So once you have input these values here, what you want to do now is you only want to focus on the x. X की powers पे सिर्फ focus करना है. Ignore everything else for now. X हमारे पास क्या है? We've got x cube here, and that is raised to the power 8 minus r. So we've got x cube, and that raised to power 8 minus r. एक x हमारे पास यहाँ पर है. We've got another x here that's here in the denominator. तो इसकी अगर हम power यहाँ पे denominator में power इसकी r है, तो if we take this to the numerator, it becomes x raised to power minus r. Now we try to simplify this and add the powers. 3 into 8 minus r, ये आपके पास क्या बन गया? It's 24 minus 3r. And then you subtract this r from that. Since the bases are the same, we can add the powers. We get 24 minus 3r minus r. And that gives us 24 minus 4r. And that is the power of x that we've got in this expansion, in this general term formula. Now, what do we want? We're looking for the term that is independent of x. यानी कि we're looking for the term that has x power 0. तो आपने क्या करना है? इस power को 0 कर देना है. So 24 minus 4r equals 0. ठीक है, आपने उसको 0 के equal कर दिया because you want the power of x to be 0. So 24 minus 4r equals 0. That is going to give you the value of r. Once you have the value of r, all you want to do after that point is, all you have to do at that point is you put that value of r back in that formula that you had. इसके अंदर r की value input कर दो, and you will get the term that you were looking for. Okay. So you get the value of the term that you're looking for. यहाँ पे आपने r की जगह 6 input कर दिया उस general term formula के अंदर. Once you find the value of r, and now you can just simplify this and get a result. अब यहाँ पे क्योंकि हमें x raised to power 0 चाहिए वाली term चाहिए थी, that is the reason we equated the power of x to 0 here. If we were looking for some other term, for example, if we were looking for the coefficient of x squared, let's say, if that exists, although it doesn't exist in this particular expansion, is, let's say we were looking for the coefficient of x raised to power 4, हमें ये चाहिए होता, तो हम क्या करते हैं? हम 24 minus 4r को 4 से equate करते हैं because that is the power that we were looking for. और यहाँ से हमारे पास r की value जो आती, that would have been 5. और फिर हम 5 को use करके 5 इसको input करते हैं, we'll get the coefficient of x raised to power 4 from there. So it depends on what power you're looking for. यहाँ पे 0 चाहिए थी, इसलिए हमने उस power को 0 से equate कर दी. Okay, so that's another way to find a specific term, the coefficient of a specific term of a specific power of x in binomial expansion. Okay, now sometimes what happens is you don't have a single expression, you don't have a single expansion to do, but you also have something else being multiplied. For example, you need to find the coefficient of x squared in the expansion of 1 plus x squared into x over 2 minus 4 over x whole raised to power 6. आपने इस पूरे को सिंप्लीफाई करने के बाद जो x square का कोएफिशिएंट होगा वो आपको फिगर आउट करना है। Now the idea in questions like these is going to be that you look at this expression first. आप देखें x square का आपको चाहिए यहाँ पे, how can you get x square from this whole product? x square आपके पास कैसे आ सकता है? 1 को आप किससे मल्टीप्लाई करोगे तो आपको x square वाली टर्म मिलेगी. It's a constant को you will multiply with x square, then you will get x square, right? x square को किससे मल्टीप्लाई करना पड़ेगा? x square को मल्टीप्लाई करना पड़ेगा किसी कांस्टेंट के साथ, or in other words we'll have to multiply x square with x raised to power 0. So we are basically looking for x raised to power 0 and x square in the expansion of this thing. हमें सिर्फ ये दो terms चाहिए इससे, then we can just multiply those terms with this expression. We will get the overall coefficient of x square. Okay, so अब हम क्या करते हैं, हम सिर्फ इस expansion को देखते हैं, सिर्फ हम इस चीज को देखते हैं, x over 2 minus 4 over x whole raised to power 6. We just look at that, and in that expression we try to find the coefficient of x raised to power 0 and x square. In fact, the terms x raised to power 0 and x square वो हम find करने की कोशिश करते हैं. So how do you do that? Again, you've got both methods for that we've just discussed before. मैं यहाँ पे क्या कर रहा हूँ, I'm just expanding. यहाँ पे दो चाहिए. It's actually simpler to just expand it. Normally, अदरवाइज को दो दफा वो आपको, अगर आप जनरेटिव फॉर्मूला यूज करते हैं आपको दो दफा यूज करना पड़ेगा. That's going to take longer. It's much quicker to just expand it. Use the pattern that we talked about. इसको आप expand करोगे, you get x raised to power 6, then x raised to power 4. Difference 2 का आ रहा है, मतलब -2 का difference आ रहा है. So next after this is going to be x square, and the next after this is x raised to power 0. So you just look at those two terms. बाकी सब आपने ignore कर दिया. या आपके पास दो terms आ गई, x raised to power 2 and x raised to power 0. You simplify them, you get 15x square minus 160 as the result from that. ठीक है, हमें वो terms मिल गई. इसमें आपके पास x square आ रहा था और x raised to power 0 यानी constant आ रहा था. Okay, ये आपको उस expansion से मिल गया. All you have to do after this point is you knew कि आपको क्या चाहिए. आपको इस पूरे को expand करके x square का coefficient चाहिए. We have found the two relevant values from this expansion, relevant terms from this expansion, which are 15x square minus 160. आपने सिर्फ इनको यहाँ पे input कर दिया. You simplify them, simplify करके you get that this is 15x square, this is the coefficient, this is the term that involves x square, and this is the second term that involves x square. In दोनों को simplify करके we got minus 145x square, and the coefficient of x square therefore turns out to be minus 145. Okay, so that's what you can have to do you may have to do sometimes. आपके पास एक चीज है जिसको आप मल्टीप्लाई कर रहे हो किसी बाइनोमियल वाली एक्सप्रेशन के साथ. आपने पहले फिगर आउट कर लेना कौन कौन सी टर्म्स आपको चाहिए वहां पे. यहाँ पे हमें x raised to power 0 x square चाहिए था, हमने वो उसमें इनपुट करके फाइंड कर लिया. Okay, let's move on. Now this is just one last question that we can just do to practice the concept that we've learned. So let's look at the first part. We have to find the first three terms in the expansion of 1 plus ax whole raised to power 5 and ascending powers of x. Again, it's a simple expansion. A की जगह पे 1 है, b की जगह पे ax है, n की जगह पे 5 है. You just input these values in the formula and you get the expansion. ठीक है, अभी कर लेंगे. You get the first three terms in this expansion. Next it says, given that there is no term in x. What does this mean? No term in x का मतलब है कि x का कोएफिशिएंट 0 होना चाहिए. x term कैसे एलिमिनेट होगी अगर उसके साथ जो कोएफिशिएंट है वो 0 हो जाए. So given that there is no term in x in the expansion of this thing, you have to find the value of the constant a. So what are we looking for? We're looking for the x term. हम पहले तो हमें क्या चाहिए, हम x term देखते हैं कि x term हमारे पास आ क्या रही है यहाँ पे. अच्छा, how can we find the term in x? Again, just as we learned above, 1 minus 2x is being multiplied with 1 plus ax whole raised to power 5. Now, which terms are really important here? आपको 1 किससे multiply करना पड़ेगा in order to get x वाली term के साथ, और 2x किससे multiply करना पड़ेगा x raised to power 0 के साथ, यानी constant के साथ. ठीक है, हमने expansion in fact first part में already कर लिया. Just replace that here. 1 minus 2x into that expression that we found in the first part, 1 plus 5ax plus 10a square x square. यहाँ पे input किया. How do you get a term in x? 1 को multiply करेंगे 5ax के साथ, then you get a term in x. Similarly, 2x minus 2x will be multiplied with 1, and that will give us another term in x. You can just ignore the rest of it. Even if you were to expand the whole thing, यही दो terms end पे important thing because इनके अंदर आपके पास x आ रहा है. What do you do at this point? 5ax minus 2x आपके पास आ गया. Now, since you do not want any term in x, उसने कहा है given that there is no term in x, हमारे पास तो x की term आ रही है यहाँ पे, हमारे पास क्या आ रहा है 5ax minus 2x, right? So we look for the coefficient. This is the coefficient of x that we're getting, which is 5a minus 2. Now, since there has to be no term in x here, we say that this coefficient should actually be equal to 0. The coefficient 0 होना चाहिए, otherwise हमारे पास x वाली term आ जाएगी. तो इस coefficient को मैं 0 कर दिया, 5a minus 2 equals 0. That gives us the value a equals 2 over 5. ठीक है? Okay, now the last part of this, it says for this value of a, and your value of a I'm defining here 2 over 5, find the coefficient of x square in the expansion of 1 minus 2x whole raised to 2x into 1 plus ax whole raised to power 5. Again, how do you think about this? आपको x square का coefficient चाहिए. Again, 1 minus 2x है, और ये 1 plus ax whole raised to power 5 है. You've done this expansion already in the first part. उसके first 3 terms at least. X square कैसे मिलेगा? Would you have to multiply 1 by 1 को आपको 10a square x square से multiply करना पड़ेगा, and 2x जो है minus 2x जो है उसका 5x से multiply करोगे, that will give you x square. You just do these two products, बाकी सब कुछ आप ignore कर दें बेशक. You simplify that and you input the value of a that you were given, that you found in the early part. इसको simplify कर लेंगे and get your result. Okay, so that's your term in x square at the end. So coefficient of x square आपके पास क्या हो जाएगा फिर? That is minus 12 over 5. Okay, so that's paper 1, binomial expansion. I'll see you in another video after this. If you like this video, if it helped you, make sure that you press that subscribe button and also share with others who may find this helpful. For more checklist videos, you can see the description of this video. You'll find a lot more there. I'll also be adding detailed videos on most of the A-level math topics in the coming months, inshallah. All right, I'll see you next time. Allah Hafiz. Okay, assalamu alaikum everyone. In this video, we are going to cover all the key concepts of paper 1 coordinate geometry of A-level maths, except equation of circle. I'll do that in another video. But apart from equation of circle, all the key concepts of coordinate geometry are going to be included in this particular session, inshallah. All right, so let's begin. So what is coordinate geometry? Coordinate geometry is the study of points on a Cartesian plane and different shapes that you can make using those points. For example, straight lines. We will see how to find equations of straight lines, solving simultaneous equations, and other related stuff. Okay, so let's begin. Let's say we have 2 points on a plane like this. So first of all, you need to know some basics that you already know from O-levels. So we will quickly review them because you'll be needing them in A-levels again as well. So let's say you've got 2 points. You've got a point A, we've got a point B. We have these 2 points. What you want to do first is you want to find the distance between those 2 points. ठीक है, the distance between 2 points को हम कैसे find करते हैं? We've got this formula for that, and it looks like this: x2 minus x1 whole square plus y2 minus y1 whole square. आप किसी भी एक पॉइंट को x1 y1 कह दो, किसी दूसरे पॉइंट को आप x2 y2 कह दो. You just input values in this. For example, in this case, we say x1 is minus 3, y1 is 4, and similarly x2 and y2. You just input values in this formula and you find the distance between those 2 points. Okay, you've done this in O-levels. That's the first thing that you need to know about. Then you need to know about the gradient of the line joining 2 points. Okay, so this is the formula for gradient of the line joining 2 points: y2 minus y1 over x2 minus x1. Okay, gradient के you'll see different names being used. For example, you'll see this word slope being used for the gradient as well. Essentially, gradient आपको क्या बता रहा होता है? Gradient tells you the direction of a line. Okay, you can call this change in y over change in x. You can call this rise or run. You're familiar with all those different things. Gradient कैसे find करते हैं? y2 minus y1 over x2 minus x1. So again, you've got those 2 points A and B. you call any one of them x1 y1 and the other x2 y2, और फिर आपने सिर्फ values input करनी है उसके अंदर. For example, y2 here is 1, y1 is 4, so we have 1 minus 4 divided by x2 minus x1. Keep in mind, अगर आपको उसका negative number होगा उसका हमें brackets के अंदर डालना है इस तरह से ताकि वो bracket जब evaluate हो. For example, in this case, this becomes 4 plus 3 in the denominator. Right? So be careful about that. And you just evaluate that, you get the gradient of the line, and that tells you the direction of the line, right? So gradient आपको direction बता रहा होता है किसी line की. Okay, now gradient, they can basically be many different possibilities when it comes to gradient. For example, you can have positive gradient, you can have a negative gradient. When do you get positive gradient? Positive gradient आपको तब होता है जब if you go from left to right in a line, your line is going up. For example, these first two lines that you see on the left side, both of these have positive gradients. Why? Because as we go from left to right, the graph is going up. The y values are increasing. इस case के अंदर हमारा gradient जो होता है वो positive होता है, right? Left to right आप ऊपर की तरफ जा रहे हो. When you're going downwards as you go from left to right, for example, in this case, or in this case, the line is going down as you go from left to right. This is the case when you have a negative gradient, right? आपके y values decrease कर रही हैं as the x values increase. So the gradient is negative here. The third possibility is that the gradient is 0. That happens when you have horizontal lines like this. Because अगर horizontal line हो, तो आप देखें, the y coordinate does not change. Gradient formula के अंदर y coordinate अगर change नहीं होगा, numerator में 0 आ जाएगा, and the gradient becomes 0. So for horizontal lines have 0 gradient. Okay, so that's the third possibility. The fourth possibility is we see what happens when we've got vertical lines. जब vertical lines होती हैं, so the fourth possibility is what happens when you've got vertical lines. अगर आपको vertical line हो, तो उसमें देखें x coordinate does not change. X coordinate remains the same at all points. Since x does not change and the gradient formula has x2 minus x1 in the denominator, the denominator में आपके पास 0 आ जाता है. When you get 0 in the denominator, we know division by 0 is not possible mathematically, so gradient becomes undefined. So vertical lines of gradient जो होता है वो undefined होता है. We've got 4 possibilities for gradients here: positive gradient, negative gradient, 0 gradient, or undefined gradient. Okay, so these are the 4 possibilities that we have. Achha, iske side, before we move on, we also have another formula that we have, and that is for finding the midpoint of 2 points. So let's say we've got 2 points, we've got a point A, we've got another point B. How do you find the midpoint of these points? You have got this formula, x1 plus x2 over 2 and y1 plus y2 over 2. Again, किसी को भी आप x1 y1 कह दो, किसी को आप दूसरे point को आप x2 y2 कह दो. You input values and you find the midpoint from that. For example, the midpoint of these A and B points, if you use this formula, x1 की जगह -3 input कर दिया, x2 की जगह 4 input कर दिया, and similarly y1 y2 are replaced by 4 and 1. You input those values, you get this point 0.5 and 2.5. This point will be the midpoint of the line joining A and B. So if you go back to this Cartesian plane, 0.5 and 2.5, that point is going to be somewhere here. This point is the midpoint of A and B. It's right in the middle of A and B. Okay, so midpoint का हमारे पास ये formula होता है x1 plus x2 over 2 and y1 plus y2 over 2. x1 plus x2 over 2 and y1 plus y2 over 2. Okay, अच्छा, so we talked about gradient before. Gradient से related हमारे पास एक concept होता है that's called parallel lines. Okay, parallel lines क्या होती हैं? Parallel lines are 2 lines that have the same direction, right? They're going in the same direction. For example, these 2 lines that you see here, they have the same direction. Parallel lines के case के अंदर क्या होता है? The gradient is equal, right? The gradient of parallel lines is equal. Again, because gradient क्या represent कर रहा होता था? Gradient used to represent direction of a line. If the direction of the line is same, the gradients are equal. Okay, parallel lines and gradients equal होते हैं. Then you have perpendicular lines. Perpendicular lines are lines that have an angle of 90 degrees between them. Right, so you've got line L1 here, let's say, we've got another line L2. These 2 lines are perpendicular to each other. Perpendicular lines में क्या होता है? If we call the gradient of one line M1 and the gradient of the other line M2, the product of those two gradients is always equal to -1. M1 into M2 is equal to -1. Or there's another form for this, M1 equals -1 over M2. Isko agar rearrange kar le, you get this relationship. And from that, what you understand is gradient of perpendicular lines are negative reciprocals of each other. Gradients of perpendicular lines are negative reciprocals of each other. Now, this is an important result because that will help you write down the gradient of perpendicular lines pretty quickly. Negative का मतलब है जो आपके पास अगर एक gradient है, दूसरे gradient का sign से different होगा, आपने sign change कर देना है. Reciprocal का मतलब है उसका आपने reciprocal लेना है. For instance, let's take some examples. Let's say you've got a line that has gradient of 2. उसका जो perpendicular होगा, उसका gradient क्या होगा? You change the sign. So it was positive earlier, it becomes negative. Okay, and you take reciprocal of 2. So it's 1 over 2. -1 over 2 is the gradient of this perpendicular line. Similarly, if you've got a line that has gradient -4, उसके perpendicular gradient क्या होगा? You change the sign, negative को positive कर देंगे, and you also take the reciprocal. 4 reciprocal is 1 over 4. Similarly, we've got some other examples here. Let's say you've got -1 over 4. -1 over 4 का perpendicular line gradient -1 over 4. The gradient of its perpendicular is going to be 4 because we change the sign and we take the reciprocal. Okay, so एक gradient आपको पता हो, दूसरे gradient आप निकाल सकते हो using this relationship. Okay, now the next thing is, how do you find equation of a straight line? Straight line की equation कैसे find करते हैं? Now, equation of a straight line की हमारे पास एक standard form होती है that you know again from your O levels. Y equals mx plus c. ठीक है, इसमें m क्या represent कर रहा होता है? M represents the gradient of the line. C represents the y-intercept. So if you can find the gradient of a line and the y-intercept of the line, you can find the equation of that line. ठीक है, so y-intercept क्या होता है? It's the point where the line cuts the y-axis. Okay. Acha. So let's take an example. Let's say you've got that you've got 2 points. For instance, 8 minus 4. This is the one point that you have. You have another point that is 0 and 2. You want to find the equation of the line that is passing through these 2 points, and that's this line here. Okay. So what can you do for this? You can find the gradient using the gradient formula, y2 minus y1 over x2 minus x1. हमने एक gradient find कर लिया यहाँ पे. This gradient turned out to be -3 over 4. ठीक है. अच्छा. Then you look for the y-intercept. आपको एक point पता है 0, 2. और ये x coordinate 0 है. That means that's the y-intercept. The y-intercept is 2 here because that's the point where the line is crossing the y-axis. You've got the y-intercept. You've got the gradient. आपको सिर्फ क्या करना है, उसके अंदर values input कर देनी है. Gradient is -3 over 4. The y-intercept is 2, so c is 2 and m is equal to -3 over 4. You just input these values in the formula y equals mx plus c and you get your equation, right? So y equals mx plus c के अंदर m की जगह -3 over 4 डाल दिया, c की जगह 2 डाल दिया. You get the equation of that line. Now this is one way to find equation of a line. In A levels, there's another form that you will be using much more often, and that's called the gradient point form. This is much quicker when you have when you do not have the y-intercept given. ठीक है, जो y-intercept नहीं given होता, this form is much quicker. इसका directly equation of a line find कर सकते हो. So what does it look like? It's basically y minus y1 equals m into x minus x1. Again, m here represents the gradient like before, but x1 y1, this now represents a point lying on the line. So you need two things for this. You need a point lying on the line, any point. It doesn't have to be the y-intercept anymore. It could be any point on the line. And the second thing that you need is the gradient of the line. ठीक है, आपको ये दो चीजें चाहिए होंगी. Let's take an example. Let's say you've got a line that has gradient -4, and you've got a point that lies on the line. आपके पास एक point A3, which is 3 minus 6. What you can do is you can say gradient is -4. आपको उसने दिया हुआ है, so -4 is basically the value of m. 3 minus 6. These are x1 and y1. You've got this form. You've got this form, which is y minus y1 equals m into x minus x1. इसके अंदर values input कर दें. In place of y1, you input -6. In place of m, you input -4. And in place of x1, you input 3. आपने ये values input कर दी. You can actually just leave the equation in this form if you want. This is generally enough. अगर उसने आप सिर्फ equation पूछी है line की और उसने किसी form में करने को नहीं कहा, you can actually just leave it at this point and that will be fine. But if you want to simplify, आप उसको rearrange करके इस form में लिख दोगे जो आपकी standard form होती है y equals mx plus c, and you get the equation of the line in that form. So this is another form that we often use to find equation of a line. So the takeaway from there is the conclusion from that is you've got two forms that you can use to find equation of a line, y equals mx plus c and y minus y1 equals m into x minus x1. When do you use the first form? You use the first form when you know the y-intercept. When you know the y-intercept, then using the first form is much quicker. However, if you do not know the y-intercept, you should prefer the second form because that's going to be quicker. Although you can use the first form in this case as well, but the second form इसमें ज़्यादा quicker होगी. Okay? So आपको क्या चाहिए इसके लिए? Gradient चाहिए. आपके पास ये भी हो सकता है कि आपके पास एक point given हो, दो points given है. You've got the coordinates of point A and B. ठीक है? You've got these 2 points. You do not have the gradient given. So what you can do in this case is you can find the gradient first. Gradient आप खुद से निकाल लोगे पहले. M की value निकाल लोगे. x1 y1 could be then any one of these 2 points. किसी भी एक point को आप x1 y1 assume कर लो और उसके अंदर input कर दो. You'll find the equation of the line. Okay, so that's how you find the equation of the line. So then you'll be dealing with simultaneous equations. You've solved them in O levels as well. So how do you solve simultaneous equations? You've got multiple methods for them. You know about them. For example, elimination, substitution. You know about those 2 methods. So you can use any of them, or we often do it like this as well. We make the same variable the subject in both equations. For example, we've got this equation 2x plus y equals 10, and we've got another equation which is x plus y equals 7. अब दोनों में से एक ही वेरिएबल को सब्जेक्ट बना दे. For example, you can make y the subject in both of them. You get y equals 10 minus 2x here, and you get y equals 7 minus x here. You've got the same variable the subject in both of them. Now you just equate both of them. दोनों को equate करके आपके पास x की वैल्यू आ जाएगी. वापस input कर दें किसी भी एक equation के अंदर, you get the corresponding value of y as well, right? So you know how to solve simultaneous equations already. हमने quadratics में भी discuss किया था. We often use this method here, that we make the same variable the subject in both equations, and then we just equate both of them. Now, what do these values of x and y represent here? 3 and 4. These are basically the coordinates of the point of intersection. 3 and 4 here are the coordinates of the point of intersection of these two lines. 2x plus y equals 10 or x plus y equals 7. You do lines. The point of intersection is 3, 4. So you can see that on the graph here. 2x plus y equals 10 line hai, or x plus y equals 7 line hai. The point of intersection here is 3, 4, and that's what we found there by solving simultaneous equations. So whenever you have to find the point or points of intersection of 2 graphs, whether they're both linear, whether one is a curve and the other is a line, whenever you're looking for points of intersection, you solve those equations simultaneously, okay? And you'll get the points of intersection from that. Okay, then sometimes you have to find the gradient of a line when you have the equation of the line given. How do you do that? Remember, the standard form of the equation of a line is y equals mx plus c. So let's say you've got this equation given, y equals minus 2x plus 4. How do you find the gradient of this line? You just compare with the standard form. X के साथ जो number है हमारे पास, that's basically m. So यहाँ पे x के साथ we've got minus 2. So gradient here is going to be negative 2. You can also find the y-intercept here if you want. C corresponds to 4 here. So y-intercept would be 4 if we needed that, right? Now, in this case, we had the equation exactly in the form that we required it to be in. But it's not going to be the case always. For example, you could have an equation like this, 2x plus 4y equals 9. And you want to find the gradient of this line. How do you find the gradient of this line now? आपको क्या करना पड़ेगा? You'll first have to convert it to standard form. Y equals mx plus c वाली form में इसको पहले convert करना पड़ेगा. You will need y as the subject there. You need to make y the subject. How do you do that? You know how to do that. Y को subject बना लेंगे, right? So you take y on one side and take all the other terms on the other side. फिर आप end पे जाके 4 से divide भी कर दोगे. When you do that, eventually you get this standard form. Okay, and then you compare it with y equals mx plus c, and you see कि अच्छा x के साथ number कौन सा multiply हो रहा है? It's minus 1/2 here. So gradient turns out to be negative 1/2. So whenever you have to find the gradient of a line given its equation, आप उसको क्या करोगे? उसको y equals mx plus c form में convert कर लोगे पहले, and then whatever is the coefficient of x, that's going to be the gradient. Okay. All right. Now this is something that we have to do quite often. Let's say you've got a line, and on that line you've got 2 points, A and B, and in fact you've got 3 points, A, B, and C. Okay, you know the coordinates of A, you know the coordinates of B, but you do not know the coordinates of C, and that's what you're looking for. आपको C के coordinates चाहिए, given that you know B is the midpoint of AC. How do you find that? You just say coordinates of B are equal to the midpoint of AC. So you can use the midpoint formula for this. अब क्या करो? आपको पता है B के coordinates क्या हैं? They are 6 and 5. You equate them to the midpoint of AC. So the trick here is you assume the coordinates of C to be A and B. C के coordinates को आपने assume कर लिया that they are A and B. Okay, so we assume the coordinates of C to be A and B, and then you find the midpoint of AC using the midpoint formula. So we've got 0 plus A over 2 for the x coordinate, 2 plus b over 2 for the y coordinate, and we equate that to the coordinates of b. So we equate corresponding values here. 0 plus a equals 6 and 5 equals 2 plus b over 2. We find the values of a and b from there, and these are going to be the coordinates of c. So when you have a situation like this, when you know the midpoint of 2 points, or आपको एक point side वाला पता है, दूसरा point आपको find करना है, you can use the midpoint formula like this. There's another way of doing this. Let's say we've got the same situation as before. You've got this point given, that's the point A. You've got this point B given, and you want to find the coordinates of C. You can use the vector method for this as well. And the idea there is, since B is halfway between A and C, you look for how much you have to go horizontally in order to go from A to B. You have to go 6 units for that. So utna hi aage chale jaoge, or you go 6 units more, right? So you can write it like right in this form as I did here. So I started by writing the coordinates of A and B, which are 0, 2, and 6, 5. Okay, 0, 2, and 6, 5. These are the coordinates of A and B. Now, what are we doing after that? So you can just go through the process very quickly. So how do you go from 0 to 6? 0 to 6 पे जाने के लिए you have to add 6. X coordinate आपको 6 add करना पड़ रहा है. How do you get to C after that? You add 6 more. अब इसमें 6 और add कर दो. You will get 12 from that, right? Similarly, vertically आपको क्या करना पड़ रहा था? A से B पे जाने के लिए, you had to go 3 units upwards. You were going from 2 to 5. You had to go 3 units upwards, right? So how much more do you have to go? Since B was midway between A and C, you have to go 3 units more. So here on the right side, what we can say is, how do you go from 2 to 5? You add 3. So you have to add 3 more to get to C. So 5 plus 3 आपके पास क्या हो जाएगा? 8 हो जाएगा. These are the coordinates of C. Okay, so you can use the vector method like this as well. You can use the vector method is pretty helpful in situations like these as well. So let's say you've got this parallelogram given ABCD that you see on the left side. You're given the coordinates of B, A, and D, but you want to find the coordinates of C. So you can use this idea, since it's a parallelogram. A and B, AD in fact, this line AD and the line BC, they're parallel and equal in length, right? So you can say they're equal vectors, right? So A से D पे जाने के लिए भी आपको उतने ही units right और upward जाना पड़ेगा जितना आपको B से C पे जाने के लिए जाना पड़ेगा, right? So what you can do is you can use this idea कि how can you go from A to the point D? A से D पे हम कैसे जा सकते हैं? So A से D पे जाने के लिए, you see, you have to go from minus 8 to 6. How do you go from minus 8 to 6? You have to add 14 for that. How do you go from 0 to 2 vertically? You have to add 2 for that. So how do you go from B to C then? B से C पे जाने के लिए आपको यही करना पड़ेगा, because these two lines are parallel and equal. तो B से C पे जाने के लिए भी you add 14 to the x coordinate, that gives you 16. And you add 2 to the y coordinate, and that gives you 12. So that's how you find the coordinates of the point C there. Okay. All right. Achha, now, a lot of times you get questions in coordinate geometry that involves some shapes, some of these common shapes, and they come very frequently. The first few are more common, but you also see the ones at the bottom. So you need to understand the properties of the diagonals of these shapes, right? Because you often have to use them. Now, there are 3 things that you have to know about them. The first is the midpoint of the diagonals, right? So for a square, for instance, the diagonals meet at the midpoint, right? So this point O at the center, this point O at the center, this is actually the midpoint of both the diagonals. So both diagonals have the same midpoint in case of a square. And both the diagonals are also perpendicular to each other. Now, these are important properties that you sometimes have to use. Square ke andar kya hota hai? The midpoints are the same for both diagonals. मतलब एक ही point, जो point of intersection होता है, वो दोनों diagonals का midpoint होता है. And the diagonals are also perpendicular to each other. Diagonals are also perpendicular to each other. और square के अंदर diagonals equal भी होते हैं. They're also equal. Although equality वाली property इतनी ज़्यादा use नहीं होती है, but square के अंदर आपके diagonals equal भी होते हैं. ठीक है? Now, let's talk about these properties for all of these 6 figures that we've got. We got these 6 common figures: square, rhombus, rectangle, parallelogram, kite, and a trapezium. ठीक है? अब midpoints same किस के अंदर होते हैं? Midpoints are the same in case of the first 4 figures. Square के अंदर, rhombus के अंदर, rectangle और parallelogram के अंदर जो diagonals के midpoints होते हैं, they are equal. They are the same. Both diagonals have the same midpoints, right? And in the first 2 of those shapes, in a square and a rhombus, the diagonals are perpendicular. The diagonals are perpendicular to each other. It's a property that's used very, very frequently. Another way to say the same thing is, since they have both of these things here, they have the same midpoint in case of a square and a rhombus, and they're also perpendicular. You can also say, and this helps a lot of times, diagonals in a square, we can say diagonals of a square and also of a rhombus, they are perpendicular bisectors of each other. Okay, diagonals of a square and a rhombus are perpendicular bisectors of each other because unka midpoint bhi same hota hai and they are also perpendicular to each other, right? Kite ke andar bhi, you have to remember, the diagonals are perpendicular, although they do not meet at the same midpoint. Unka midpoint same nahi hota, lekin they are still perpendicular. Okay, you can look at the other properties here, but these are the more common ones that you have to use pretty often. Rectangle ke andar, remember, rectangle or parallelogram ke andar, the diagonals are not perpendicular. So you have to keep that in mind as well. Rectangle ke andar or parallelogram ke andar diagonals perpendicular nahi hote generally. Okay. Acha. Next, we have equation of a perpendicular bisector. How do you find equation of a perpendicular bisector? Perpendicular bisector hota kya hai? Perpendicular means the angle is 90 degrees, right? The angle between the lines is 90 degrees. Bisector means उस line को half में cut करता है. So let's take an example. Let's say you've got 2 points, A and B, and you want to find the equation of the perpendicular bisector of these two, of the line joining these 2 points. तो क्या मतलब आपको एक ऐसी line की equation find करनी है that passes through the midpoint of A and B. So let's call this midpoint M, and it's also perpendicular to AB. इसकी equation find करनी है. How do you find that? Remember, equation find करने के लिए हमें 2 चीजें चाहिए होती हैं. We need the gradient and we need any one point on the line. So point क्या हमें कैसे मिल जाएगा? Point is M. So we can find the midpoint of AB. That will be one point that we need. So AB का midpoint find कर लेंगे. And the second thing that we need is the gradient of that line of this perpendicular bisector. How do you find the gradient of the perpendicular bisector? For that, what we can do is we can find the gradient of AB. AB का gradient निकाल लिया. So we find the gradient of AB here. And then what we do is we take the negative reciprocal of that, because remember, perpendicular lines के gradients जो होते हैं वो negative reciprocals होते हैं एक दूसरे के. So once we have this gradient 1/2, the gradient of its perpendicular is going to be -2. We change the sign and take reciprocal. So now we've got the gradient. We've got the gradient and also a point lying on the line. We use this form that's y minus y1 equals m into x minus x1. इसके अंदर values input कर देंगे, and you get the equation of the perpendicular bisector. Okay, so that's how you find the equation of the perpendicular bisector of the line joining 2 points. So then this comes up sometimes that you have to find area of a triangle, and you have the coordinates given. या आप उसको draw करके आप देख सकते हो, sketch करके आप देख सकते हो वो किस तरह के लगता है. Now, a lot of times, in fact, most of the times, the problems that you get like this, they will have at least one side that is either horizontal or vertical, right? That's, you can say 90% of the cases, or even more than that. You'll have one side that is either vertical or horizontal. For example, in this case, you've got the side that is vertical. So whenever you find any one such side, you will take that as the base. आपको कोई vertical side मिल जाए या horizontal side मिल जाए, आपने उसको base ले लेना, ठीक है? So in this case, we call this side, we take this side as the base. We've got these coordinates, you can see them. We've got the coordinates of the point A, we've got the coordinates of the point B, we've got the coordinates of the point C. What we are interested in is the area of this triangle ABC. So हमने क्या किया? Whichever side was either horizontal or vertical. In this case में अंदर horizontal तो कोई भी line नहीं थी. Vertical है, इसको हमने base ले लिया. And then height will be the perpendicular distance of the third point of the third vertex from this base. Third point कौन सा? Third point is this point C here. C का distance from the base, but we're talking about perpendicular distance. Perpendicular distance कैसे लेंगे? ये आपका perpendicular distance होगा. And once, since you have this drawn on a Cartesian plane, your distance find करना is pretty easy. It's just the horizontal distance, right? तो आप इन दोनों चीजों को find कर सकते हो. अब base आपके पास क्या आ जाएगी? You see, this is 10, this is 2. So your distance कितना हो गया? 10 minus 2, that is 8. That's your base here. Similarly, the height. So this is going to be the height. जो perpendicular distance हमने देखा है, ये आपकी height बन गई. Base से perpendicular distance to the third point. This is your height, even though it lies outside the triangle. क्योंकि हमने perpendicular लेना था उस point से base तक, base here. So how do you calculate this height? You've got this x coordinate -4 here. You've got this x coordinate 12 here. 12 minus -4. Total distance कितना बन गया? It becomes 16. So 16 is going to be your height. You just input values there in the formula, half into base into height, and you get your area from that. Okay, so that's going to be the case. That's going to be you're going to encounter most often. So what you do here is, if there's any side that is either horizontal or vertical, you're going to take that as the base. Okay, and then height will be the perpendicular distance of this base from the third vertex that you have. In this case, the third vertex was this point C here. Okay. So now sometimes it is possible, or even in this case, if you wanted, you can use another formula. जब आपके पास इस तरह से आपको समझ नहीं आ रही हो कि कौन सी height लेनी है, कौन सी base लेनी है, if you are confused about that, or you cannot find a side that is vertical or horizontal, या आपको सिर्फ coordinates पता है, आप उसको sketch नहीं करना चाह रहे, आप सिर्फ coordinates को use करके area of a figure find कर सकते हो. So if you have any shape, and you have the coordinates of that shape given, you've got this formula for area that looks like this. So basically what you do is you write down, so I'm just going to erase some part of this. What you do is you write down the coordinates like this. You say x1, y1, x2, y2, x3, y3, right? जितने भी आपके वो coordinates हैं. It works for quadrilaterals as well, pentagons as well. आप जितने मर्जी vertices हो, the idea remains the same. आपने सारे vertices को रखा इस तरह से, x1, y1, x2, y2, x3, y3, and then finally at the end, what you do is in the last column, you are going to repeat the first coordinate again. राइट, वो सारे कोऑर्डिनेट्स लिख के एंड पे आपने पहला वाला कोऑर्डिनेट रिपीट कर देना है, ठीक है। एंड देन व्हाट यू डू इज you go this way, x1 into y2 plus x2 into y3 plus x3 into y1. That's what you have here. So outside, by the way, we got this 1/2. 1/2 बाहर multiply हो रहा होता है, अंदर हमारे पास ये है, and we have this modulus sign, ताकि जो भी अंदर हो उसको पॉजिटिव कर दें। हम कभी कभी नेगेटिव आ जाता है, we have to make that positive. हम क्या करेंगे, हम इस तरह से कोऑर्डिनेट्स को लिखा x1 y1, x2 y2, x3 y3, and then finally at the end we repeat x1 y1, and then what we do is diagonally आपने इनको multiply करना है, x1 y2 plus x2 y3 plus x3 y1. You add all of them up, and then look at the other diagonals in the other direction. x2 y1, x3 y2, x1 y3. You're going to subtract them from this. So that's x2 y1 plus x3 y2 plus x1 y3. You subtract them from this green part. आपने उसको subtract किया. You just input values now. जो ऊपर coordinates थे, आपने उनको कह दिया एक order में रखना है इसको. So for example, triangle method doesn't make any difference because you can choose any order. But for other quadrilaterals, you have to go either anti-clockwise or clockwise. So let's say you've had, in fact, you've got the figure there already ऊपर. आपको नजर आ रहा है ABC, right? आपने बस उनके कोऑर्डिनेट्स, तो किसी को भी आपने x1 y1 कह दिया, किसी को भी x2 y2 कह दिया, थर्ड को आपने x3 y3 कह दिया, going either in anti-clockwise direction or in clockwise direction, किसी भी एक ऑर्डर के अंदर कर लें। आपने उनको मार्क कर दिया, just input values in the formula, you evaluate this. If the number inside this modulus turns out to be negative, when you evaluate everything, आपने उसको बस positive कर देना. That's what these vertical lines are for. In vertical lines का मतलब ये है कि अगर आपको पसंद है कोई negative number आ रहा है, उसको आपने positive कर देना. Right? That's how this formula works. You evaluate this, you get the same result that you got before, and that's 64. Now it's much longer. Half into base into height is much quicker, so that should be your first go-to method. If you're able to figure this out, that should be the first go-to method for you. आपने देखना है कि आप directly half into base into height कैसे लगा सकते हो. If you can't figure that out, in that case, you can, you can use this other formula if you want. That's how you find the area of a triangle when you know its coordinates. The last thing, angle between lines. Okay, how do you find angle between a line and the x-axis? You've got this formula for that. That is tan theta equals gradient. Okay, there's a reason for this. We discussed that in our class, but that's the result that we have at the end. Tan theta equals gradient. इसमें theta का represent कर रहा है. Theta is representing angle between the line and the x-axis. So if you have a line, let's say you've got this red line here, and you want to find the angle between that line and the x-axis, which is represented by this theta here. आप theta की value find कर सकते हो using this formula, tan theta equals gradient. So let's take an example. Let's say you've got this line, gradient उसका 1/2 है. आपने क्या कहा, tan theta equals 1/2, और आपके पास theta की value आ गई. Theta is 26.6 degrees. If the gradient is negative, it works exactly the same way. Tan theta equals gradient. Of course, right side पर negative number आ रहा होगा. When you evaluate this on your calculator, you'll get something negative. What that means is, if you remember trigonometry, negative angle है, it's just giving you this clockwise angle here. So x-axis से आपको एक clockwise दे रहा है 71.6 degrees. But it doesn't make any difference. आप क्या कहोगे? The angle. Sorry about that. Okay. Yeah, so even if it turns out to be negative at the end, it doesn't make any difference. All you have to do is it's clockwise or anti-clockwise, it's the same angle, right? So angle between the line and the x-axis, this is 71.6 degrees in this case. अच्छा, कभी-कभी आपसे कहेगा मुझे obtuse angle चाहिए. So remember, angle between two lines can either be acute or obtuse. आप दोनों तरह से देख सकते हो. If you look at this angle, this is 71.6 degrees. If I want to look at the other angle, that will be 180 minus 71.6 degrees. It doesn't make any difference. तो अगर वो आपसे obtuse angle मांगता है, आपने 180 में से माइनस करके वो obtuse angle दे देना. अगर से acute angle मांगता है, आपने वो directly वही angle दे देना that you found from your calculator. Okay. So that's how you find angle between a line and the x-axis. A lot of times you're asked to find angle between two lines. दो lines के दरमियान में angle find करना. For instance, you've got two lines. One line has gradient 2, the other line has gradient 1/2. इनके दरमियान में angle find करना है. One idea is that you just find the angles that these lines make with the x-axis. तो आप यहाँ पे θ1 find कर लें, θ2 find कर लें. These are the angles that these lines make with the x-axis, right? आपने दोनों angles figure out कर लिया. Using the gradients, tan θ1 equals 1/2, that gives you 26.56 degrees. Tan θ2 equals 2, that gives you 63.43 degrees. And then you just subtract both of them, and that will give you the angle between those two lines, which is highlighted here. That's the angle theta here. आप इनको subtract कर लेंगे, and you get this from there. 63.43 minus 26.56, and that gives you 36.87 degrees here. That's the angle between those two lines. That's the value of theta. ठीक है, दोनों का x-axis angle find करके उनका difference find करके. Okay. Acha, sometimes it can also happen that one of these lines has a positive gradient and the other has a negative gradient. It works the same way there. आपने क्या करना है, दोनों का अलग-अलग angle निकाल लिया. The key here is you keep the negative sign as it is. You don't change it at this point. एक का negative आ रहा होगा angle, एक का positive आ रहा होगा. You just subtract both of them. But when you do the subtraction, वो negative sign आपने वैसे ही रखना है वहाँ पे, तो ये minus plus हो जाएगा. So the angle that you end up getting in this case is 98.1 degrees. यहाँ के पास 98.1 degrees आ रहा है. Why? Because एक angle positive आ रहा था ऊपर वाला, नीचे वाला angle negative आ रहा था. उन दोनों को हमने add कर लिया, so it became the angle between the lines came out to be 98.1 degrees. ये हमें obtuse angle मिल रहा है यहाँ से. अगर उसने acute पूछा होता, हम इसको 180 में से इसको minus कर देते, we'll get the corresponding acute angle from that, right? So that's one idea that you can use to find angles between any two lines. There's also a direct formula for this, if you can remember that. Tan theta equals gradient is relatively easier to remember, so you can just find the angle of both lines separately with the x-axis and go subtract कर सकते हैं. If you can memorize a formula, this is the direct formula that we have for this to find the angle between any two lines. अब यहाँ पे जो theta है, this represents the angle between lines. Okay, and you can use this formula directly to find angle between two lines. Now, tan theta equals m1 minus m2 divided by 1 plus m1 into m2. Okay, where theta represents angle between any two lines. Again, m1 is the gradient of one of those two lines, m2 is the gradient of the other line. आपने क्या करना है, सिर्फ उसके अंदर values input करनी है, m1 और m2 की. You'll get something at the end. You take inverse, tan inverse, and you'll get the corresponding angle. Again, negative भी आ रहा होगा, आपने उसको positive कर देना है end के ऊपर, because वो clockwise हो या anti-clockwise हो. That's not our concern here at the moment. तो आप इसको positive कर दोगे, you get the angle between those two lines. Okay, and that's pretty much it. So these are all the concepts that you need to know for P1 coordinate geometry. We will cover equation of circle in another video. That's it for now. I'll see you again in another video. Allah Hafiz. All right. Assalamu alaikum everyone. Welcome to another revision checklist video. In this video, we're going to be talking about equation of circle. So we've already covered coordinate geometry, the rest of coordinate geometry in another video. You can find the link for that in the description. But this is going to be about equation of circle. Okay, so we're going to cover all the key concepts that you need to know about this particular topic. All right, so first of all, what is the standard form of the equation of a circle? Equation of a circle looks like this: x minus a whole square plus y minus b whole square equals r square. A and b here are the coordinates of the center of the circle. Okay, a is the x coordinate, b is the y coordinate, and r is the radius of the circle. This is the standard format you have for the equation of a circle. Now, how are we going to use that? Let's say we have to find the equation of a circle that has a radius 6 units and center is -4 and 5. So this is the standard form that we've got. x minus a whole square plus y minus b whole square equals r square. What is we just input values, a की जगह पे -4 डाल दिया, b की जगह पे 5 डाल दिया. Okay, so x minus -4, it becomes x plus 4, and y minus 5, we got y minus 5 whole square here, equals r square. The radius was 6, so उसको हमने 6 square कर दिया, right? You can simplify the right side, 6 square becomes 36, so you can just keep your equation in this form, and that's perfectly okay. अगर उसने आपसे expanded form में simplified form में मांगा हो, आपने इन squares को expand कर देना है, and you get this form, and you've got everything, all the terms on the left side and 0 on the right side. Both of these forms are okay. That's the equation of the circle. Okay, so you need two things for the equation. One is the radius, and the other is the coordinates of the center. If you have those two things, you can write down the equation of the circle after that. Okay. Now let's go the other way around. A lot of times what you have to do is you have the equation of the circle given, and you have to find the coordinates of the center and also the radius of that circle. Okay, आपको radius find करना होता है और center find करना होता है using the equation of the circle. So let's say you got this equation given. X minus 4 whole square plus y plus 7 whole square equals 64. You've got this equation given. आपने इसका radius find करना है, center find करना है. How do you find that? It's already pretty much the standard form. आप सिर्फ right side पे क्या करो? इसको compare कर लो standard form के साथ. X minus a whole square plus y minus b whole square equals r square. So you just compare. A की जगह पे क्या रखा हुआ है? A की जगह पे you've got 4. Okay, so minus a की जगह पे -4, so a equals 4. Instead of minus b, you've got 7. That means b equals -7. The coordinates of the center are which are 4 and -7. On the right side, you've got 64, which corresponds to r square in the standard form. You say r square equals 64, and radius turns out to be 8. Of course, when we take square root here, we don't put negative sign because radius negative nahi ho sakta. So we've got the center's coordinates and also the radius of the circle. Now, it's not going to be that straightforward always. A lot of times you have the expanded form of the equation of a circle given. So for example, you could have this equation given. So you want to find the center and the radius of a circle that has an equation that looks like this. X square plus y square minus 4x plus 12y minus 50. Now it's not in the standard form. In the standard form, we have completed squares like this. X minus some constant ka whole square, y minus some constant ka whole square. So we got completed square. This is simplified form. तो हम यहाँ पे क्या करते हैं? We complete the square for both x and y separately. So how do you start? You take the x terms together. So आपने x terms को इकट्ठा कर लिया यहाँ पे, y terms को इकट्ठा लिख लिया. X square minus 4x and y square plus 12y. You write them together. And then you complete the square for each one of them separately. आपने x का square अलग से complete कर लिया. So you added 2 square and subtracted 2 square, like we've done that process in quadratics. And similarly for y square, you add 6 square and you subtract 6 square. जो constant आपके पास रह गया था, constant को आपने दूसरी side पे जाके दूसरी side पे आप लेके उसको आपने वहाँ right side पे रख दिया. Okay. And now what you get is you get some completed squares. So from the first 3 terms here, you get x minus 2 whole square. जो भाई वाला minus 2 whole square था, it comes here as -4. And similarly, for the y terms, these 3 terms here are going to give you a perfect square. That perfect square looks like this: y plus 6 whole square. और इसके बाद भी constant आपके पास -6 whole square है. That's -36. That stays as it is. Now you take all the constants to the right side. So -4 or -36 का right side पे लेंगे. So you get 50 plus 36 plus 4, which gives you 90 here. Now this is the standard form of the equation of a circle. You've got perfect square on the left side. You compare it with the standard form: x minus a whole square plus y minus b whole square. उसके साथ आपने compare किया. Again, you see instead of minus a, you've got -2. So a corresponds to 2 here. And you've got minus b and -6 here. Minus b and +6 here. B corresponds to -6. So the coordinates of the center therefore are 2 and -6. Right side पे आपके पास 90 है, उसका square root कर लेंगे. That's your radius. That's square root of 90. So that's how you can find the radius and center given the equation of a circle. Okay, now circle equations के अंदर now you've got to recall these circle theorems that you've done in O-levels. Because you'll have to use them over and over again. So you have to remember these theorems. So let me quickly review them again, because you have to be using them quite often. So I'm starting with the ones that are used most often. So first of all, we've got this property. If you've got a line coming from the center of the circle, to the midpoint of a chord, the angle that you get here is the 90 degrees. And the other way around is also true. अगर center से एक line आती है chord के ऊपर, if it's making a 90 degrees, तो वो chord को दो parts में divide करती है, वो bisect करती है chord, right? So this is the first property that you need to know of. Then you've got this property, angle in a semicircle. So if you've got this diameter, if this green line is the diameter, the angle that the ends of this line of this diameter make with the circumference is always 90, right? आपको 90 होता है, कोई भी angle आप बनाओगे circumference के ऊपर, you're going to have a 90 degrees here. ठीक है? कोई भी और chord 90 नहीं बनाती. That's also an important thing to know. Only diameter makes 90 degrees. Every other chord either makes greater than 90 or less than 90. अगर 90 degrees angle बन रहा है, that should tell you it's the diameter. Okay. अच्छा, then it's a very simple property. Radius is perpendicular to the tangent. किसी भी एक point के ऊपर अगर आप radius draw करो, this is your point. इस point से आप radius draw करो, center के साथ drawing करके उस पर tangent draw करो. Both of them are going to be perpendicular to each other, right? 90 degrees angle बनता है उनके दरमियान. Then you've got this fourth property that's also used pretty often. The first four properties आपको बता रहा हूँ, they're used very often. Angle वाली properties इतनी ज़्यादा use नहीं होंगी. उसके बाद तीन properties हैं. This is very common as well. Tangents coming from a common point. So in this case, this is written around here. So we're talking about, just change this a bit. Actually change the figure there. So these points do not correspond to that. So we're talking about tangents coming from a common point C here, the point outside the circle, that's outside the circle, that's equal to each other, which means CB is going to be equal to CD. Both the tangents are equal to each other, right? That's the property. Tangents coming from one single point to a circle, they are both equal. Ab iske saath, there are a couple of other things that you also need to know about. If I were to, since this is a 90 degrees, so you also know this is the tangent and radius. These are tangents and radii, so they make 90 degrees with each other. If I were to draw a line here like this, these angles will also be equal. So this angle here, if I call this alpha, this angle is also alpha. They're equal to each other. Similarly, if I call this angle theta, this angle is also going to be theta. ये दोनों angles भी आपके equal होंगे. Okay, and along with that, if I were to make a line here like this, ये जो line आपके बनाएगी यहाँ पे, ये 90 degrees बनाएगी, right? So these are some things that you often have to use in some questions. You have to keep these things in mind. Okay, now these are properties that are used most often in different types of questions. Now, let's quickly recall the other angle properties as well. If you've got a chord here, or an arc here, or a chord, you can think of it both ways. This arc or chord, let's say they make an angle at the center of the circle. Let's call the center O, and they also make another angle at the circumference. The angle at the center is 2 times the angle at the circumference, right? So that's another property. And you've got the cyclic quadrilateral. Cyclic quadrilateral में क्या होता है? Opposite angles का sum जो है वो 180 degrees होता है. So angles B and D that you see here, they add up to 180, and the angles A and C that you see here, they also add up to 180. These are called supplementary angles. And finally, angles in the same segment on the same chord are also equal. So अगर आप एक arc है या एक chord है, let's say this is one arc, or this is an arc or a chord, the angles that the ends of this arc and the chord make at the circumference, they are equal. So green में जो आपके पास ये angle बन रहा है, this angle, if this angle is x, this angle is also going to be x, right? So you've done these properties in O levels. You have to recall them because you'll have to use them pretty often here, especially the first 4 properties that I've shown you here. Okay, acha. Now this is something very important. Now it comes from the very first property that we saw here. Remember, center से like line आती है chord के ऊपर. If it makes a 90 degrees, it bisects that chord. Now what the reverse of that means is any chord that you have on a circle. So for instance, I've got one chord here, another chord here, and another chord here. The center of the circle is going to lie on the perpendicular bisectors of every one of these chords, right? So if I have these points like this, A, B, C, D, E, F, C is going to lie on the perpendicular bisector of AB and also on the perpendicular bisector of CD and also on the perpendicular bisector of EF. Any chord that you make in a circle, उसका जो perpendicular bisector होगा वो circle से जरूर circle के center से जरूर pass करेगा, right? So that's an important thing that you need to know about. Let's see how that may be used. So let's say you've got to find the equation of a circle that passes through the points P, Q, and R, and you've got their coordinates given. So let's say it's a situation like this. ये circle है, इसके ऊपर coordinates मैंने draw कर दिए P, Q, R के, right? So you've got the circle that passes through P, Q, and R. You've got 3 points on the circle. You have to find the equation of the circle. Now remember, what do we need for the equation of a circle? We need the center of the circle, उसकी coordinates चाहिए, and we also need the radius of the circle. How do you find the center? We just discussed center जो होता है circle का वो हर chord के perpendicular bisectors center जो है वो हर chord के perpendicular bisector के ऊपर lie करता है. So what you can do is you can find the equations of perpendicular bisectors of any one of these 3 chords. So which 3 chords? You have this chord PQ, you have this chord PR, you have this chord QR. आप तीनों chords में से कोई भी दो ले लो, उनके perpendicular bisectors draw करो. For instance, I take, let's say, QR. इसका perpendicular bisector draw नहीं करना, मतलब you find their perpendicular bisectors. And let's say PQ, you find their equations. You find the equations of these perpendicular bisectors, and then you solve them simultaneously because इनके perpendicular bisectors के ऊपर आपका center lie कर रहा होगा. The point of intersection of these perpendicular bisectors is going to give you the center of the circle. So how do you find the center of the circle? You find the equations of the perpendicular bisectors of any 2 of these chords. किसी कोई भी दो आप ले लें, ठीक है? Solve them simultaneously because simultaneously solve करके आपको क्या मिलेगा? उनका point of intersection मिल जाएगा. उनका point of intersection क्या है? उनका point of intersection is this point C, which is the center of the circle. ठीक है, simultaneously solve कर लिया उनको, you get the center of the circle. Once you have the center of the circle, आप उस center का distance find कर लें किसी भी point के साथ. You can find CP, you can find CP like this, you can find CR, you can find CQ, any one of the 3, वो आपको radius मिल जाएगा. So you'll have the center, you will have the radius. You can just write down the equation of the circle using the standard form of equation like the circle. Okay, all right. Achha. So this is another thing that comes up sometimes. You have this equation of a circle that's x minus 5 whole square plus y plus 2 whole square equals 25. There's a point P that has these coordinates. You have to figure out whether this point P lies inside the circle or outside the circle. How do you figure that out? So you've got the equation of the circle. What you can do from that is you can find the center's coordinates. Center coordinates क्या होंगे अगर आप compare करो standard form के साथ? Remember the standard form? It was x minus a whole square plus y minus b whole square equals r square. If you compare with that, you get 5 and minus 2. These are the coordinates of the center. Center coordinates आ गया आपके पास. Now what you can do is you can find the distance of the center of the circle from the point P. So आपने distance find किया, the distance turns out to be 4.47 using distance formula. Radius क्या है इस circle का? 25 का square root करें, right? Because r square is equal to 25. The radius of the circle is equal to 5. Since the radius is 5 and the distance of the point P from C is 4.47, इसका मतलब ये कि C से इसका distance 4.47 है, तो it has to be inside the circle because radius 5 है, right? 5 से ज़्यादा होता तो फिर P बाहर होता. Since the distance CP is less than 5, the point P lies inside the circle. Okay, all right. Now that's pretty much all the key concepts that you need to know about. Let's have a look at this question. This covers a couple of other important things. Let's say you've got a circle that has center at the point B. There's a point A that lies on the circle. So A lies on the circle, B is the center of the circle. That's what you're given. Now, the point C is such that AC is the diameter of the circle, and there's a point D that has coordinates 5 and 16. Okay, let's think about this. So I've drawn this circle here on the side. There's a point B that is the center. So B is the center of the circle. You can see that there. A is a point that lies on the circumference. It's somewhere on the circumference. AC is the diameter. If AC is the diameter, what that means is C is going to be on the other side of the circle as A. A एक side पर होगा, C is going to be directly on the opposite side. So इसका मतलब क्या है? B is the midpoint of AC, right? The point B is actually midpoint of AC, right? Like we did in coordinate geometry revision video, we can find this, find the coordinates of C using the vector method. What we can say is, how can we go from the point A to B? A से B पे जाने के लिए H के अंदर you have to add 3. So in order to go from B to C further, you do the same thing again. You add 6 more, you get 11 here. You add 3 more here, and you get 4 here. So the coordinates of C therefore turn out to be 11 and 4. तो आपने देख लिया B क्योंकि middle में lie करता था. आपने देख लिया क्यों B क्योंकि सेंटर में लाई करता था, तो उसके लिए आपको जितना हॉरिजॉन्टली जाना पड़ा उतना आप और चले गए, और इसी तरह जितना आपको वर्टिकली B के लिए जाना था उतना ही आप C के लिए और चले गए, right? So you find the point C there. So you now have the coordinates of the point C. Now you have to prove that DC is a tangent to the circle. DC is a tangent to the circle. Let's tangent proof करने के लिए आपको क्या करना होता है? You have to do 2 things. You have to show that this line the line DC touches the circle at only one point. That's one thing that you'll have to show. And the second thing is you have to show that the line DC is perpendicular to the radius at that point where the line touches the circle. Okay. अच्छा, DC is a tangent. So इसका मतलब क्या है? C तो हमें एक point तो पता है already. C जो है वो circumference के ऊपर lie करता है, उसने खुद बताया हुआ. AC diameter है, that means C has to lie on the circumference. So we know about that already. So what can we do then? We can find the gradient of the line CD. We have the coordinates of C. We've got the coordinates of D. We've got both of them. We can find the gradient of CD. And similarly, we can also find the gradient of B and C. दोनों के gradients find कर ले. So we've done that here. Gradient of DC and gradient of BC. They turn out to be negative reciprocals of each other. You've got -2 here, and you've got 1/2 here. Since they are negative reciprocals of each other, we say DC is perpendicular to BC. So we've shown those 2 things. We have C that lies on the circumference, and the radius is perpendicular to the tangent. That means the radius is perpendicular to DC. That means DC is therefore a tangent. Okay, हम लोग दो चीजें show करते हैं. Let's look at the next part. Next look at the other tangent from D to the circle touches the circle at E. It's really helpful most of the times to draw a sketch of the figure that you have. For example, in this case, we've got a circle. It will be very, very helpful that you always draw a rough sketch that is not extremely accurate, but it's still reasonable. For instance, in this case, there's one thing that's very important here to notice, and that is the x coordinate of the center of the circle is exactly the same as the x coordinate of the point D. इसका मतलब ये है कि जो point D है, that is vertically above the point B. D is vertically above the center of the circle. Why above? Because ये 1 था, वो 16 है. So D is vertically above the center of the circle. And that's a very important point. Because once you know that, हमें क्या करना है? The other, it says that the other tangent from D to the circle touches the circle at E. Find the coordinates of E. So now we know this is a point D here. This is a point D here. It has one tangent coming to the point C. The other tangent is going to be on the other side here. And this point is E here. Okay. Now, since the point D is directly above the center of the circle, it's directly above the center of the circle, we know that these lines are equal in length. These lines are equal in length. What that means is E and C are going to be at the same horizontal level. And the reason for that is that D was directly above the point B. So if I were to draw this line here like this, remember we discussed this, this is 90 degrees. So if BD is vertical, EC is horizontal. What that means is the y coordinate here is going to be 4. So you've got the y coordinate from there already. Okay? Same level as the point C, the y coordinate is 4. How do you find the x coordinate now? Well, you can think of it this way. This is 11. This is 11. You have the center of the circle. Center के ऊपर x coordinate क्या है? 5. Right side पे you've got 11. That's the point C. This is the x coordinate of the point C, which is 11. तो E कितना होएगा? E जितना उस side पे distance है. This distance is 6, right? उतना ही distance left side पे. So 5 and 6 minus कर दें, you get -1 here. So the x coordinate of E therefore is going to be -1. So these are the coordinates of the point E there. Okay. All right. I hope you find this helpful. If you found this video helpful, make sure that you subscribe and press the like button also. I will be uploading some more videos. You can find a lot in the description as well. These are all the checklist videos that we have on the channel right now. I'll be making more of them pretty soon, inshallah. And once I'm done with this, I'll also be uploading detailed lectures on most of the A-level topics on this channel. So stay tuned. I'll see you again in another video. Allah Hafiz. Okay, assalamu alaikum everyone. I hope you're all well. So in this session, we are going to cover all the concepts that you need to know for paper 1 quadratics. This is about A-level maths. So let's start. So firstly, you need to know of some basics regarding quadratic functions and quadratic equations from O-levels. So you have functions like this that have their highest power as 2. Are called quadratic functions. Okay, the standard form होती है that looks something like this: ax squared plus bx plus c. You've got a quadratic term, you've got a term in x, you've got a term in that is a constant. So that's the general form. कभी कभी आपके पास एक term इनमें से या इसमें से missing भी हो सकती है. That's perfectly okay. अच्छा. So the first thing here, y equals something like this. That's called a quadratic polynomial or a function. If you have an equation like this only in one variable, or the side आपका 0 हो, it's called a quadratic equation. Now, the quadratic equation को solve करने के you need to know about the different methods for this. So firstly, you've got factorization. Factorization, remember हम क्या करते थे? If we have an equation like this, that's 2x squared plus 5x minus 12. We would multiply 2 and 12. That's 24. क्योंकि यहाँ पे minus sign है, हम देखेंगे कि 24 के कौन से factors हैं जिनको minus करके हमारे पास ये middle term आती हो. That is 5. 24 के क्या factors हो सकते हैं? We have 124, we have 212, we have 3, 8. And then we also can have 24 factors, 4 and 6, and that's it. So these are all the factors that these are all the combinations of the factors of 24 that will give us 24. इनमें से किसी को subtract करके हमारे पास 5 आ सकता है. We have 3 and 8 here, right? So that's why we use -3 here plus 8. So middle term को break कर लेते हैं. It's called middle term breaking. उसको break करके we do factorization, find the values of x like this. Factorization आपको पता होनी चाहिए. which you already know from O levels for solving a quadratic equation. You also need to know about the quadratic formula. So that's given by this minus b plus minus square root of b square minus 4ac divided by 2a. It's also given in the formula sheet. आपके पास ये equation है, for instance 6x squared minus 8x minus 7 equals 0. Generally अगर factorize नहीं कर सकते तो आपके पास जो second go-to method होता है, that is quadratic formula. The first term is the first coefficient is a, जो x square का coefficient होता है. The coefficient of b is minus 8, the coefficient of c is minus 7 here. The coefficient of x square is a, the coefficient of x is minus is b, which is minus 8 in this case, and then the constant is minus c, which we represent by c here. So formula के अंदर आपने values input करनी है. So remember, a is 6, b is minus 8, and c is minus 7. You have to be careful कि आप ये brackets use करें ताकि आपके sign के errors नहीं हो. Whenever you are solving an equation that cannot be solved using factorization, a quadratic formula use कर रहे हो अगर, you have to make sure you show this step. This is very important. इस step के बगैर आपका एक mark कट जाएगा अगर आप directly answer लिख दोगे. अगर आप calculator use करके भी कर रहे हो, आपको ये step हमेशा जरूर show करना होता है कि आपने quadratic formula में किस तरह से values input की. Make sure you do that, and you get your results from this. या quadratic equation के results आए. अच्छा, जो solutions आते हैं आपके पास ये किसी भी quadratic equation के या फिर आप कोई भी polynomial solve करते हो, solutions represent क्या कर रहे होते हैं, इसको हम roots भी कहते हैं. Roots of any polynomial basically represent the points where the graph of that function, where the graph of that polynomial intersects the x-axis, right? So this is the x-axis. तो जिन points पे वो x-axis को intersect करता है ना, वो हमारे पास roots होते हैं, ठीक है? Why? Because we've got 0 on the other side. यहाँ पे 0 है, तो इसका मतलब ये है कि हमारे पास एक function ये है, दूसरा function is essentially y equals 0. ये दोनों कहाँ पे एक दूसरे को intersect करते हैं? Y equals 0 is the x-axis. तो ये solutions होते हैं इसके, वो क्या represent कर रहे होते हैं? The points where the graph meets the x-axis, point of intersection with the x-axis. यहाँ पर हमने find किए थे, यहाँ पे आप graphically नजर आ रहे हैं, वो आपको ये points x-intercepts basically आपके पास आ रहे हैं, ठीक है? वो represent कर रहे होते हैं. अच्छा, quadratic function का जो graph होता है, how does that look like? It's a curve जिसको हम कहते हैं parabola, and it can be one of these two shapes, either a U shape or an N shape. So if this is the standard form of the equation of the quadratic function, ax square plus bx plus c, अगर ये a positive है, x square का coefficient अगर positive है, तो हमारे पास ये U shape होती है, the first one. अगर x square का coefficient negative है, right, this number here, तो हमारे पास ये N shape होती है, inverted U, and that has a maximum point. ये maximum point इसके पास इसका एक आ रहा होगा, ठीक है? a positive होगा तो U shape होगी और minimum point होता है हमारे पास एक, ये turning point. और अगर a की value negative है तो हमारे पास maximum point होता है और ये N shape graph होता है. Okay. Now there are some properties of this graph. So one very important property is कि जो दरमियान में turning point है ना, जहाँ पे इस पर अगर आप vertical line बनाओ, this graph will be symmetrical on both sides. So ये जो line है यहाँ पे दरमियान में, this is also called the line of symmetry, or you can also call this axis of symmetry, right? So ये भी कभी आपको बताना होता है कि line of symmetry क्या है, axis of symmetry क्या है. That is this line in the middle, that will be x equal to something, x equal to whatever the x coordinate of the turning point is, वो आपका line of symmetry होगी यहाँ पे. अच्छा, अब इसमें एक quadratic function के ना दोनों sides पे अब क्या हो रहा था, एक side पे graph का gradient positive होता है, एक side पे negative होता है. Now depending on which shape this is, for example, if you look at the first shape here, the gradient on the left side is negative. Turning point के left side पे gradient negative है, turning point के right side पे gradient आपको positive है, right? Left side पे gradient negative है, right side पे positive है. Gradient negative होने को हम कहते, जिस function पे gradient negative होता है ना, उसको हम कहते हैं function वो decreasing है, because going from left to right, your function is going down. तो function decrease हो रहा है, उसकी value decrease हो रही है. तो जब भी gradient negative होता है, we say that's a decreasing function. तो quadratic function ना दोनों होता है, एक साइड पे इंक्रीजिंग होता है, एक साइड पे डिक्रीजिंग होता है. सो अगर आपसे कभी पूछे कि अच्छा for what values of x will this function be increasing or decreasing, तो depending on the shape of the graph आप उसको turning point के एक साइड वाला आप उसको कह दो कि वो इंक्रीजिंग है. फॉर एग्जांपल अगर मैं इसके मेरा टर्निंग पॉइंट होता 3 and 4, तो आप उसको वो पूछता है कि x की कौन सी वैल्यूज के लिए दूसरा ग्राफ जो है वो इंक्रीजिंग है, तो ये
टर्निंग पॉइंट के लेफ्ट साइड पे इंक्रीजिंग है बिकॉज वहां पे वेरिएंट इज पॉजिटिव, यू विल से फॉर x less than 3 this graph is increasing, right? Less than 3 or greater than 3 or less than or equal to 3 graph आपका increasing होगा. For x greater than 3 the graph is decreasing. ठीक है, राइट साइड पे 3 के वो decreasing है, लेफ्ट साइड पे increasing. Okay, so that's what you also need to understand from the shape of the graph. अच्छा, अब इसमें आपको ग्राफ में नजर आ रहा होगा turning points. There are some turning points here. जो उसका maximum point भी कह सकते हैं depending on the shape of the graph. Second one के अंदर वो maximum है, first के अंदर minimum है. How do you find those turning points? अब turning points find करने के भी different methods हैं. One is that you complete the square. Another is use this formula as x equals minus b over 2a. And since you know differentiation as well, डेरिवेटिव लेके उसको इक्वल टू 0 पे इनपुट कर सकते हैं. गॉट डिफरेंट मेथड्स. कंप्लीटिंग स्क्वायर किस तरह करते हैं? कंप्लीटिंग स्क्वायर का मतलब ये है कि आपने अपनी फंक्शन को इस फॉर्म के अंदर कन्वर्ट करना है. a into x minus h whole square plus k. ये दरम्यान में जो है दिस इज कॉल्ड कंप्लीटेड स्क्वायर. इस फॉर्म के अंदर आपने इसको कन्वर्ट करना है. ओके, नाउ व्हाट वाज द इनिशियल फॉर्म? दैट वाज ax square plus bx plus c. दिस इज जस्ट अनदर फॉर्म ऑफ दैट फंक्शन. कैसे करते हैं? इफ यू हैव अ फंक्शन लाइक दिस 2x square minus 4x plus 1, x square के कोएफिशिएंट को सबसे पहले आपने 1 बनाना होता है. Whatever is the coefficient there, including the negative sign, उसको आपने कॉमन ले लेना. बाहर चला गया. पहली दो टर्म्स में से कांस्टेंट को बेशक आप बाहर रहने दें, उसको अंदर भी रख सकते हैं. योर चॉइस से कॉमन लेना है नहीं लेना. जनरली इट्स इजी अगर उसको बाहर रहने दें. फर्स्ट टू टर्म से आपने कॉमन ले लिया, तो यू गेट 2 कॉमन, राइट? व्हाट आर यू लेफ्ट विद इनसाइड? x square minus 2x. ठीक है, ये आपको अंदर बच गया. फिर क्या करेंगे? तो x का कोएफिशिएंट है, ignoring the negative sign, इसको हाफ करेंगे, 2 से डिवाइड करेंगे, whatever that is. In this case this is 2. 2 को 2 से डिवाइड किया, we get 1. 1 का स्क्वायर ऐड भी करना है यहाँ पे, और 1 का स्क्वायर हमने यहाँ पे माइनस भी करना है. तो ये फर्स्ट 3 टर्म जो है ना, ये हमारे पास वो फॉर्म बन गई है x स्क्वायर, सॉरी हमारे पास वो फॉर्म बन गई है a स्क्वायर माइनस 2ab प्लस b स्क्वायर. रिमेंबर that identity, a square minus 2ab plus b square. इसको हम लिख सकते हैं a minus b का whole square. That is exactly what we do here. हम क्या करते हैं, क्योंकि आपके पास फर्स्ट टर्म होगी ना यहाँ पे, वहां से हमारे पास x आ जाएगा. सेकंड टर्म होगी, अगर यहाँ पे माइनस है तो यहाँ पे माइनस लिखेंगे, अगर यहाँ पे प्लस होता तो यहाँ पे नीचे प्लस लिखते, राइट? आपके सेकंड टर्म आपको साइन देती है, साइन यहाँ पर आता है सेकंड टर्म से. देन थर्ड टर्म के अंदर जो स्क्वायर के अंदर वाली वैल्यू होती वो भी हम उठा के यहाँ पे लिख लेते हैं. So that was 1. We have that 1 here as well. Okay, so that's x minus 1. तो जब आपने प्लस किया था, कोई चीज आपने माइनस पे की थी, बैलेंस आ रहा है, वो बाहर है, तो ये आपके पास यहाँ पर आ गई. Now what we do is we multiply this outside to inside. 2 को मल्टीप्लाई कर दिया x minus 1 whole square के साथ भी, इस minus 1 के साथ भी, तो ओवरऑल क्या हुआ, आपके पास ये फॉर्म बन गया. ठीक है, अब क्या करेंगे, इसको कंपेयर करेंगे विद दिस फॉर्म. हमने ऊपर लिखी थी. इस फॉर्म के अंदर क्या होता है, तो आपके पास ये h है ना, this h here, that is the x coordinate of the turning point. k is the y coordinate of the turning point. Turning point इसमें h और k होता है, आपने इस फॉर्म में कन्वर्ट कर दिया. So if you have this form here, you compare it with that. इसको कंपेयर करते हो इस फॉर्म के साथ, okay, and you say यहाँ पे -1 था, यहाँ पे -h है, -h equals -1, that means h is equal to 1. Okay, h की वैल्यू 1 आ गई, k की वैल्यू इसी तरह से प्लस k equals -1, k equals -1. टर्निंग पॉइंट अब क्या हो जाएगा, hk, right? This was h and k. h is 1, k is -1, so 1 minus 1 is a turning point. अब क्योंकि यहाँ पे x square का कोएफिशिएंट पॉजिटिव था, that's why it's actually a minimum point. ग्राफ आपका U shape है, the turning point is the minimum point, and that's this point here. उसकी लाइन of symmetry क्या होगी, that's x equals 1. This is your turning point, 1 and -1. That's one way to find the turning point. Okay. Achha. Another possibility is you have this formula for this, x equals minus b over 2a. This formula actually comes from the quadratic formula. But you have this thing. This gives you the x coordinate of the turning point. अगर आपको सिर्फ turning point पूछा, आप ये भी use कर सकते हो. अक्सर उसने कहा होता है कि आपने उस फॉर्म में कन्वर्ट करना है, उसमें फिर आपको यही करना पड़ेगा. But sometimes you just have to find the turning point. For that, you can use x equals minus b over 2a. So how do we use this? We have this thing. Let's say this is an example that we have. Y equals minus 2x squared plus 6x minus 4. How do you find the turning point? X equals minus b over 2a. अब इसमें a क्या है? A is -1. A is -2. So a is -2. B is 6 here. And C is -4. ठीक है, माइनस बी ओवर 2a के अंदर क्या किया, हमने वैल्यूज इनपुट की and we got 1.5. Now 1.5 is the x coordinate of the turning point. X coordinate आपके पास आ गया, you will input this x coordinate back into the original equation. से आपके पास corresponding value of y आ जाएगी. That's what we do here. Corresponding value of y आ गई, so y equals 0.5. So the turning point therefore for this particular function is going to be 1.5 and 0.5. Okay, that's the turning point of this function. यहाँ पे क्योंकि x square का coefficient negative था, ये n shaped graph होएगा looking like this, और इसका एक maximum point होगा. This turning point is basically a maximum. This is a maximum point. ठीक है, और इसकी line of symmetry क्या होगी, again x coordinate जो भी है, x equals 1.5, that is the line of symmetry for this. यहाँ पे जो turning point था हमारा, this was a minimum, right? Because यहाँ पे x coordinate was positive. अच्छा, अब completing square के अंदर ना काफी यहाँ पे confusion होती है कि अच्छा यहाँ पे positive के कौन सी वैल्यू नेगेटिव होगी, कौन सी वैल्यू पॉजिटिव लेंगे. यहाँ पे भी -1 थे, -1 था, हमने कहा कि h is 1 पॉजिटिव 1 लेकिन k is -1, राइट. अब क्या करते हो, पूरे को ना इसको इक्वेट कर देते हो, -h को इक्वेट कर दो -1 के साथ, राइट, एंड दैट विल गिव यू द वैल्यू लाइक दैट. तो आप इस तरह समझ सकते हो, जब साइन सेम होंगे पॉजिटिव आएगा. अगर ये माइनस स्टैंडर्ड फॉर्म में क्या था माइनस, यहाँ पे उधर भी माइनस आया, जब सेम साइन है तो पॉजिटिव आएगा, यानी h के साथ सेम साइन थे तो 1 आ गया, k के साथ डिफरेंट k और वहां पे डिफरेंट साइंस है, प्लस k और -1 तो वहां पे k नेगेटिव आया होगा. सो यू कैन हैव दीस डिफरेंट ऑप्शंस हियर. 2 into x minus 4 whole square plus 9 for him. अब देखें यहाँ पे -h है, इधर -4 है, सेम साइन, h पॉजिटिव, ये भी सेम साइन, अगेन k is also positive है. ठीक है, what about this other one? 7 +7 है, यहाँ पे ऊपर -h था, h की वैल्यू माइनस आ गई, k जो है बाहर +6, वो 6 यार है. ठीक है, similarly for the third case we've got -5 here. Similarly for the third case we've got -5 here, over -h tha, so those same sign as we've got 5 here, and outside we've got -3 and plus k, so that's k is -3 here. ठीक है, so these are the turning points. अब बाहर क्योंकि अब नेगेटिव होएगा तो बस मैक्सिमम पॉइंट होगा, x स्क्वायर कोएफिशिएंट अगर नेगेटिव है तो बाहर पॉजिटिव होएगा तो हमारे पास मिनिमम पॉइंट होगा. ओके, अच्छा, कभी कभी क्या होता है वो आपको स्पेसिफिक फॉर्म दे देता है दैट इज डिफरेंट फ्रॉम द स्टैंडर्ड कंप्लीटिंग स्क्वायर फॉर्म, कंप्लीटेड स्क्वायर फॉर्म, राइट. फॉर इंस्टेंस समथिंग लाइक दिस 2x plus a whole square minus b. अब यहाँ पे क्या है, हमारे पास जब कंप्लीट स्क्वायर करते थे हम हमेशा सिर्फ x होता था, x के साथ कुछ और नहीं लगा होता. यहाँ पे वो थोड़ा सा उसने चेंज कर दिया. What do we do with this? There are two possibilities. One possibility is you use your standard completing square method. ठीक है, use a standard completed square method. 4x square minus 12x. आपके पास ये है, आपने 4 कॉमन लिया बाहर ताकि x square का कोएफिशिएंट नेगेटिव कोएफिशिएंट 1 हो जाए. You follow that same process for completing the square. You can see that here. वो कंप्लीट कर लिया. This is the completed square form at this point. ये आपके पास स्टैंडर्ड फॉर्म आ गई. ठीक है, अब उसने क्योंकि कहा था कि अंदर आपके पास 2 होना चाहिए x के साथ. अब क्या करोगे, आप बाहर वाले ये नंबर को देखोगे. We have 4 outside. आप 4 को लिख सकते हो as 2 square. And when you write it like this, 2 square, this is also square and this is also square. हम क्या कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि पावर सेम है, इन बेसिस को मल्टीप्लाई कर सकते हैं. 2 into x minus 3 over 2, we can multiply these things. हमारे पास आ जाएगा 2 into x minus 3 over 2 whole square of that. And then when we multiply this, we get 2x minus 3 whole square and minus 9 outside. That was coming from before. That's as it is. So this is the form that we were looking for there. Okay, so this is one method. आप complete square method लगाओ और बाद में जो बाहर वाला नंबर है उसको स्क्वायर की फॉर्म में कन्वर्ट करके उसको अंदर मल्टीप्लाई कर दो. ठीक है, that's one possibility. Another possibility is you use that form that is given, 2x plus a whole square plus b. उसको आप क्या करो, उसको आप expand कर लो. ठीक है, और फिर आप कोएफिशिएंट्स को कंपेयर कर लो. So उसको एक्सपैंड करके हमारे पास में ये फॉर्म आ जाती है. ठीक है, इसको हम कंपेयर कर लेते हैं दोनों साइड्स पे. x स्क्वायर के कोएफिशिएंट वो तो 4 और 4 है, उससे कोई फायदा नहीं होएगा. x का कोएफिशिएंट 4a and -12, we equate them because they have to be identical, right? 4a equals -12, a की वैल्यू -3 आ गई. ठीक है, similarly constant राइट साइड पे क्या है, a square plus b. लेफ्ट पे कौन सा कांस्टेंट है, 0, कोई भी कांस्टेंट नहीं है. a square plus b, put value of a that we have found here, वहां पे इनपुट की b की वैल्यू आ गई. ठीक है, अब स्टैंडर्ड फॉर्म क्या थी, जो गिवन फॉर्म थी that was 2x plus a whole square plus b. उसके अंदर a और b की वैल्यूज इनपुट की. This is what you were looking forth. This is another possibility. अब completing square के लिए भी आप ये method use कर सकते हो, but the other one is actually quicker, so I would not recommend it. लेकिन इस तरह के कुछ different form आ जाए that you are not used to, उस केस के अंदर आप क्या करोगे, आप ये comparing coefficients वाला method भी लगा सकते हो like this, उसको expand करके square उसको values उस coefficients को compare कर सकते हो. Okay, then we have simultaneous equations. So we are used to solving linear simultaneous equations from O levels, लेकिन यहाँ पे अब ये भी हो सकता है कि आपके पास एक equation जो है वो linear हो और एक equation जो है वो quadratic हो. What do we do in this case? So we will be able to use substitution here as well. हम सिर्फ क्या करेंगे, हम दोनों equations के अंदर एक variable को subject बना लेंगे, ठीक है. So generally क्या होगा, जो variable की जिस variable की टू पावर नहीं होगी ना, जो लीनियर वाला वेरिएबल होगा उसको हम सब्जेक्ट बना लेंगे दोनों के अंदर. जनरली इट्स गोइंग टू बी y, राइट. फॉर एग्जांपल इन दोनों के अंदर y जो है वो लीनियर है, उसकी कोई क्वाड्रेटिक टर्म नहीं आ रही, बट समटाइम्स यू आल्सो हैव दिस के x जो है वो लीनियर होता है दोनों के अंदर और y जो है हो सकता है वो इस तरह की कुछ हो. उस केस में आप क्या करोगे, x को कोएफिशिएंट बना, x को सब्जेक्ट बना लोगे दोनों इक्वेशन से और उनको इक्वेट कर दो, राइट. सो इट डिपेंड्स ऑन द सिचुएशन. जनरली आप y को सब्जेक्ट बनाते हो, कभी-कभी आपको x को बनाना पड़ता है. यू जस्ट मेक द सेम वेरिएबल द सब्जेक्ट इन बोथ इक्वेशंस एंड देन यू जस्ट इक्वेट कर. फॉर एग्जांपल मैंने इसको फर्स्ट इक्वेशन को रीअरेंज कर लिया, y = 9 - 2x, देन जस्ट इक्वेट 9 - 2x and x² + x - 10 इनको इक्वेट कर दिया. It gives me this quadratic equation, x² + 3x - 19 equals 0. इसको हम स्टैंडर्ड मेथड सॉल्व किया, x की वैल्यूज आ गई, दो x की वैल्यूज जो आई उनको 1 by 1 इनपुट किया in one of those original equations और corresponding value for y आ गई. So we have one set of values of x and y here, 3.12, 2.76, and the other set of values of x and y here. अब ये दो sets of points क्या represent कर रहे हैं? These are the points of intersection of this line and the curve. ठीक है, ये दो पॉइंट्स आपको ग्राफ में नजर आ रहे हैं. we have the curve in green, we have the straight line in red. ये जो points of intersection है उनके, वो हमने यहाँ पे फाइंड किए हैं theoretically. So अगर आपको points of intersection कभी फाइंड करने के लिए कहते हैं, that essentially means that you have to solve those equations simultaneously, and that should give you points of intersection. So that's how we solve simultaneous equations. दोनों equations से same subject बनाया, उनको equate कर दिया. Okay, अच्छा. Now nature of roots. So quadratic equations जब आप solve करते हो, there are multiple possibilities. आपके पास 3 different possibilities होती हैं generally. एक तो ये possibility होती है कि बस 2 different roots आ जाए, that we see very often. कभी-कभी ये भी होता है कि आपके पास equal root आ जाए, दोनों roots same आ गए. For example, if you have an equation like this, x - 4² = 0, right? Or let's say it started from this, x² - 8x + 16 = 0. It's a quadratic equation. इसके equal roots आते हैं. You get x = 4, x = 4, right? Because वो एक perfect square. So you have this form as well. Then you have real roots, but they are both equal. And the third possibility is आपके पास ना quadratic formula के अंदर square root के अंदर negative आ जाए. Square root के अंदर होता क्या, b² - 4ac. अगर वो negative आ जाए, उसका मतलब होता है कि कोई real roots नहीं है. ये 3 possibilities होती हैं. तो ये जो हम उसके लिए हम ये यूज करते हैं b² - 4ac. Where is this coming from? Quadratic formula के अंदर square root के अंदर होता था ना b² - 4ac. अगर वो b² - 4ac greater than 0 हो, we have 2 real and distinct roots. अब 2 real and distinct roots का क्या मतलब है कि आपके जो points of intersection होंगे वो 2 होंगे, right? 2 points of intersection होंगे. अगर तो वो simple quadratic equation है, एक single equation है, आप उसको solve कर रहे हो, तो इसका मतलब ये है कि जो x intercepts है उसके वो 2 x intercepts. Okay? अच्छा, दूसरा केस क्या हो सकता है, b² - 4ac is equal to 0. In that case, you've got 2 real and equal roots. Equal roots are repeated roots in that case. ठीक है? What happens in that case? आपका अगर ये simple quadratic equation है, तो ये जो ये सिर्फ एक पॉइंट पे टच करती है x axis, right? So it just touches the x axis, and the x axis is basically a tangent to this curve. सिर्फ एक पॉइंट पे टच करती है. That's what it means to have 2 real and equal roots, right? And then the other possibility is कि b² - 4ac आपके पास less than 0. That means there are no real roots. अगर graphically देखें तो वो x axis को intersect ही नहीं कर रहा होता. ठीक है? The same thing can apply in case of multiple equations as well, आपके पास एक quadratic है for example, जिस तरह ऊपर थी, एक straight line है, उस terminology में हम क्या कहेंगे, ये वाला केस था जहां पे दो पॉइंट्स पे इंटरसेक्ट कर रहे हैं दोनों, this is the first case, b square minus 4ac is greater than 0. The curve and the line intersect at 2 points. They're intersecting at 2 different points. ठीक है? जब equal to 0 होगा, उसका मतलब ये होगा कि the line जो है, that is a tangent to the curve, that is only touching the curve at one single point, वो tangent बन रहा है. ठीक है? जब b square minus 4ac less than 0 होगा, that means the curve and the line that you have, they are not intersecting with each other. उनका कोई point of intersection नहीं है. These are the three cases that you have. So depending on the situation, you may have to use one of these to prove something कि क्या वो दो पॉइंट पे इंटरसेक्ट करते हैं नहीं करते. अगर आप वो कहते हैं कि दो पॉइंट्स पे इंटरसेक्ट करते हैं, हमें प्रूव करना है, आप 20 को मैं थोड़ी सी फाइंड करोगे, वो पॉजिटिव आ जाता है तो वो प्रूव हो जाएगा. कभी कभी आपको बताते हैं कि वो दो पॉइंट्स पे इंटरसेक्ट करते हैं तो आपने कोई वैल्यू फाइंड करनी होती है. यूज दिस रिलेशनशिप, one of these three relationships depending on the situation. अगर उसने कहा कि वो लाइन जो है वो टेंजेंट है कर्व के, आप क्या करोगे, उनको इक्वेट करके b square minus 4ac को equal to 0 input कर दोगे. And similarly in the other cases. Now let's take this example, another type of question that comes. Sometimes we're asked about something like this, that you have equation of the curve given and you are asked to show that whole of the curve lies above the x-axis, right? अब इसी की कुछ और wording ये भी हो सकती है कि वो कहता है कि show that this expression x square minus 3x plus 4, which is the quadratic expression, it's always positive, no matter the value of x, or you can say it is never negative. So things like this. अब इसमें आपने क्या करना है, you think about this expression, x square minus 3x plus 4. First of all, x square का coefficient is positive, that means it's a U-shaped curve, right? Because the coefficient of x square is positive, it's a U-shaped curve. So that's the first thing that you know. Now, how do you show that it lies above the x-axis? Now you know that it's a U-shaped curve. आप क्या कर सकते हो, इसका turning point figure out कर लें. Turning point using any method. Completing square कर लें, differentiation कर लें, minus b over 2a कर लें, any method that you like. You find the turning point, ठीक है? इसका turning point for, in this case, if I find that using x equals minus b over 2a, I find the x coordinate, so corresponding y coordinate निकाला by inputting that value in the original equation, I get this turning point 1.5 and 1.75. Now think about this. एक curve है जो U-shaped है और इसका जो minimum point है, that is somewhere here 1.5 and 1.75. So on the vertical axis, y value जो है इस curve की वो minimum है at 1.75. इससे नीचे वो ग्राफ आता ही नहीं है. X-axis कब होता है, जब when y is equal to 0. अगर minimum value of that expression is 1.75, इसका मतलब है कि it always lies above the x-axis. Since the minimum value is 1.75, which is positive, the whole curve lies above the x-axis. Similarly, it also proves the other things. This thing is always positive because इसकी value minimum 1.75 है, इससे कम तो हो नहीं सकती. That means it's always positive or it's never negative, right? So this is one way to prove things like this. दूसरा method क्या हो सकता है? Since you already know that it's a U-shaped curve, what you can do is you can find the discriminant of this expression. B square minus 4ac figure out कर सकते हो. B square minus 4ac in this particular case turns out to be now in this case, since the discriminant is negative, it means this curve does not intersect the x-axis. ठीक है? आपको पता है कि ये U-shape है and it never intersects the x-axis. X-axis को intersect नहीं करती because the b square minus 4ac is negative. Now it's not possible कि वो curve x-axis के नीचे हो, because अगर x-axis ऊपर है और curve की shape u है तो कभी ना कभी तो ये आके ऊपर intersect कर जाएगी x-axis को. So that means these two things together mean क्योंकि curve की shape u shape है and at the same time the discriminant is negative, उसका मतलब है कि it does not intersect the x-axis. Both of these things together mean that it lies above the x-axis. तो आप दूसरा तरीका ये हो सकता है, आप ये बताओ उसको कि it's a U-shape and it does not intersect the x-axis. That's why it lies above the x-axis, or that it's always positive, or that it's never negative. Okay. The other way around could be कि वो कहता है कि something lies completely below x-axis, या वो कहते हैं it's always negative, it's never positive. The opposite of that, right? You do similar thing here. But now it's the opposite. since the coefficient of x square is negative here, it's going to have a maximum value. इसका maximum point है, ठीक है? Turning point figure out कर लो, maximum क्या है? इस केस के अंदर मैंने वो निकाला. It turns out to be minus 3.5. Now, since the turning point, the maximum point is minus 3.5, इसका मतलब है इस point से ऊपर तो कभी आती नहीं है curve. Minus 3.5 से ऊपर, क्योंकि इस point से ऊपर नहीं आती. Maximum point is minus 3.5, which is negative. That means the whole curve lies below x-axis. वो ऊपर वाली साइड पे जा नहीं सकती. N shape है ना, और इसका maximum point ये है, इससे ऊपर नहीं जा सकती. That's one possibility. दूसरा method वही, you know that this is an N-shaped curve, and you also find the b square minus 4ac. आप इसका b square minus 4ac figure out करोगे, वो negative आएगा. You say, since the curve has an N shape and it does not intersect the x-axis, that means the only possibility is it lies below the x-axis. ऊपर तो हो नहीं सकती, because ऊपर होती तो कभी ना कभी वो x-axis को intersect कर जाती. So it has to lie below the x-axis. This is the other possibility, another way to show that a curve lies below the x-axis, or that it's always negative, or that it's never positive. Okay. अच्छा. Then we have quadratic inequalities. Quadratic inequalities किस तरह solve करते हैं? We already know how to solve quadratic equations. Quadratic equations आपको क्या देती हैं? They give you values at which a curve intersects the x-axis. अगर आपको ये equation होती है x square plus 3x minus 10 equals 0, to solve it you get two values of x equals minus 5 and x equals 2. क्या मतलब है इसका? Equal to 0 था ना यहाँ पे. Equal to 0 का मतलब है कब वो x-axis को काट करती हैं, जहाँ पे y की value 0 होती है. When is that whole thing equal to 0? अगर ये equal to 0 को बजाय यहाँ पे greater than 0 कर दें, what would happen in that case? अभी देखिए curve आपके पास, it's a U-shaped curve, right? Because x square का coefficient आपका positive है, it's a U-shaped curve. Cut off points here, the points where the graph cuts the x-axis, they are minus 5 and 2. अब ये 0 से बड़ी कब है? ये जो expression है, ये 0 से बड़ा कब है? 0 से बड़ा ये है इस region के अंदर, left side के ऊपर, ये x-axis के ऊपर है और right side पे x-axis के ऊपर है. So if you have to solve this inequality, this whole thing is greater than 0. तो जो cut off points है आपके पास, उनके दोनों sides वाले region आ जाएंगे. एक या तो x less than minus 5 हो सकता है, या वो 2 से बड़ा हो सकता है, 2 के right side पे हो सकता है, minus 5 के left side पे और 2 के right side पे. ये दोनों possibilities में से कोई एक हो सकती है. ठीक है? अगर ये less than sign होता, what happens in that case? कब आपकी curve जो है below the x-axis है, उसकी value 0 से कम है, that's this region. This is the region where the curve is below the x-axis. वो region क्या है? -5 और 2 के दरमियान में. उसको आप ऐसा closed interval इस तरह show करते हो. जो छोटी value है left पे, जो बड़ी value है right पे, उनके दरमियान में x हो सकता है. ठीक है? So x is between -5 and 2. That's what happens when you have this less than sign here. तो अच्छा, अगर कुछ इस तरह का केस होता, -x square plus x greater than -2. If you have an inequality like this, इसमें आपको करना सबसे पहले क्या है? Everything to left side, x square के कोएफिशिएंट को आपने पहले पॉजिटिव कर लेना है. ठीक है? वो पॉजिटिव करने के लिए क्या करोगे? माइनस से मल्टीप्लाई करोगे. When you multiply by the negative sign, any inequality, if you multiply that by negative sign, उसका sign reverse हो जाता है. So this is what you have now. तो आपने पहले convert कर लेना है इस form के अंदर, such that everything is on the left side, और x square का coefficient जो है, that is also positive. And once you've converted to this form, then the rest is exactly the same as before. You find the cutoff points, आप उसको as an equation treat कर लो. x square minus x minus 2 equal to 0. उसके कौन से roots आते हैं? You get these two roots, -1 and 2. -1 and 2, this is the point where the graph cuts the x-axis. You are looking for the region when this is less than 0. Less than 0 क्या मतलब है? You are between those 2 points. So -1 and 2 के दरमियान. ठीक है? So what is the standard method? जो भी आपके पास inequality है, take all terms to the left side. अगर वो already left side पे नहीं है, coefficient of x square को positive करना है. अगर वो already positive नहीं है, you have to make sure that is positive. उसको positive कर दें. Once you've done this, उसके बाद आप देखें, cut off points figure out कर लें using factorization और quadratic formula. Normally factorization से हो जाते हैं सारे, almost all the time. आप cut off points figure out कर लें. ठीक है? जब वो figure out कर लिए, आप ये inequality का sign use करेंगे. Inequality का वो वाला sign जब आपने already उसको इस form के अंदर convert कर लिया है कि सब कुछ left पे है और x square का कोएफिशिएंट जो है वो पॉजिटिव है. उसके बाद जो इनइक्वालिटी का साइन है वो आप देखोगे. अगर लेस देन साइन आ रहा हो, अब कट ऑफ पॉइंट्स के दरमियान वाली वैल्यूज यूज करते हो. अगर ग्रेटर देन साइन आ रहा हो, आप कट ऑफ पॉइंट्स के साइड्स वाली वैल्यू यूज करते हो, क्योंकि साइड्स के ऊपर वो कर्व ऊपर होती है उसका greater than 0 होती है, right? So that's how you solve inequalities. Achha, then you have another type of question that comes, that when you have an equation in x that is not exactly quadratic, लेकिन उसके जो powers हैं that they are in the ratio 2:1. वो 2:1 के अंदर हैं उनकी जो powers, right? For instance, in this case, x की powers are 4 and 2. They're in the ratio 2:1. इस तरह के equations को आप as quadratic treat कर सकते हो. What you do is, जो भी छोटी power है उसको आपने एक नया वेरिएबल से सब्स्टिट्यूट कर देना है. फॉर एग्जांपल मैंने यहाँ पे m यूज कर लिया. लेट m इक्वल्स x स्क्वायर. अगर m x स्क्वायर है तो x रेज़ टू पावर 4 क्या होगा? दैट विल बी m स्क्वायर. मैं इक्वेशन को कन्वर्ट कर लूंगा क्वाड्रेटिक के अंदर. आई कैन सॉल्व दिस क्वाड्रेटिक इक्वेशन. मुझे m की वैल्यूज मिलेगी. जब m की वैल्यूज मिल जाएंगी उनको मैं वापस सब्स्टिट्यूट करूंगा. m की जगह x स्क्वायर डाल दूंगा. मेरे पास आ जाएगा x स्क्वायर इक्वल्स -1 x स्क्वायर इक्वल्स 2. अब मैं x की वैल्यूज फिगर आउट कर लूंगा यहाँ से. सो x स्क्वायर इक्वल्स -1 तो पॉसिबल नहीं है. x स्क्वायर इक्वल्स 2 से दो वैल्यूज आ जाती है मेरे पास लाइक दिस. ठीक है. सिमिलरली इफ यू हैड something like this, again it's not a quadratic equation, लेकिन इसमें मुझे x की पावर है, they are in the ratio 2:1 because यहाँ पे जो x की पावर है that is 1, इधर तो x की पावर is 1/2, तो the ratio is 2:1, right? 2:1 या 1:2 उस रेशियो के अंदर आ रहे हैं. छोटी पावर को आपने क्या करना है, उसको यूज कर लेना है, उसको सब्स्टिट्यूट कर देना है किसी और वेरिएबल से. Let m is equal to square root of x, then m square is equal to x. That becomes the quadratic equation like this. उस quadratic equation को सॉल्व किया, m की वैल्यूज आ गई, फिर एंड पे जाके m को वापस सब्स्टिट्यूट कर दिया, n की जगह स्क्वायर रूट ऑफ x डाल दिया, and you find the values of x from there by squaring both sides. x की वैल्यूज आ गई. ठीक है. अच्छा, finally we have so this is a recent question that was interesting and slightly complicated. So we have this equation of a curve that is given by this 2x squared plus m into 2x plus 1, where m is a constant and the equation of a line is y equals 6x plus 4. So we have a curve and we have a line. We have to show that for all values of m, the line intersects the curve at two distinct points. Now remember your discriminant rule. 2 points पे intersect क्या मतलब होता था? b square minus 4ac is greater than 0. हमें शो क्या करना है कि for all values of m, the discriminant is greater than 0 for all values of m. So let's follow the process. What do we do? How do we solve simultaneous equations? We just equate them. दोनों में y already subject बना हुआ है. Y is subject here, y is also subject here. We just equate them. We say 2x squared plus this whole thing is equal to 6x plus 4. इसको हमने simplify किया, convert कर दिया इस फॉर्म के अंदर ax square plus bx plus c. x square के कोएफिशिएंट अलग कर लिया, x का कोएफिशिएंट अलग कर लिया और कांस्टेंट अलग कर लिया. ठीक है. So this is your a, this is your b and this is your c. ये आपके पास a b और c की वैल्यूज है. आपने अब क्या करना है, b स्क्वायर माइनस 4ac फिगर आउट करना है. वो आपने प्रूव करना है कि वो ग्रेटर देन 0 है. इसी तरह से दैट्स ग्रेटर देन 0 नो मैटर व्हाट द वैल्यू ऑफ m is, सारी वैल्यूज फॉर m के लिए. So let's find b square minus 4ac. b square minus 4ac हमने यहाँ पे इसमें वैल्यूज इनपुट की. We simplify that. एक तो ये पॉसिबिलिटी हो सकती है कि सारे m कैंसिल हो जाते हैं, हमारे पास पॉजिटिव नंबर आ जाता, एंड दैट वुड हैव बीन स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड. लेकिन यहाँ पे क्या होता है, we get this expression 4m squared minus 32m plus 68. हमें ये शो करना है कि किसी तरह से this is positive. This is always positive. Now this is exactly that case हमने ऊपर भी डिस्कस किया है. ये हमारे पास एक क्वाड्रेटिक एक्सप्रेशन है. ठीक है. It's going to be a U-shape because the coefficient of this quadratic वाली term is positive. It's going to be a U-shape. इसकी कोई मिनिमम वैल्यू होगी. इसको हमेशा पॉजिटिव शो करने के लिए हम क्या कर सकते हैं, वो मिनिमम वैल्यू फिगर आउट कर सकते हैं. We can use any method for finding that minimum value. For example, हम इसको अगर स्क्वायर कंप्लीट कर लें, स्क्वायर कंप्लीट किया मैंने यहाँ पे, स्क्वायर कंप्लीट करके I get something like this. So this 4 here is my minimum value. Explaining point मेरे पास क्या आता है, इस completed square form से 4 and 4. The minimum value of this expression turns out to be 4. Now, since the minimum value of this expression is 4, that means it's always positive. 0 से तो हमेशा बड़ी है. In fact, 4 या उससे ज्यादा है हमेशा. So that means ये जो मेरे पास ये पूरा एक्सप्रेशन था जो क्या रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा था, it was representing b square minus 4ac. b square minus 4ac is always greater than 0. क्योंकि ये पूरा जो है वो एक्सप्रेशन जो है वो हमेशा x axis के ऊपर है. That's always positive. Since that is always positive, that implies that the line intersects the curve at two distinct points. So that's how you could show that. Okay, thank you for watching this, everyone. Until the end, if you have any questions, you can post them in the comment box below. If you have any recommendations for the next videos, you can also post them before. I am recording some more checklist videos. You can find some links in the description as well. I'll be uploading some more in the next few days. So if you like this, I hope the others will be useful for you as well. Thank you. I'll see you again in another video. Allah Hafiz.
Arithmetic and geometric progressions. It's also known as ABGP. It's a paper 1 topic of A-level maths. Okay, means APs. So what is an AP? AP is a sequence like this that has a constant difference. So for instance, if you have numbers, in order to get every next term, you're essentially adding 5 to the previous terms and arithmetic sequence. Okay, now first thing you can write down all the terms. These are 2 important things. Okay, so for instance, in this particular and the difference is 5. We represent this using D. How do you find the difference? By the way, difference is next term minus the previous term. So for instance, you could say term 2 minus term 1. You could say term 3 minus term 2. You could say term 4 minus term 3. So take any 2 consecutive terms, subtract from the next term the previous term, next minus previous. Okay, that's how you find the difference. Let's take an example. Let's say you have an AP. AP has these, the AP has these terms in the sequence: 1, 2, 6, and 5x, and then so on. The first term is 2, the second is 6, the third is 5x. How do you find the value of x here? We know it's an arithmetic progression, so that means the difference between these terms and these terms has to be equal. So हम term 2 में से term 1 निकालें, 6 minus 2, that should also give us the difference. And if we do 5x minus 6, and term 3 minus term 2, that should also give us the same difference. So we get an equation from that, and that is 6 minus 2, that equals 5x minus 6. ये हमारे पास एक equation आ गई. We can find the value of x from that, x equals 2. Okay, all right. Now, there are 2 things that you need to know about an arithmetic sequence. For one, the first is the term formula, the nth term formula. Most of you would have also seen this in O-levels. Arithmetic sequence, some linear sequence कहते थे हम अक्सर O-levels के अंदर. It's Tn equals a plus n minus 1 into d. So the nth term is a plus n minus 1 into d. A is the first term, d is the difference. Okay, so for instance, if you're looking for the 70th term, okay, nth term formula हमारे पास कैसा है? You can input the value of a and d. So if you're looking at the same sequence that we saw at the top there, उसमें हमारे पास क्या था उस sequence के अंदर? We saw that a was 3 and the difference was 5. उसकी हम nth term निकाल सकते हैं. कैसे निकाल सकते हैं? a की value 3 input कर दी, d की जगह 5 input कर दिया. We've got these values. We can simplify this and we get the nth term formula. This is the nth term formula for this arithmetic sequence. अब आपसे कोई specific term and this sequence, what do? You put the value of n to be 70 there. आप यहाँ पे डाल दें या आप इस simplified form के अंदर n की value डाल दें, वो भी सही है. Or you can just input this directly in the formula itself. आपके पास a plus n minus 1 into d, that's the formula that you have. So you've got 3 plus n is 70 minus 1 into the difference, that's 5, and that will give you the value of the 70th term. Okay, so that's the nth term formula for an AP that you need to know about. The next thing is you need to, so let's take another example. So sometimes what can also happen is you can have a negative difference. So for instance, if you've got the sequence, you've got 28, 25, 22, 19, 16, and so on, the terms are decreasing here, right? The terms are decreasing here. So what's the first term? A की value क्या है यहाँ पे? A की value 28 है. What about the difference? Difference, remember हमने क्या कहा था? आपने सिर्फ देख के नहीं कहना है 3 का difference लग रहा है. It's actually -3 because वो decrease हो रहा है. So in order to avoid doing a mistake, just remember this: next minus previous करना है. So 25 minus 28, for instance, right? That's one thing that you could do. Or take any 2 consecutive terms, next में से previous term minus करनी है. So the difference turns out to be -3 here. So in this case, the first term is 28, the difference is -3. If you were looking for the 500th term, for instance, you've got the nth term formula here, a plus n minus 1 into d. So the first term is 28, the value of n is 500, and the value of d is -3. Our formula values input kar lein, you get the 500th term from that. Okay. All right. Next, you need to know about the sum formula for an AP. Sum karna hai aapne ek specific number of terms ko starting from the first term. So let's take the same sequence. You have 3, 8, 13, 18, 23, 28, and so on. The first term is 3 here. The difference is 5. Now, the sum formula for an AP looks like this. Half n into 2a plus n minus 1 into d. This is the general formula that will work in every single case. आप क्या करोगे? If you were looking, so what is this formula giving you? Sn का मतलब है sum of the first n terms. Sum of the first n terms. अच्छा. Now, how do you find the sum of the first 4 terms, for instance? अगर आपने S4 find करना है, इसका मतलब क्या है? The value of n has to be 4. You input n equal to 4, values of a and d आपने a और d की values भी input कर दी formula के अंदर, and you get to sum from that. ठीक है, इसका sum आपके पास आ जाएगा 42. The sum of the first 4 terms is 42. You can see that here. If you were to sum these 4 terms up, it turns out to be 42, right? But of course, it's not always going to be possible to do it so quickly manually. अगर आपने sum of the first 35 terms find करना होता, for instance, I'll have to write down all those terms and do them manually. If you were doing that without the formula, अब क्या करोगे यहाँ पे? N की value 35 input कर दी, right? You know the values of a and d as well. You just input them in the formula. You find the value of the sum there. So there's another formula that you have for sum of an arithmetic sequence as well. That's also given in the formula sheet that you'll be getting in the exam. And it looks like this. It's half n into a plus l. Notation here that we're using that's L. L stands for last term here. Now, last term has a specific meaning here, and that's terms में से आपकी last term क्या है. So another way of thinking about this is that you say this is actually the nth term. So if you're looking for the sum of the first n terms, the nth term hogi, that is your L here. Okay, so for instance, let's take an example. Let's say you've got you want to find S4, sum of the first 4 terms. ठीक है, आपने अगर ये वाला formula use करना है, you look at the first 4 terms. जो fourth term है यहाँ पे, that is going to be your L. Okay, fourth term की value आपकी L में input करेंगे. So you got 3 plus 18 inside the brackets here. बाहर आपके पास n है, half है, आप multiply कर देंगे. You get the result 42 from that. Similarly, if you were looking for sum of the first 7 terms, if you're looking for S7, again, your L here stands for the 7th term. 7th term यहाँ पे क्या है? 33. So you have 3 plus 33, and the value of n is 7. And you input these values in the formula, you get your sum for the 7 terms. Now, when are you going to use this formula? You only use this formula when the last term is known. If the last term is not known, you should not use this formula. You should use the first formula. If you want to always use the first formula, that's also fine, because this works in every single case. Sometimes when you do have the last term given, the second formula makes things a bit quicker, but the first formula works in every single case, in any case. Okay. All right, let's take an example. Let's say you've got something like this: sum of all the terms in the arithmetic progression 180, 175, 170, and so on until 25. This is what you have to find out. ये आपने इसका sum find करना है इस AP का. अच्छा, sum formula में हमारे पास क्या होता है? If you look at any of the two formulas, दोनों के अंदर हमारे पास first term तो चाहिए हमें. So we do have the first term here. We know the first term is 180, so that's something that we do have. First वाले formula के अंदर हमें difference चाहिए. Second वाले formula के अंदर हमें last term चाहिए. Okay, so we have the last term. We can use the second formula. We know the last term is 25 here, so we could use the second formula here. But in, okay, sorry about that. But in both the formulas, yeah. So but in both the formulas that you see here, you also need n. N is the number of terms that you have in the sequence. अब यहाँ पे आपको number of terms नहीं पता. So the first thing that you do here is you find the number of terms. How do you find that? You know this nth term is 25. So you've got a total of n terms here. For a total of n terms here, you find the you say Tn is equal to a plus n minus 1 over d. You know that's the nth term formula for an arithmetic sequence. आप क्या करोगे इसके अंदर? Tn की जगह आपने 25 डाल दिया because that's the value of the nth term, 25. You know a, the first term is 180. You know the difference is -5. How do you find that? 175 minus 180. And take any two consecutive terms, next में से previous minus कर दें, you get the difference from that. So you've got these values, you input these values in the formula. आपके पास यहाँ से n की value आ जाएगी. Once you have the value of n, you can just input this in the sum formula. और आपके पास उससे now since you already have d as well here, you see you can use any of the two formulas. आप दोनों में से किसी के अंदर भी input कर दो. First में डाल सकते हो. आपके पास a, d, n तीनों चीजें हैं. इसमें भी डाल सकते हो. आपके पास n, a और l ये भी आपके पास तीनों है. So you can use any of the two formulas. The second formula is slightly simpler in this case. वो use कर लें, but both of them will give you the same result in any case. Okay, so that's how you find the sum of an arithmetic sequence. Okay. Now let's look at the other type of sequence, that is a geometric sequence. Geometric sequence क्या होता है? The ratio between consecutive terms is constant. So for instance, let's look at this particular sequence, 4, 12, 36, 108, 324. How are you getting the next term? Every next term can be found by multiplying the previous term by 3, right? So 3 is your common ratio here, right? 3 से multiply करते हैं तो हमें next term मिल जाती है हर दफा. Now there are two things that you use here to define a GP, a geometric progression. The first is the first term. First term आपको यहाँ पे भी चाहिए होती है. First term आपको AP और GP दोनों के लिए चाहिए होती है. But the second thing that you need here to define a GP is R, which is the common ratio. Instead of D here, we've got R. ठीक है. अब R कैसे आप evaluate करते हो? R is next term divided by the previous term. So you take any two consecutive terms. For example, if you take the first two terms, in that case, it's going to be T2 over T1. If you take the second and third terms, it's T3 over T2. If you take the third and fourth terms, it's T4 over T3, and so on. Okay, so you can take any two consecutive terms, and you divide the next by the previous. That gives you the ratio. तो यहाँ पे अगर आप for example करें 36 over 12, that gives you 3. Okay, all right. Let's take an example. Let's say you got a 5x and 10x. Now you have to find the value of x here. Now you're given that x cannot be 0 because if x was 0, then 2 0 0 हो जाएगा सब कुछ. GP will have a ratio of 0, which is not that interesting. So x 0 नहीं है, उसने बता दिया आपको. So given that, you have to find the value of x. You've got these three terms. And you know that it's a GP, it's a geometric progression. अब ये क्योंकि ये GP है, आप क्या कह सकते हो? इसकी ratio constant है. अब ratio आप कैसे find कर सकते हो? Ratio find कर सकते हो by dividing the second term by the first term. So that's 5x over 2. That's one way to find ratio. Another way of finding the ratio could be that you divide the third term by the second term. So that's 10x over 5x. So if you do that, the first, you get an equation here. 5x over 2 equals 10x over 5x. You can use this equation now to find the value of x. You get two values of x at the end. One is 0, which we said was not possible. It was given. The second value of x is 4 over 5. And that's what it should be in order for this to be a GP. Okay. So ratio आपकी constant थी. आपने क्या किया? आपने ये equation में डाली. एक आपने relation निकाली second and first term से, एक आपने relation निकाली third second term से. You equated both of them. Okay. अब GP के लिए भी you need to know its nth term. You need to know its sum to the n terms. Okay. How do you find the nth term of a GP? The nth term formula for a GP is given by this: Tn equals AR raised to power n minus 1. अच्छा, formula sheet में ना अक्सर उसने In fact, not अक्सर, always tn की जगह उसने ना un use किया होता है. You don't get confused by that. That just is a notation that you're using. tn की जगह un लिखा होगा वहाँ पे. It doesn't make any difference. इसका मतलब क्या है? It means the nth term, right? It's the nth term. So if it's u, since it's un there, you don't get confused by that. Tn is the same thing. It's just a notation that we're using. Achha, Tn equals ar raised to power n minus 1. That's the nth term formula that we've got for a GP. So let's say we've got this GP here, 4, 12, 36, and so on. Now we know the ratio here. How do you find the ratio? Ratio, कोई भी दो consecutive terms ले, हमने ऊपर भी find की थी, let's say 12/4. The ratio is 3. We know the ratio. We know the first term. The first term is 4 here. तो हमें कोई भी term चाहिए, for example T1, we can just input this values in the formula. A की जगह पे 4 input कर दें, R की जगह पे 3 input कर दें, N की जगह पे 1 input कर दें. Since you're looking for the first term, you get 4 from that, right? And so on. Let's say you were looking for the 12th term. What do you do for that? You know the value of A, which is 4. You know the value of R, which is 3. N की जगह 12 डाल दिया, so 12 minus 1 here. You evaluate this from a calculator. You get this result from that, right? So that's the nth term formula for a GP. Okay. Let's look at this. So you've got the sequence 30, 24, 19.2, 15.36. It's given that it's a GP. So it's a GP. So you want to find the 10th term of the sequence. How do you find the 10th term? The nth term formula for a GP is given by this. You've got this nth term formula. What do you need for this? You need the first term. The first term is there. That's 30. The second thing that you need is the ratio. Ratio कैसे find करेंगे? Take any two consecutive terms, divide the next by the previous. 24/30. That gives you 0.8. You've got the ratio. Values input कर the formula के अंदर. N की जगह पे 10 डाल दें. You get to be negative in a GP, right? So for instance, you got this sequence 3 minus 15, 75, minus 375. Now it's a sequence and it's one term is positive, the next is negative, and then positive, then negative. So it's sort of an alternating sequence, but it's GP. Why? Because the ratio is constant. If you take any two consecutive terms, next to divide kare previous ke saath, what do you get? You get -5. So the ratio here is -5. The first term is A. So this is a GP with a negative ratio, and that's also possible. ये भी हो सकता है. ठीक है. The second thing that you need to know here for the GP is sum of the first n terms. How do you find that? This is the formula that we've got for this. A into 1 minus r raised to power n divided by 1 minus r. This is the sum formula for a GP. Okay, now how do we use this? Again, let's say we've got the sequence 3 minus 12, 48, minus 192. What do you need for the sum? You need A, the first term. You need R, the ratio. You need R. And okay, so you need A, R, and N here. Let's say you're looking for the first 12 terms. So N की value क्या हो जाएगी? N की value 12 होगी. How do you find A and R? A is 3 here. You can see that that's the first term. The first term is 3. And what about the ratio? Take any two consecutive terms, divide the next by the previous. So let's say we do -12/3. We get -4 from there. We've got the values of A, R, and N. You just input those values in the formula. Be careful when you input the value of R here. You should be inputting that inside the brackets because उसकी power है या फिर by negative है, right? So जब negative से multiply होगा तो वो positive हो जाएगा. The second नीचे वाले denominator positive हो जाएगा. For the numerator, the power is 12, right? So it's an even power. Negative sign आप अंदर लगाओगे तो वो positive बन जाएगा after taking the power. So you have to be careful about the signs here. Make sure that you input the value of R inside the brackets. ठीक है? Brackets के अंदर input करें so that you don't do a careless error. ठीक है? उसके बाद आप calculator से evaluate कर लेंगे. You get a result from there. There's another thing that you have now for a GP, and that's called a sum. That's called sum to infinity. इसका क्या मतलब है? You have, let's say you've got a sequence that's a never-ending sequence, right? So, for instance, something like this: 16 8, 4, 2, 1, 0.5, 0.25, and so on. It keeps going on forever. The values are decreasing. अब देखिए values क्योंकि decrease कर रही हैं, the ratio is 0.5. 0.5 यानी कि आप values को halve करते जा रहे हो essentially. So it keeps getting smaller and smaller and smaller. Eventually, the values are going to be pretty close to zero, right? अब बस final बहुत ज़्यादा बड़ी जो end पे जाकर terms आ रही होंगी, they're going to be almost zero, not exactly zero, but they're going to be approaching zero. If you've got a sequence like this that approaches zero, यानी उसकी values कम होती जाती हैं, छोटी होती जाती हैं in terms of magnitude, the sum of all those terms is a finite number, right? So इसको हम कहते हैं sum to infinity, sum of all terms in a never-ending sequence like this. When does it exist? It only exists when the ratio of a GP is between -1 and 1. Formula sheet में वैसे लिखा होता है modulus of r less than 1. If you translate that as a simple inequality, this is what it means. R is between -1 and 1. R का magnitude जो है वो 1 से छोटा होना चाहिए. Between -1 and 1 is the value of R that you should have. If that is the case, sum to infinity is equal to A over 1 minus R. ठीक है? अगर R की value -1 और 1 के दरम्यान में है, then only sum to infinity exists. And this is the formula that we have for that, A over 1 minus R. So for instance, in this case, नीचे sequence लिखा हुआ है, this has a ratio that is between -1 and 1, ratio is 0.5. Sum to infinity of the sequence exists. How do you find that? You have the first term is 16, the ratio is 0.5. You just input values in the formula A over 1 minus R. इसके अंदर A और R की values input कर दें, you get 32 from that. So even though the number of terms in this particular sequence is infinite, all of them add up to 32. Okay, if you were to keep writing down these numbers up to infinity, which is like a paradox, but if you were to, if this sequence was to continue forever, the sum of all those numbers will turn out to be 32. Okay, so that's sum to infinity. Let's take another example. Let's say we've got this sequence, 251 minus 150, 90, minus 54. Again, the ratio here is negative, which is turning out to be -0.6. But since it's between -1 and 1, iska bhi sum to infinity jo hai wo exist karega. How do you find that? A over 1 minus R, just input values. -250 is your first term. You input that here. R aapne find kar liya by taking two consecutive terms. -150 over 250, that turned out to be -0.6. You input values in the formula, again taking care that you are inputting the value of R inside brackets. Since it's negative, so you have to be careful. That's going to give you the sum to infinity for a GP. AP का exist नहीं करता है, सिर्फ GP के लिए होता है, और वो भी सिर्फ कब, जब R की value -1 और 1 के दरम्यान में हो. तो इस तरह के sequence को हम convergent sequence भी कहते हैं. A sequence that looks like this, that is because it's converging to zero, right? इसकी value छोटी होती जा रही है, 250 minus 150, 90 minus 54. In terms of magnitude, you see it's becoming smaller and smaller, and eventually it's going to approach zero. कोई भी आपका ऐसा sequence होगा जिसकी ratio -1 और 1 के दरम्यान में है, it eventually approaches zero. So there's a term that we use for this type of sequence that's called a convergent sequence or a convergent progression, or we say the GP converges. So for a GP to converge, the ratio should be between -1 and 1. ठीक है, जब भी आपसे वो कभी कोई कहेगा कि find the values of something for which this GP is convergent, or for this GP converges, what do you do for that? Whatever is the ratio, you put that ratio to be between -1 and 1, because that's the condition that we have for C's to converge, or sum to infinity भी आपका सिर्फ इसी केस में exist करता है. Okay, let's take a particular type of question that you get sometimes. Let's say you've got an arithmetic progression and you have the sum of the first n terms given by this formula. So now आपको sum formula खुद से दे दिया. Sum of the first n terms is 2n squared plus 8n. And then it says find the first term and the common difference of the progression. So you're only given the sum formula for this AP. So we know it's an AP, yes. but we don't have any other information. All we are given is the sum formula for this AP. So how do you find the values of A and D? आपको क्या चीजें चाहिए? आपको first term चाहिए और आपको common difference चाहिए. Now, this is the formula that is given to you, 2n square plus 8n. Now, what you can do is you also have a standard formula for an AP, right? So this is what is given in the formula sheet. There are two formulas for an AP. We discussed them before. एक ये formula है, एक ये formula है. Now, since you're looking for the difference and the first term, difference और first term कहाँ पर आ रहे हैं? वो second वाले formula के अंदर आ रहे हैं. So what you do is you find your own sum to the n terms formula. अब अपना एक formula निकालें, कैसे to D. And now, since it's identical to what they have given you, right? उन्होंने जो formula दिया है, जो आप निकाल रहे हो, they have to be identical to each other. Okay. So what you can do now is you can compare the two formulas. But how do you compare the two formulas? You first convert it to a form like this. यहाँ पे क्या है? एक आपके पास n square वाली term है, एक आपके पास n वाली term. So what you do in your form is you get to something like this, such that you've got one term in n square, one term in n, right? Something like this. How do you do that? You simplify this. आपने इसको simplify किया, n minus 1 into d. That simplified gives you dn minus d. Then you multiply the bracket आपने multiply कर दी. You got two terms in n and one term in n square. So what you can do now is you can bring the n square term to the left side. आप left side पे ले आए, because वो जो उसने दी हुई है form, उसमें n square पहले रखा हुआ है, आपने उसकी form में convert कर लिया, n square को left पे ले आए. And the n terms that you have, you take n common from that, so that you know what is the whole coefficient of n. So the coefficient of n that you're getting here is this whole thing, which is a minus half d. And now you compare with the formula that was given, that was 2n square plus 8n. उससे compare कर लें, उसके पास n square का coefficient जो था वो 2 था, आपके पास क्या आ रहा है? half d. That means half d should equal 2. And similarly, the coefficient of n that they had was 8. You are getting a minus half d, so a minus half d should be equal to 8. Okay, and you will be able to get the value of a and d from here. All right, a is the first term and d is the difference. Okay, let's take another type of question that you will get sometimes. You'll get scenarios given a lot of times. Let's say you've got the scenario, you've got a TV show that takes place every day. On day 1, the prize money is $1,000. If it's not 1, the prize money is increased every day until it's 1. So it keeps getting increased. That the company is considering the following two different models for increasing the prize money. So it starts from $1,000, and now there's model 1 that says increase the prize money by $1,000 each year. So a constant amount से increase करोगे every year. So that means you're starting from 1,000, then you got 2,000, then you got 3,000. So it's a constant difference. So that means it's an AP, right? It's an arithmetic progression जिसके अंदर आपका difference constant है. So it's an AP with the first term equal to 1,000 and the difference also equal to 1,000. Now the second model is interesting. It says increase the prize money by 10% each day. अच्छा, percentage से increase करें. Now let's understand the concept of increasing or decreasing something by a certain percentage. 10% increase करने का क्या मतलब है? Your original amount was 100%, let's say. You are increasing 10%. Increasing it by 10%, it becomes 110%, right? 110% को अगर आप decimals में convert करो, what does it become? 110 over 100, which is 1.10. So essentially, किसी चीज को 10% increase करने का क्या मतलब है? You're multiplying it by 1.10, right? Similarly, if you were to increase something by 15%, what does that mean? 100% plus 15%, that's 115% increase करनी है वो चीज, you multiply by 1.15. अगर आपने कोई चीज decrease करनी है, for instance, you want to decrease something by 2%, that means 100% minus 2%, that's 98%. 98% in decimals is 0.98. तो 2% decrease करने का मतलब ये 0.98 से multiply कर दो. Okay? अब यहाँ पे इसने क्या किया? Increase the prize money by 10% each year. That's equivalent to saying you're multiplying every value by 1.1. And what does that mean? That means it's a geometric progression with ratio 1.1. So model 2 is a GP. इसके बाद once you know it's an AP and a GP, you can find out whatever you have to decrease. Remember, that's always a GP. So आप इस तरह से represent कर सकते हो. Okay. Now let's do one last question on this. Okay. So this is just for practice. You've got the first term of an AP, that is 8. The common difference is D, where D is not equal to 0. The difference is not equal to 0. The first term, the fifth term, and the 8th term of this AP. So you've got this AP. AP के first, 5th, or 8th term जो हैं, are the first, second, and third term respectively of a GP, whose common ratios are. Okay. Now, given this information, you have to write down two equations that connect D and R. D is the difference of the AP, R is the ratio of the GP. And hence, you have to show that R equals 3/4, and you also have to find the value of D after that. So how do we do this? We write down the information that's given. We know the first term is 8. I was thinking first term of the AP is the first term of the GP, right? So you can see the yellow terms that I've highlighted here. First term of the GP is the first term of the AP. So यानी कि अगर AP की first term 8 थी, तो GP की first term भी 8 होनी चाहिए. So I've summarized this information here. Term 1 of the AP is 8. Term 1 of the GP is also 8. Okay. Now, you do not know the difference of the AP. How do you find the second term then? You've got the nth term formula for the AP. That's Tn equals A plus n minus 1 into D. You've got the nth term formula, right? Now, what you know in this formula is the value of A, which is 8, and आपको उसने कहा था fifth term, AP की fifth term की बात हो रही है. How do you find the fifth term of the AP? N की जगह 5 input कर दें. So you've got 8 plus 5 minus 1 into D. That is the fifth term of the AP. अच्छा, एक और term की जिसने बात की, उसने 8th term की बात की. How do you find the 8th term? 8th term is 8 plus 8 minus 1 into D. For the GP, you're talking about the first term, the second term, and the third term. So first term is 8. If the first term is 8, second term कैसे निकालेंगे? Nth term formula क्या होता है GP का? It's AR raised to power n minus 1. A is 8, so you multiply that with R raised to power n minus 1, so that's 2 minus 1. That's your second term. The third term is 8R raised to power 3 minus 1. आपके पास तीनों terms आ गई. Now you're given that the first term of the AP and the first term of the GP, they're equal. So that means 8 equals 8. Well, that's not that interesting. दूसरी चीज उसने क्या दी हुई है? Term 5 of the AP is equal to term 2 of the GP. So you get one equation from here. 8 plus 4D. 8 plus 4D is equal to 8R. That's one equation that you're getting here. And similarly, you get another equation from here. 8 plus 7D should be equal to 8R squared. You equate both of them, you get another equation, N, R, and D. You simplify them, you get the value of R from, you get the value of R from there. R turns out to be 3/4. Now, R is, R equal 4R आपके पास, और एक R equal to 1 आ रहा है. R equal to 1 is not possible. The reason for that is if R is equal to 1, if the ratio is equal to 1, all the terms will be the same. 8, 8, 8, 8, and so on. उसका भी मतलब है कि AP की टर्म्स भी ये हो जाएंगी, फिर 8, 8, 8, and 8. और उसने आपको बताया हुआ है कि difference is not equal to 0. तो वहाँ पे the difference 0 हो जाएगा. That's not possible. Generally speaking, you will not be dealing with a case that has ratio 1 or difference 0, because that means it's just the same term being repeated. So we ignore that possibility. So R equals 3/4. उसको वापस ठीक है. अच्छा, now sometimes उसने ना आपको question के अंदर दिया होता है sum of the terms from 11 to 20. Let's say that is given to be something. Let's say that's 400. Now, how do you use that? Because sum to the n term formula जो होता है, that's actually sum of the first n terms, right? तो वो formula आप यहाँ पे directly नहीं use कर सकते. उसने क्या किया हुआ है? Sum of the term from 11 to 50. Okay. Now, 11 to 20, sorry, that is equal to 400. How do you use the sum formula here, whether it's GP or an AP? The idea here is you say 11 से 20 टर्म्स का सम 400 है, इसका मतलब ये है अगर मैं 20 टर्म्स का सम निकालूं, दैट विल बी सम ऑफ द 20 टर्म्स, उसमें से फर्स्ट 10 टर्म्स का सम माइनस कर दूं, दैट्स 20 S20 माइनस S10, मेरे पास बाकी कौन सी टर्म्स रह जाएंगी 11 से लेकर 20th तक, दैट शुड इक्वल 400, राइट? सो दैट्स हाउ यू इंटरप्रेट दिस इंफॉर्मेशन। अगर उसने दरमियान से कुछ टर्म्स उठा के दिए कि अच्छा 11 से लेकर 12 11th टर्म से लेकर 20th टर्म तक का जो सम है दैट्स 400, what that means is the difference of S20 and S10 that is equal to 400. Okay, all right, so that's the important things that you have in this chapter. Of course, you need a lot of practice along with this. I hope this was helpful. If you found this helpful, you can support this channel by sharing this content with other people, and of course subscribing and liking the channel as well. Okay, for more checklist videos, you can have a look at the description of this video. I'll be uploading a lot more content in the coming months, inshallah, detailed videos on most of these topics as well. So thank you for watching. I'll see you again. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So in this video, we're going to be talking about circular mirror. This is the paper 1 topic of A-level maths. We will be covering all the key concepts that we have in this topic in this short video. All right. So where do we start? So first of all, we need to know about this new unit of measuring angles. We are earlier used to dealing with angles in degrees, but now we need to understand that there's another unit as well that's called radian. So what does radian really mean? Radian basically is defined like this, that if you have a sector like this, if you've got a sector, and it's a sector such that the arc length of the sector is equal to the radius of the sector. So the radius is equal to the arc length and the arc length is equal to radius. When you have a situation like this, that the arc length becomes equal to the radius, the angle that you get at the center in this case is equal to 1 radian. Okay, so when the arc length of a sector is equal to the radius of the sector, the angle that you get at the center is 1 radian. Okay, now what we need to understand first is how do we go from degrees to radians and also from radians to degrees. So basically what happens is in a complete circle, we have 2 pi radians. So 360 degrees corresponds to 2 pi radians. And what that essentially means is, in simplified form, 180 degrees means pi radians. So 180 degrees का मतलब होगा pi radians. ठीक है? अब इससे हमारे पास कुछ common angles और उनके corresponding common angles in degrees और उनके corresponding angles radians में आ सकते हैं. How do you do this conversion? So you can just use the ratio method. You know, okay, 180 degrees corresponds to pi radians. You can use ratios to find any other angles. 360 degrees corresponds to 2 pi radians, 90 degrees corresponds to pi over 2, 60 degrees corresponds to pi over 3, and so on. You can see that, see the corresponding angles for degrees and radians for the other numbers here. Now, how do you go from degrees to radians? अगर आपको degrees से radians में जाना हो, what you do is you multiply by pi over 180. Why do you do that? You know that pi radian corresponds to 180 degrees. इसका मतलब ये होगा कि 1 radian equals 180 over pi degrees, right? Or 1 degree that equals pi over 180 radians. तो conversion के लिए क्या करते हैं? Degrees to radian जाने के लिए ना हम pi over 180 से multiply कर देते हैं, और radian से degrees में जाने के लिए we multiply by 180 over pi. Generally speaking, you should keep this in mind. Radians वाले numbers छोटे होते हैं, because you see 2 pi is just like 36.28 something, right? It's a small number as compared to 360 degrees. So degrees से radians में जाते हुए number छोटा हो जाता है, radians से degree में जाते हुए number बड़ा हो जाता है. Okay, so this is how you can do that conversion. If you have 2 pi over 3 radians, just as an example, how do you go to degrees? 2 pi over 3 को आप multiply कर दोगे 180 over pi से, you get the corresponding angle in degrees. If you've got 210 degrees, you want to go to radians, what do you do for that? You multiply 210 degrees by pi over 180, you get 7 pi over 6 radians from that. All right, so that's the conversion from degrees to radians. The next thing that you need to know about in this chapter is arc length of a sector. Arc length of a sector. So let's say you've got a sector like this that you see on the right side. You've got this sector. इसकी arc length को हम represent करते हैं इस letter S के साथ. Okay, so that's a notation that we use for arc length. Arc length of a sector is given by r times theta. Keep in mind, the angle here has to be in radians. Okay, r stands for radius. Theta stands for angle in radians. Okay, it can't be in degrees, it has to be in radians. So we have this formula for arc length, S equals r theta. From this formula, using this formula, we can find the perimeter of a sector as well, because perimeter of a sector is 2 times the radius. We've got 3 sides, like we've got one radius here, one other radius here, and this arc length. Just add all of them up, you get 2r plus r theta. That's the perimeter that you have for a sector. Okay, अच्छा, अभी arc length का formula sheet में दिया आएगा. Perimeter आप खुद से उससे derive कर सकते हो, फिर 2r उसमें add कर दिया. अच्छा, the next thing that you need to know about is area of a sector. Area of a sector is given by half r squared theta. Again, it's going to be given in the formula sheet. आपको बस use करना आना चाहिए. R is radius, theta is angle in radians, A is the area of a sector in this case. ठीक है, area of sector आप find कर सकते हो half r squared theta use करके. Okay, now some background knowledge that you need to remember from your O levels. Area of triangle के 2 formulas remember. Area equals half into base into height. Remember यहाँ पे base और height क्या होती है? जो भी आप side base लेते हो, height is the perpendicular distance of the base from the third vertex that you've got. ठीक है, उससे आपका perpendicular distance. So height is always perpendicular to base. The other formula for area of a triangle is half AB sine C. If you've got 2 sides known in a triangle, for example, let's say we know the side A, we know the side A and B, and if we know the angle between those 2 sides, then you can use this formula half AB sine C. ठीक है, AB आपकी 2 sides हो जाएंगी. C angle is the angle between those 2 sides. We call this included angle. ठीक है, ये आप अक्सर use करते हो. Now, using one of those formulas, what you can now do is you can find the area of a segment. Segment क्या होता है? Segment is a shape like this. अगर आपके पास कोई sector है, sector में जो इसके ये vertices हैं, so this is a sector with center at O, right? Center इसका O के ऊपर है. You've got these 2 points. Let's call this point A. Let's call this point B. तो अगर हम A और B को join करते हैं straight line के साथ, वो जो shape आपके पास बनती है, that's called a segment. This thing, yellow shaded part, is known as a segment. How do you find the area of a segment? If we call this angle theta, and if we say this is radius, segment के area कैसे निकाल सकते हैं? Area of sector minus area of triangle, right? Sector में से triangle को minus कर दें, you get the area of the segment. Sector का area क्या होता है? Half r square theta. So you've got half r square theta here. Area of triangle in this case, you've got 2 sides, r and r. You've got the angle between them. You can say this is half into r into sine of theta, right? So you can take half r square common here, and you get this formula for area of segment. You can remember this formula if you want, or you can just do area of sector minus triangle. ये formula sheet में नहीं दिया होता. You have to figure this out yourself. If you want to memorize this, you can do it, but it's not mandatory. आप sector का निकाल के उसमें से triangle भी minus कर सकते हो. But this is what this area of segment formula is: half r square into theta minus sine theta. Okay. अच्छा. Now, just so in terms of concepts, this is pretty much all that you need to know about here. Okay, just a few things that will help you answer some questions. So perimeter क्या होता है? Perimeter, remember, it's defined as the length of the outer boundary of a shape. For example, if we have a figure like this, इसकी outer boundary जो है ना, it's this part, all of this. अगर आपको इसका perimeter find करना होता, all you need to do is you need to just add all of these sides up. ठीक है, ये जो दरमियान वाली sides हैं, ये और ये, these are not the outer boundary. तो ये perimeter में ये included नहीं होंगे. But whatever is your outermost boundary, उन सब की lengths को आपने add कर देना है. That's the perimeter, right? So किसी भी shape का perimeter निकालना है, आप जो उसकी boundary है, उसको आप add कर दोगे. अच्छा, and circle theorems, again, you will need to remember some circle theorems that you have done in O levels. So let's just recall them very quickly. जो आपको अक्सर यूज करने पड़ते हैं while you're dealing with circle questions related to properties use करनी पड़ती है. So let's quickly review them. First property that I have here is if you have a line coming from the center of a circle to a chord, और वो chord को बिल्कुल मिड पॉइंट पे कट करती है, तो it makes a 90 degrees here. Or the other way around is true as well. If you've got a line coming from the center of the circle and it's making a 90 degrees, it will cut the chord into two equal halves. Okay, so that's the first property. If you've got the diameter of a circle, diameter circle का जो है ये circumference के ऊपर हमेशा 90 degrees बनाता है, right? So this angle is going to be 90. So any lines that you draw here like this to the circumference from the endpoints of the diameter, the angles are going to be 90 degrees, and it's only true for diameter. Diameter के अलावा कोई भी chord आप बनाएंगे उस chord की angle कभी भी 90 नहीं हो सकता, या 90 से कम होगा, 90 से ज़्यादा होगा. If it's exactly 90 degrees, then that tells you it has to be the diameter. So diameter makes a 90 degrees at the circumference. Okay, you know about this as well. The third property is pretty straightforward. Radius. So if you have this point, let's call this point P. P के ऊपर जो radius होगा और जो tangent होगा, they are going to be perpendicular to each other. So any tangents and radius, they are perpendicular to each other. This fourth property is used very commonly. You've got a tangent coming from a common point C outside a circle. एक circle के बाहर से एक आपका दो tangents आ रहे हैं to the circle. These tangents are going to be equal to each other. So the tangent CB is going to be equal to the tangent CD here. They're going to be equal to each other. अच्छा, इसी के साथ, you know that this angle is 90, you know that this angle is 90 as well. But you also need to know, this is something that's going to be used quite often. अगर मैं यहाँ पे join करता हूँ इस line को center से circle के center से वो जो points जहाँ से tangents आ रहे थे, if I join these 2 points, this line is actually going to divide these angles into equal halves as well. So if this angle was alpha, this would also be alpha. And similarly, if this angle was theta, this angle would also be theta. Yeah, angles equal होते हैं. ठीक है? इसी के साथ साथ, there's another thing that you sometimes do here, and that's that you join these two lines, these 2 points, BD, जहाँ पे tangents बन रहे थे. If you join these 2 points और आपने वो AC को भी join किया हुआ है, the angle that you get here is a 90 degrees. ये angle 90 degrees बनता है. ठीक है? ये angle आपका यहाँ पे 90 बनता है, जहाँ पे वो intersect कर रहे होते हैं, BD और AC जहाँ पे intersect करते हैं, this angle is going to be 90 degrees. Okay, then you got some angle properties. वो बहुत ज़्यादा use इतनी नहीं होती, but it still, you know, helps to keep them in mind. आपके पास एक arc है, या फिर आप कह सकते हैं chord है. The endpoints of this arc or chord, if they make a particular angle at the center of the circle, the angle that they make at the circumference is going to be half of that. So you can say if the angle at the circumference is x, the angle at the center is going to be 2 times that. Okay. Achha. Then you have cyclic quadrilateral. If you've got a quadrilateral that has its vertices lying on the circumference of the circle, the angles that are opposite to each other, they're going to have a sum that is equal to 180 degrees. Take it. Opposite angles are supplementary angles here. A plus C angle is going to be 180 degrees. B plus D is also going to be 180 degrees. And finally, we've got this property. If you've got this chord or this arc or this chord, the endpoints of this arc or chord, if they make any angle on the circumference of the circle on one side of this, इस chord के एक side के ऊपर, so आप इस chord के ऊपर अगर हम कोई angle बनाते हैं, they are going to be equal to each other. So this angle and this angle, they are equal to each other. This angle is x, this is also going to be x, right? So these are some properties that you need to keep in mind while you're working on circle questions related to circular measure. Achha. Another thing that you'll have to do is you'll have to sometimes add some lines to a figure to be able to find some lengths or some angles. So for instance, let's have a look at this. आप लोगों को कुछ drawing करनी पड़ती है कभी-कभी. So that comes with practice. For example, let's have a look at this. There are two circles C1 and C2. They are touching each other, like you can see in the figure. वो कहता है, so you can see the description, आपको figure में नजर भी आ रहा है सब कुछ. You have to show that RS is equal to 8 centimeters. So you have to find the length RS. RS up kaise find kare. Now, it doesn't really look to be, there doesn't seem to be any quick method of doing this, but what you can do is, it becomes a lot simpler if you draw a line here from Q to the line PR like this. That's also horizontal. So iski length jo hai wo RS ki length ke equal hai. If I were to call this point something, let's call this point X. Agar main XQ yahan pe find kar lu, that will be equal to RS, right? So drawing this line makes things a lot easier for me. So now, once I've drawn this line, now I know this is 90 degrees. Okay, so I know this length, this is 90 degrees. I know that the radius here is 2, radius of the bigger circle is 8. And I also know, since this is 2, this length here should also be 2. इसका मतलब ये कि ऊपर वाली length कितनी रहेगी मेरे पास? This is 6. So I have the hypotenuse of this figure, or of this triangle, XPQ, उसका मेरे पास hypotenuse है, and I also have one of these other sides. This side is 6. Okay, so now knowing that, I can use Pythagoras and I can find the length XQ. XQ find kar lunga, XQ find karke that will be the same as RS. Okay, similarly, RPQ aapko angle find karna hai. Again, RPQ, that's this angle. You can use simple trigonometry, sine, cos, tan se kuch bhi use kar lenge. Aapke paas third length bhi aa gayi hogi ab. You can find the value of that angle. So sometimes drawing something like this helps. Third part means the area of the shaded region find karna hai. Again, that's just area of the shaded region is actually trapezium, the pura trapezium है PQRS, PQSR trapezium. में से आप 2 sectors minus कर देंगे, you will get the area of the shaded region, right? So the rest is relatively straightforward, but you may have to draw something like this to, help think about some particular parts. Let's have a look at this. We have this diagram that shows a rhombus ABCD. Points P and Q lie on the diagonal AC such that BPD is an arc of a circle with center C. You've got these. Okay, so center C पे एक arc है, which is this arc BPD, or center A को use करके we've got another arc, which is this arc BQD. ठीक है, दोनों arcs हैं. Both the radius. No, so the rhombus has lengths 5 centimeters. So this is 5, this is 5, this is 5, this is 5. All the lengths are 5 centimeters. Or angle BAD is, we have an angle BAD. This angle here is 1.2 radians. Okay, we're talking about radians here. This is the information that we're given. Okay, now it says find the area of the shaded region. Now it doesn't look very obvious. However, if we were to draw a line here, अगर हम यहाँ पे line बनाते हैं B से लेकर D तक, ठीक है, and then we say let's just find the area of 1/2 of this, right? This is actually a segment. Segment के area हम निकाल सकते हैं. So just by drawing that line, we made things a bit simpler for us, right? हम इस segment के area इस sector के area निकालेंगे, sector में से minus कर देंगे triangle के area, and that will give us the area of this half that we have shaded here. ठीक है, इसको 2 से multiply कर देंगे, पूरा region आ जाएगा. ठीक है, so sometimes drawing something like this really helps. उसके बाद उसने कहा PQ find करें. PQ length क्या है? PQ is this complete length, ये पूरी length. ठीक है, again what you can do is you can find half of this. You can find half of this. आप radius है आपके पास, radius 5 है. 5 में से अगर आप minus कर दोगे, let's call this point X, let's say. 5 में से अगर आप AX minus कर दो, AX आप निकाल सकते हो right angle triangle बना के, this angle is 0.6. ठीक है, ये कुछ right angle triangle बन जाएगी. And what you can do then is you can find AX. AX आप find कर सकते हो. ठीक है, so AQ minus AX फिर आपको क्या दे देगा? वो आपको दे देगा XQ. उसको आप 2 से multiply करोगे, you will get PQ. Right? AQ कैसे आएगा? AQ is 5. AQ 5 centimeters है because that's the radius. AX कैसे आ सकता है? AX आप right angle triangle use कर लें. This is 5, which is hypotenuse. You've got this angle AX to here. That is the base with respect to that angle. So you'll say AX over the hypotenuse, which is 5, that equals cos 0.6. Once the AX aa jayega, and you'll be able to find the length here. So drawing something like this really helps. You can try to do the rest of it yourself. Let's have a look at another one. Let's say you've got this diagram. It shows a sector of a circle with center O and radius 20 centimeters. A circle with center C and radius x centimeters lies within the sector and touches it at P, Q, and R. You can see that on the figure. Angle POR is 1.2 radians. So you've got this angle given. Now it says, show that x equals 7.218. X, which is the radius of the circle, you have to show that that is 7.218. Now, how do you think about that? Again, it doesn't look very obvious because x ke saath to koi bhi side nahi lagi hui hai. You know it's the radius, but there isn't really much else that you know about it. So, but if you were to think of it like this, agar aap yahan pe C ko join kar dein A ke saath, and this is something that you have to do pretty often because you see, you've got this point O se do tangents aa rahe hain. O se do tangents aa rahe hain. We discussed this property above. If I were to draw this line here like this, it cuts this angle in half. Ye angle mere paas kitna reh jayega? This will be 0.6. Okay, and then I can join that point C with this tangent here. This is the right angle triangle because it's a radius and a tangent. So we've got this right angle triangle. We know what do we know? We know that the whole length is 20 here. O se lekar इस पूरे radius, इस पूरे sector का जो radius है, that is 20. So OQ is also 20, right? OQ is 20, which means OC हम find कर सकते हैं. OC क्या होगा? That will be 20 minus X. 20 minus X minus करेंगे, that will be OC. All right. So once we have OC, we also know that this angle is 0.6. So 0.6 angle to use करके CR क्या है? CR is the radius of the circle. CR is essentially X, right? CR is X because that's the radius of the circle. हमारे पास OC आ गया, that's the hypotenuse of the triangle. So we are looking at this triangle here. We've got the hypotenuse. We've got the perpendicular with respect to the angle 0.6. Perpendicular hypotenuse में क्या relationship होता है? Sine. So sine of 0.6 is equal to x over 20 minus x, and you can use this to find the value of x, right? So drawing something is often going to help here, especially this. You can sort of remember this. Whenever you've got a tangent coming from a common point outside a circle, so center se join करके, you can often find some unknowns like we did here. Okay, so that's pretty much it on this topic. That's all the concepts that you need to know about. Of course, need to do some more practice. Okay, so that's it for now. I'll see you again in another video. If this video helped you, make sure that you press that subscribe button. And if you want to support the channel, share this with others. If you want access to any other checklist video, you can have a look at the description as well. You'll find a lot more there.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So in this video, we are going to quickly go over the concepts that you need in P1 trigonometry. So first of all, you need to have a basic idea of what the sine, cos, and tan ratios used to be. आपने O levels में किया हुआ है पहले से. So we used to define this using a right angle triangle. So if you have a right angle triangle like this on the left here, the angle that is opposite to the right angle, that's always called the hypotenuse. The side that is opposite to the 90 degrees, the right angle, that's always called the hypotenuse. And then depending on the angle that you're considering, for example, if you angle consider karo, the opposite side to it, this angle to the opposite side, okay, that will be called the perpendicular, and the side that is adjacent to it, that will be called the base. And using these terminologies, then we used to define sine, cos, and tan. We would say sine is equal to perpendicular over hypotenuse, cos is base over hypotenuse, and tan is equal to perpendicular over the base. Lekin agar aap ye angle change kar lo, for example, if you were considering the angle on the upper corner, if this was the angle, what happens is आपका perpendicular base जो है वो flip हो जाते हैं, because उस angle के opposite side है वो नीचे वाली है, so that will be perpendicular now, and the side that is adjacent, that is going to be called base in that case. लेकिन आपकी ratios उसी तरह से define रहेंगी जो आपके पास यहाँ पे ऊपर नजर आ रही है. For example, sine is perpendicular hypotenuse, यहाँ पे perpendicular जो है इस केस के अंदर वो ये वाली side हो जाएगी. So this is what we used to do in O levels. Now, here what we're going to do is we're going to try and extend these ratios for angles that are greater than 90 degrees. We mostly used to deal with angles less than 90 degrees earlier. यहाँ पे हम extend कर रहे हैं उसको to higher angles as well. ठीक है? Now, before we move on, there are some common angles and their corresponding ratios that you need to remember. Sine, cos and tan की values आपको in angles के लिए पता होनी चाहिए. 0, 30, 45, 60 and 90. These are often tested. So we discussed a couple of ways to remember this. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 लिख के उसको 4 से divide करना, उसको square root करना. So if you remember that, you can use that, or you can just remember these values here. For example, sine 0 0 होता है, sine 30 1/2 होता है, and so on. The yellow highlighted numbers are the values for these sine, cos and tan here. अच्छा होता है कि in the newer versions of a lot of calculators, you have these exact results. You can have these exact results from the calculator as well. So if you have one of those calculators, आप बस उसको calculator में लिखो तो आप उससे exact value आप उसको वहाँ से भी calculator से भी आप use कर सकते हैं. That's perfectly okay. उसमें कोई मसला नहीं है. But the other way, of course, is that you remember these values like this. आप उनको याद भी रख सकते हैं इस तरह से. अच्छा, now let's move on. So the next thing we need to do is, so let's move on. So how do we extend these angles to values that are greater than 90 degrees? सबसे पहले we need to understand कि angles measure किस तरह करते हैं. Now, for instance, if you have this purple line here, that you see here, this purple line, if you have to measure the angle that this line has, what we do is we have this convention that we always measure angles from this positive x-axis. Positive x-axis से हम measure क्या करेंगे angles? X-axis की positive side से, ठीक है? Now, if we go anti-clockwise from there, in this direction, anti-clockwise, the angle will be considered positive. If you go in this direction, if we go clockwise, the angle will be considered negative. Okay. Now, this line here, the angle of this line can be defined in multiple ways. So, एक तरीका ये कि आप positive side से आओ यहाँ पे anti-clockwise and you reach this line like this. अभी straight line पे angle 180 था, उसमें आपने ये 30 degrees add किया, इसका horizontal से angle 30 degrees था. So 180 plus 30, that is 210. That's one possibility, right? Another possibility is that you complete one circle like this, and then you come back again. So that's 210 plus 360. So that's another way to define that angle. That's 570 degrees. उसी line का ये angle भी हो सकता है, right? Similarly, you can also go from the negative side. आप clockwise जाओ, तो आप उस line का ये angle भी कह सकते हो. This is minus 150 degrees. How? 180 आपका straight line पे angle है. 180 में से 30 minus किया, that's 150. But since you're going clockwise, इसकी वजह से हमारे पास यहाँ पे negative है. तो एक ही line के ऊपर आप multiple तरीके से angles आप उसको बता सकते हो, ठीक है? लेकिन it would depend कि आपके पास range क्या है, उसके हिसाब से आप जो है वो कंसिडर करते हो एंगल. आपके जो 210 का, -150 का और 570 का, इन सब वैल्यूज का जो साइन कॉज और साइन होंगे फॉर इंस्टेंस वो इक्वल होंगे. इन सबके जो कॉज होंगे वो आपस में इक्वल होंगे. इन सबके जो टैन्स होंगे वो आपस में इक्वल होंगे, राइट? बिकॉज इट्स एक्चुअली द सेम लाइन जिसका आप एंगल मेजर करेंगे. अच्छा, नेक्स्ट थिंग दैट यू नीड टू नो इज कि अच्छा हर ये जो हमारे पास ये सारे 4 क्वाड्रेंट्स बन जाते हैं. वी गॉट 1 2 3 4 quadrants here. We start from this quadrant from on top right, and then we go anti-clockwise when we number them like this: 1 2 3 and 4. हर क्वाड्रेंट के अंदर we need to remember कि हमारे पास साइन कॉस और टैन की वैल्यूज हैं वो क्या होती हैं, ठीक है? We discussed this in detail कि क्यों होता है ऐसे, but for now what you need to remember is in the first quadrant you've got all ratios positive. Sine, cos, tan तीनों positive होते हैं. In the second quadrant you've got only the sine positive. In the third quadrant you've got only the tan positive. In the fourth quadrant you've got only the cos positive. इसको याद रखने का तरीका हमने देखा था, add sugar to coffee, first letters ASTC, or you can just remember ASTC. That's not very hard to remember. So ASTC फर्स्ट क्वाड्रेंट में सारे पॉजिटिव होते हैं एंड देन सेकंड थर्ड फोर्थ लाइक दैट. ठीक है, सो दैट्स व्हाट यू नीड टू रिमेंबर कि कौन से क्वाड्रेंट के अंदर क्या कौन सी रेशियो पॉजिटिव होती है. अच्छा, बट हाउ डू वी यूज दैट देन, और उसकी सिग्निफिकेंस यहाँ पे क्या है. अच्छा, हमने कोई भी ट्रिग्नोमेट्रिक रेशियो फाइंड करनी हो ना, एक तो इसमें एक तो उसके साइंस इंपॉर्टेंट है कि साइंस क्या क्या होते हैं हर क्वाड्रेंट के अंदर. द अदर थिंग इज कि जो भी मैग्नीट्यूड होता है ना ऑफ एनी ट्रिग्नोमेट्रिक रेशियो, दैट ओनली डिपेंड्स ऑन द एंगल विद द हॉरिजॉन्टल. हॉरिजॉन्टल के साथ जो भी एंगल बन रहा है ना, आपके मैग्नीट्यूड ऑफ the ratio is going to be equal. Now, let's take an example. So let's say you've got this line here on the right here that has an angle of 30 degrees with the horizontal. 30 degrees. Okay. Similarly, you could have another line here on the left side. इसका भी horizontal के साथ 30 है कि वो second quadrant के अंदर है. इस तरह fourth quadrant के अंदर horizontal के साथ 30 degrees वाली line एक बना दी हमने. And we have another line here in the fourth quadrant that again has 30 degrees angle with the horizontal. ठीक है. अब इन सब के हम एंगल्स पहले तो फिगर आउट करते हैं. तो फर्स्ट क्वाड्रेंट में ये वैल्यू, दिस इज जस्ट 30 डिग्रीज, राइट, बिकॉज़ वी आर गोइंग लाइक दिस एंटी क्लॉकवाइज गए 30 डिग्रीज, दिस इज द फर्स्ट वैल्यू, सो दैट्स 30 डिग्रीज. अच्छा, व्हाट अबाउट द नेक्स्ट वन? रिमेंबर हमने पॉजिटिव एक्स एक्सिस से शुरू करना है, मैं ये करना दिस एंगल हियर, दिस इज 150 डिग्रीज. ऑलराइट, अच्छा, देन वी गो फर्दर, this angle is 210 degrees and so on. Next is going to be 330 degrees here. और ये वो नेगेटिव साइड में मेजर कर सकते हैं, कोई भी नेगेटिव साइड से भी जा सकते हैं. फॉर एग्जांपल अगर ये नेगेटिव साइड से करते हैं दैट वुड बी -30. ठीक है, अब ये सारे हमारे पास डिफरेंट वैल्यूज आ, लेकिन इन सब में क्या चीज कॉमन है? दिस वन थिंग कॉमन हियर कि सब लाइंस के जो एंगल बन रहा है ना विद द हॉरिजॉन्टल, दैट इज इक्वल, दैट इज 30 डिग्री. अब हम देखते हैं, अगर हम साइन फाइंड करते हैं ना, साइन ऑफ 30, साइन ऑफ 150, साइन ऑफ 210, साइन ऑफ 330 एंड साइन ऑफ -30, इन सब के साइन के जो मैग्नीट्यूड्स होंगे दे आर ऑल इक्वल. ये देखिए, भी 1/2, 1/2, 1/2, 1/2, 1/2, दे आर ऑल इक्वल टू ईच अदर. सिमिलरली अगर आप कॉस देखें, वो भी सारे इक्वल हैं उनके मैग्नीट्यूड्स. आप टैन देखें, टैन के भी सारे मैग्नीट्यूड्स इक्वल हैं. सो एनी लाइन, सो अ सेट ऑफ लाइंस दैट हैव द सेम एंगल विद द हॉरिजॉन्टल, उनके जो साइन, कॉस और टैन की वैल्यूज होती हैं ना इन टर्म्स ऑफ मैग्नीट्यूड, दे आर ऑलवेज इक्वल. इन सब के सेम आपके पास वैल्यूज. ठीक है, लेकिन इनके साइंस अब वेरी कर सकते हैं. साइन किस पर डिपेंड करेंगे? वो फिर वो ASTC पर डिपेंड करेंगे, कौन से क्वाड्रेंट के अंदर है उसके हिसाब से हम साइन लगा देंगे. फॉर एग्जांपल साइन, द साइन रेशियो दैट इज पॉजिटिव इन द फर्स्ट क्वाड्रेंट, बिकॉज़ फर्स्ट में तो सारे पॉजिटिव होते हैं. सो फर्स्ट वैल्यू आप देखें, दे आर ऑल पॉजिटिव. 30 डिग्रीज फर्स्ट क्वाड्रेंट में, दे आर ऑल पॉजिटिव, राइट, दे आर ऑल पॉजिटिव. ओके, लेकिन फिर साइन जो है वो सेकंड क्वाड्रेंट में पॉजिटिव होता है. We see here 150 degrees पे साइन पॉजिटिव आ रहा है. थर्ड और फोर्थ क्वाड्रेंट के अंदर साइन नेगेटिव होता है. We see here all these three values they have negative sign. Okay, cos is positive in the first quadrant here and in the fourth quadrant. Cos की आप देखें, जो फर्स्ट क्वाड्रेंट वाली वैल्यू है ये वैल्यू, और जो फोर्थ क्वाड्रेंट वाली वैल्यूज हैं ये वैल्यूज, they are positive, the rest are negative. And similarly for tan. ठीक है, so what you need to remember is अगर एंगल विद द हॉरिजॉन्टल इज कांस्टेंट, इसका मतलब ये होता है कि आपके पास उस रेशियो का जो मैग्नीट्यूड होता है दैट इज ऑलवेज इक्वल. ठीक है, साइन 150, साइन 30, साइन 210, साइन 330, साइन -30, इन सब के सेम मैग्नीट्यूड जो होते हैं, सिर्फ साइन डिफरेंट हो सकता है डिपेंडिंग ऑन व्हिच क्वाड्रेंट वी आर इन. अच्छा, नाउ how do we use this information? Now all of this background is necessary for being able to solve equations, trigonometric equations. Now let's take an example. So let's say you've got this equation, tan theta equals -2. अब tan theta की value -2 बहुत सारी जगहों पे हो सकती है. There are many angles that can have tan equal to -2. अच्छा, उसने आप एक specify कर दिया कि theta has to be between 0 and 360. अच्छा, 0 और 360 के दरम्यान में कौन से एंगल्स पॉसिबल हैं जिनका tan -2 होता है. अब इसको सॉल्व करने का तरीका क्या होता है? You first find the angle with the horizontal. उसकी वजह ये होती है जो हमने ऊपर डिस्कस की कि horizontal के साथ angle का मतलब है कि आपको मैग्नीट्यूड पता चल जाएगा कि horizontal के साथ एंगल मैग्नीट्यूड यूज करके आप horizontal के साथ एंगल फिगर आउट कर सकते हो. तो स्टैंडर्ड प्रोसेस फॉर दिस, without going into detail here, what you do is whatever you have here आप उसको पॉजिटिव कर दो. ठीक है, so tan alpha equals 2. ओके, आपके पास जो भी वैल्यू राइट पे है उसको आप पॉजिटिव कर दोगे और आप हॉरिजॉन्टल के साथ एंगल फाइंड करोगे। हॉरिजॉन्टल के साथ एंगल को ना we represent as we had stated here, it's called the basic angle, angle with the horizontal, और इसको हम अक्सर अल्फा से रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं, ठीक है। यहाँ पे हम क्या करें, we are trying to find the basic angle. What we do for that is whatever is the value on the right side, इसको हम पॉजिटिव कर देंगे, it becomes tan alpha equals 2, ठीक है। हम अल्फा फाइंड करना चाह रहे हैं एंगल विद हॉरिजॉन्टल, राइट वाली साइड को पॉजिटिव कर देना है और यहाँ पे अल्फा कर लेना। अब आप कैलकुलेटर में डालोगे, कैलकुलेटर इज ऑलवेज गोइंग टू गिव यू अ पॉजिटिव वैल्यू दैट इज एक्यूट। आपने इसको पॉजिटिव कर दिया होगा, कैलकुलेटर आपको हमेशा एक्यूट वैल्यू दे देगा, ठीक है। पहला काम आपने ये करना होता है, आपने बेसिक एंगल फाइंड करना होता है लाइक दिस, ठीक है। राइट साइड वाला पॉजिटिव कर दें, उसको इनवर्स निकालें उसका कैलकुलेटर से, यू गेट दिस बेसिक एंगल। वंस यू हैव दैट बेसिक एंगल, यू ड्रॉ दीज कोऑर्डिनेट्स ऑन द राइट, ठीक है। आपने ये बना लिया। अब आपने देखा कि अच्छा ये tan तो नेगेटिव था, नेगेटिव किस कोऑर्डिनेट में होता है, रिमेंबर ASTC, फर्स्ट में पॉजिटिव सब होते हैं और थर्ड में tan पॉजिटिव होता है, ठीक है। सो फर्स्ट और थर्ड में tan पॉजिटिव होता है, नेगेटिव कहाँ पे हुआ, बाकी दोनों पे। सो वी हैव दोस कोऑर्डिनेट्स मार्क्ड हियर। सेकंड और फोर्थ कोऑर्डिनेट में, सेकंड और फोर्थ कोऑर्डिनेट में tan इज नेगेटिव। हम सेकंड और फोर्थ क्वाड्रेंट के अंदर वो एंगल्स देखेंगे जहां पे एंगल विद द हॉरिजॉन्टल इज 63.4 डिग्री, ओके। तो हमने वो लाइन बनाई, so let me just erase this for a moment. So हमने क्या किया, हमने ये बेसिकली बना लिया, एक लाइन बनाई यहाँ पे जिसका एंगल विद द हॉरिजॉन्टल वी गॉट 63.4 ऑन बोथ साइड्स। यहाँ पे सेकंड में भी 63.4 है और फोर्थ में भी 63.4 है। अभी पहला वाला एंगल क्या है, ये एंगल कितना आएगा, 180 में 63.4 माइनस किया, दैट्स दिस। फोर्थ क्वाड्रेंट वाला एंगल कितना आएगा, 360 में से 63.4 माइनस किया, दैट इज 296। तो 0 360 के दरमियान में आपके पास ये वैल्यू था। अच्छा अगर रेंज आपके पास नेगेटिव होती तो नेगेटिव साइड से भी जा सकते थे, आप उल्टी साइड से जाते। आप यहाँ पे देख लेते -63.4 भी हो सकता था, ये भी हो सकता था कि आप यहाँ से ऑल द वे जाओ इस साइड पे, तो 180 -180 -63.4 वो भी आपके पास हो सकता था। इट डिपेंड्स ऑन द रेंज दैट यू गिवन, ठीक है। उस रेंज पे डिपेंड करेगा कौन कौन से पॉसिबल रिजल्ट्स आपके पास हो सकते हैं, ओके। Let's take another example. Let's say we've got sin x equals -3, -0.3, and the values that you're given are between -180 and +180, ठीक है। वही तरीका, राइट साइड को पॉजिटिव कर देंगे, that becomes sin alpha equals 0.3. Basic angle निकाला, basic angle turns out to be 17.5. Now, what was sin? The sign was negative. अब हमारे पास क्या है, A, S, E, C. पहले में सारे पॉजिटिव हैं, दूसरे में साइन पॉजिटिव है, बाकी जो नीचे वाले दोनों क्वाड्रेंट्स हैं, इस थर्ड क्वाड्रेंट एंड द फोर्थ क्वाड्रेंट, उसके अंदर हमारा साइन नेगेटिव है, थर्ड और फोर्थ के अंदर हो सकता है, ठीक है। थर्ड में एक लाइन बना दी इस तरह से जिसका हॉरिजॉन्टल के साथ एंगल 17.5 हो गया, और फोर्थ में एक लाइन बना दी इस तरह से, ठीक है। अब देख लें एंगल मेजर करना, ठीक है। हम पॉजिटिव साइड से जाते हैं, देखते हैं व्हाट वी गेट। वी गेट 180 प्लस 17.5, ये जब पॉजिटिव साइड से जाते हैं दैट विल बी 197.5, ठीक है। लेकिन मसला ये कि उसने जो रेंज दी हुई है दैट इज फ्रॉम -180 टू +180, आपको जो एंगल आ रहा है 197.5, दैट इज आउटसाइड द रेंज, सो यू कैन नॉट कंसीडर दैट। हमें क्या करना पड़ेगा, हम पर नेगेटिव साइड से देख लेते हैं। नेगेटिव साइड पे जाएंगे, हमारे पास फर्स्ट एंगल ये आता है दैट इज 17.5 डिग्रीज, नेगेटिव 17.5, ठीक है। दैट्स द फर्स्ट थिंग दैट वी गेट, -17.5, and then we use this other one, that's 180 minus 17.5, और उसको हमने माइनस कर दिया because we're going clockwise, so we get two results for that, -162.5 and -17.5 within the range that was given, ठीक है। वैसे तो बहुत सारी वैल्यूज पॉसिबल है, in the range that was given we have these two values of x that satisfy this particular equation, right? So that's how you solve trigonometric equations. अब यहाँ पे आपने एक चीज याद रखनी है, साइन जो होता है ना उसकी वैल्यू हमेशा -1 और 1 के दरम्यान में होती है, और कॉस की भी, बोथ साइन एंड कॉस दे हैव देयर वैल्यूज बिटवीन -1 and 1. सो यहाँ पे आप देखें, वी हैड साइन इक्वल टू -0.3, अगर ये -1 से छोटी वैल्यू होती, कोई 1 से बड़ी वैल्यू होती, तो हमारे पास कोई रिजल्ट नहीं आता उसका, बिकॉज साइन और कॉस -1 और 1 के दरम्यान में ही हो सकते हैं, इससे बाहर जा ही नहीं सकते। अच्छा, नाउ दिस विल कम in some problems जहाँ पे आपको इस तरह के cases ignore करने होंगे. So for example, if you have a situation like this, 3 cos square x plus 8 cos x minus 3, Now, remember in quadratics we did if there is something that can be represented that has powers in the ratio 2:1, like in this case, ये power 2 है, ये power 1 है, so the ratio is 2:1. We can treat that as a quadratic equation. हम इसको क्या करते हैं, हम इसको substitution कर लेते हैं. We say m equals cos of x. If m is equal to cos of x, then that means m square is equal to cos square of x. Okay, हमने substitution की, इसको solve किया, m की values आ गई, substitution को वापस input किया, cos x की values आ गई. Cos x is either equal to 1/3 or cos x is equal to -3. That is what we're getting from that equation. यहाँ पे देखें 1/3 तो ठीक है, that's possible, लेकिन -3 कभी cos की value हो ही नहीं सकती, because cos की value is हमेशा sin और cos, both of them, they are always between -1 and +1. तो इस तरह की values फिर आप क्या करते हो, you ignore them, you don't go further than that. ठीक है, अब ये cos x equals 1/3, इसको आप अपने वही normal method से solve कर लोगे, basic angle figure out करोगे, quadrant देखोगे, first और fourth quadrant में होगा, right? उसमें basic angle आ रहा है 70.5 है, 70.5 could be one possible value. 289.5, that's coming from 360, minus 70.5 could be the other possible value if the range was from 0 to 360. उसके दरम्यान में ये दो possible आपके पास results आते हैं. Okay. Tan जो है वो कुछ भी हो सकता है. Tan can be, you know, from negative infinity to positive infinity, anything. Negative infinity is later positive infinity. Tan की value कोई भी हो सकती है, लेकिन sin और cos are always between -1 and 1. Okay. So that's how we generally solve simple trigonometric equations. Now, the next thing that we need to know of is some trigonometric identity. Sin square plus cos square equals 1. ये आपको एक identity आपको आनी चाहिए paper 1 के अंदर. The other is tan theta equals sin theta over cos theta. ठीक है, अब ये बहुत ज्यादा यूज होती है, जो लेफ्ट वाली है, दोनों होती हैं वैसे तो, बट ये sin square plus cos square equals 1 जो है, इसकी बाकी दोनों फॉर्म्स, फॉर एग्जांपल इफ यू हैव sin square, उससे आपने cos square में जाना हो, cos square हो आपके पास, उससे sin square में जाना हो, you can use these rearrangements of that same identity as well. अच्छा, यहाँ पे just remember, whenever you use this identity, tan theta equals sin theta over cos theta, please remember, आपके पास अगर आप कोई equation solve कर रहे हो, आपने ये identity कहीं पे लगाई है, अगर आपके पास कहीं पे equation solve करते हुए कोई एक possibility आ रही है cos theta equals 0, you will ignore that. That will not be possible, क्योंकि ये identity सिर्फ तब use हो सकती है when cos theta is not equal to 0. एक दफा होता है आप इस तरह करते हो कि sin theta को ना कुछ लोग replace कर देते हैं with tan theta into cos theta. उसमें अक्सर ये प्रॉब्लम आती है कि आपके पास एक रिजल्ट आ रहा होता है cos theta equals 0. You have to ignore that because the identity use जब आप कर रहे होते हो, there is an inherent assumption there that cos theta cannot be equal to 0. अगर वो केस आपके पास आते हैं कहीं से, you will ignore that case if you're using something like this, right? Okay. So how do you, so just some general tips of while you're proving identities. Generally, you go from the more complex side and prove it equal to the less complex side. अब complex side कौन सी ज़्यादा है, कौन सी कम है? How do you figure that out? So generally क्या होता है? These are just some thumb rules. It's not some hard and fast rule. Generally, जिस side पे ज़्यादा terms हैं, that is considered relatively more complex. जिसमें सिर्फ एक term है, that is considered, you know, less complex. कि जिस side पे fraction है, let's say एक side पे fraction है, दूसरे पे fraction नहीं है, जहाँ पे fraction होगी, that will be considered more complex. जहाँ पे fraction नहीं है, that will be considered less complex, right? So you start from the more complex side, उसको आप prove करते हो generally equal to the less complex side. That's what we generally do. अच्छा, इसके अंदर इन दो identities के साथ साथ ना, you often have to use these algebraic identities. So you have to be very careful कि आपको कहीं पे ये use करनी पड़ सकती हैं, that will help you in cancelling some things. ठीक है? And they often applied in this way. So a square minus b square, for example, आपके पास आ रहा हो, उसको factorize करके you can write a plus b into a minus b, right? So you have to be alert कि अच्छा इस form में convert कर सकते हैं. A lot of times you have something like this as well. So you could have a square plus 2ab plus b square coming out somewhere. उसको आप factorize करके इस तरह लिख सकते हो a plus b whole square. So they're often used to going the other way around. लेकिन यहाँ पे identity prove करते हुए अक्सर आपको left से right जाना पड़ता है. It's this form में convert करना पड़ता है to make some cancellation possible. So be on alert कि आप कहीं पे ये use कर सकते हो और जिससे कोई cancellation हो सके. अच्छा, the other thing is it doesn't matter which side you start from and which side you end on. ठीक है, left side ज़्यादा complex है तो उससे आप start कर लोगे और उसको right side के equal prove कर दोगे. अगर right side ज़्यादा complex है उससे start कर दोगे, उसको left side के equal prove कर दोगे. Sometimes what happens is both sides look relatively complex and you are confused where to start from. उसमें कभी-कभी ये भी होता है, it becomes simpler this way कि आप दोनों sides को थोड़ा-थोड़ा simplify कर लेते हो और दरमियान में कहीं जाके they become equal to each other, right? Left side भी थोड़ा सा simplify कर लिया, right को भी simplify कर लिया, and somewhere down the road, it turns out कि वो दोनों आपके पास equal show हो गए. So that's another possibility. So you can use any three of these. ठीक है, ये भी कर सकते हैं कि दोनों को आप simplify कर लो और दरमियान उनको एक दूसरे का equal prove कर दो at some point. But be careful that you cannot take terms from one side of an identity to the other side. ये नहीं कर सकते कभी, right? कोई identity है, ये नहीं करना कि right side से कोई term उठा के left पे ले गए, left से कोई right पे ले गए. Identity prove करते हुए, this is not possible. You will not do that, right? Because that's an inherent assumption कि आपने पहले से assume कर लिया कि वो equal है. वो तो आपको prove करना था, so you cannot, take terms from one side to the other. That will make you lose at least 1 mark. Okay, so don't do that. There's another thing that there's another type of trigonometric equation that comes, and that is when you have to solve something like this: 3 into tan into 2x plus 15. What happens here is you don't have a single angle inside. It's a compound angle, or there's some variable multiplied by something or being added to something. Okay. अब यहाँ पे you have to be careful. The angle is not x. आपके पास जो interval दिया होगा वो x का दिया होगा, theta का दिया होगा. But that is not your angle. Your angle is this whole thing, 2x plus 15, right? तो आपको करना क्या होता है, इसमें अपनी range आपको adjust करनी पड़ती है. So if x is between 0 and 180, you have to figure out कि 2x plus 15 जो है वो कहाँ से कहाँ तक हो सकता है, because that is your angle. So x is between 0 and 180. What you do is you multiply the whole inequality by 2. आपको पता चल गया 2x is between 0 and 360, and then you need plus 15. तो आपने पूरी inequality में plus 15 कर दिया, and you get 2x plus 15 should be between 15 and 375. So अब quadrants में values देख रहे होगे, you have to be you have to know there कि आपके पास जो minimum और maximum values है, they are 15 and 375. ठीक है, so how do you solve questions like this? एक आपने range adjust कर ली. The other thing is you treat it exactly the same way as before. Your whole angle is 2x plus 15. अब basic angle figure out करते हो पहले. You say tan of alpha is equal to 4/3. यहाँ पे tan था, आपने basic angle figure out कर लिया, right side पे जो भी था उसको positive कर दिया. It was already positive here. You find the basic angle. The basic angle turns out to be 3.13 here. You have the basic angle figure out कर लिया. Okay. Now tan is positive, right? Tan is positive. Which quadrant are we dealing with? First quadrant and the third quadrant. ठीक है, first और third में हो सकते हैं. अब first में हमारे पास एक value आती है 53.13. Is that in our range? Yes, that is in our range. 15 और 375 के दरमियान में. अच्छा, all value क्या आती है? हम आगे जाते हैं. 180 plus 53.13. This is also in our range. So these are the two values that we get. दोनों values को हमने क्या करना है? 2x plus 15 का equal कर देना है, and we find the value of x from there. Okay, यहाँ से आपके पास क्या आएगा? X की values आ जाएंगे कुछ. Okay. Similarly, you could have something like this. आप radians में भी आप अक्सर इस तरह का होगा. For example, if you have to solve this equation, sine of 2 theta plus pi/3 equals 1/2, and you're given the interval for theta. Theta is between 0 and pi. आपने क्या करना है? सबसे पहले उस interval को adjust करना है. If theta is between 0 and pi, that means 2 theta has to be between 0 and 2 pi. 2 से multiply कर दिया पूरे को, and then you have plus pi/3 here, plus pi/3 किया दोनों side सारी inequality में, you get something like this. The lower value is pi/3 and the upper value is 7 pi/3. तो आप quadrant से देख रहे होगे, you have to make sure आपके जो angles आए वो pi/3 से लेकर 7 pi/3 के दरमियान में हो, because remember your angle is not theta. Your angle is 2 theta plus pi/3. This whole thing is your angle. आपने उस angle की range figure out कर ली. ठीक है, range figure out कर ली, then it's exactly the same thing as before. Find the basic angle. Sin alpha equals 1/2. अल्फा आपके पास आ गया pi/6 रेडियंस के अंदर. Remember आपको रेंज रेडियंस में है, आपको रेडियंस से डील करना है. The basic angle is pi/6. That's actually 30 degrees in the first quadrant here. अब साइन क्योंकि पॉजिटिव है, साइन पॉजिटिव कहाँ पे होता है? साइन इज पॉजिटिव इन द फर्स्ट क्वाड्रेंट एंड इन द सेकंड क्वाड्रेंट. तो आप फर्स्ट और सेकंड में देखोगे कि आपका हॉरिजॉन्टल के साथ एंगल जो बने वो pi/6 है. ठीक है, दैट्स व्हाट वी हैव हियर. ओके, एंड देन वी ट्राई फाइंडिंग द एंगल. ठीक है, रेंज कहां से कहां तक है? pi/3 और 7 pi/3 दोनों पॉजिटिव है. हम पॉजिटिव साइड पे जा रहे हैं. सो लेट्स स्टार्ट फाइंडिंग द एंगल. सबसे पहला एंगल देखा यहाँ पे ऊपर गए pi/6. वी ट्राई टू फिगर आउट इज दैट इन आवर रेंज. pi/6 is actually smaller than pi/3. Pi/6 है वो छोटा नंबर है एज कम्पेयर टू 𝗨/3. आप कंफ्यूज होते हैं, सिर्फ आप कैलकुलेटर पे चेक कर लें. 𝗨/6 is smaller than 𝗨/6 than 𝗨/3 because this is essentially 2 𝗨/6, right? So आपका मतलब ये है कि पहला एंगल में मिल रहा है यहाँ पे 𝗨/6, that is not in our range. We will not be considering that. We go further. We find this angle, that is pi minus 𝗨/6 because straight line पे angle pi होता है, 180 degrees is pi radians. Pi minus 𝗨/6. So that's the first angle that we consider. Pi minus 𝗨/6. ठीक है. दूसरी possibility क्या होगी? We go all the way, we complete the circle and we check कि अच्छा ये जो दोबारा angle हमारे पास आता है, is that in our range? So that's 2 pi. One complete circle is 2 pi plus this 𝗨/6. That should have been 𝗨/6 there. Let's correct that very quickly. This is pi over 6, and what do we get from that? That is 2 pi, that comes here. Okay, so yeah, the result is correct. That should be 2 pi over 6. Okay, so what do? We find the other possible angle. We complete one revolution. That's 2 pi plus this pi over 6. अब हमारे पास दूसरा एंगल जो आया वहां पे, that is 2 plus pi over 6. अब ये देखना है क्या ये हमारे रेंज के अंदर है. कभी कैलकुलेटर पे चेक कर लें. It actually turns out to be 13 pi over 6. ठीक है, 13 pi over 6. और ये क्या है, इसका डिनोमिनेटर सेम करो, this is 14 pi over 6, right? So that means कि 13 pi over 6 is in our range और इसको भी हम कंसिडर करेंगे. आप एक कैलकुलेटर पे कर लें चेक इसको कि रेंज में आते हैं कि नहीं. That will be quicker. ये आपके पास दो वैल्यूज हैं, ठीक है. अब आप क्या करेंगे, सिंपली जो पॉसिबिलिटीज आपके पास आ गई हैं, you will just equate them with 2 theta plus 𝗨/3. आपने 2 theta plus 𝗨/3 से यहाँ पे equate कर दिया और 2 theta plus 𝗨/3 से यहाँ पे equate कर दिया. You get some values of theta from there, which in this particular case turn out to be pi over 4 and 11 pi over 12. ठीक है, तो इस तरह के कंपाउंड एंगल्स आ रहे हो जहाँ पे कोई अंदर जो एंगल था किसी कोई कॉम्बिनेशन आ रहा हो, तो वहां पे आप क्या करोगे, you will first find the range. क्या रेंज आपको फिगर आउट करनी है, उस रेंज के हिसाब से फिर आप बेसिक एंगल यूज करते हुए, क्वाड्रेंट्स यूज करते हुए ये वाले एंगल्स फिगर आउट करोगे और उनको इक्वल कर दोगे जो ये पड़ा होगा 2 theta plus 𝗨/3. इसके इक्वल कर दिया, इसके इक्वल कर दिया, and you find the values of theta from that. And you can check at the end, तो थीटा की वैल्यूज आएंगी एंड के ऊपर, वो आपकी ओरिजिनल रेंज के अंदर होनी चाहिए. थीटा की वैल्यू 𝝅/4 आ रही है, 11 𝝅/12 आ रही है, तो 0 और 𝝅 के दरमियान में होनी चाहिए. वो हमारे पास आ रही है 0 और 𝝅 के दरमियान में ही वैल्यूज हैं. Okay, so that's how you solve problems like this. अच्छा, then you have another type of question that comes here, जहाँ पे आपको कोई एक रेशियो दी होती है and you have to find some other ratios using that. Okay, there's a standard method that we use for problems like this. So for example, you're given an angle and you're told that that's an obtuse angle, and you're given this ratio sin theta equals k. Sin theta की वैल्यू दी हुई है, ठीक है. You have to find in terms of k an expression for cos theta, tan theta, and sin theta plus pi. आपको तीनों figure out करना है. What you do for this is you think of these ratios in those terms, perpendicular over hypotenuse, right? आप इसका basic angle figure out कर लें, या उसकी sin theta, cos theta और tan theta के magnitudes आप directly figure out कर सकते हैं. How? Sin theta k के equal है ना. अब sin theta क्या होता था? Sin theta is perpendicular over the hypotenuse, right? Sin theta perpendicular hypotenuse होता था. इसको इससे compare करें, हम कह सकते हैं कि perpendicular और hypotenuse की जो ratio है, that is k over 1. So if perpendicular was equal to k, the hypotenuse will be equal to 1. So अगर perpendicular k है, hypotenuse 1 है, using those we can find the corresponding value for the base. ठीक है? Using Pythagoras, we know that hypotenuse का square is equal to perpendicular का square plus base का square. We can find the value of the base from there. So base square is equal to hypotenuse square minus perpendicular square. Values input, base आ गई 1 minus k square, the square root. Okay. Now, once we have this information, we know the perpendicular, we know the base, we know the hypotenuse. So now it's straightforward. Cos theta क्या होता है? Base over hypotenuse. So we just say base की क्या value है? 1 minus k square का square root. Hypotenuse की क्या value है? 1. तो ये magnitude तो हमारे पास directly आ जाएगा. The only problem will be the sign after that. अब देखिए obtuse angle है. We know ASTC. Second quadrant के अंदर only sign is positive. Cos भी negative होता है और tan भी negative होता है, right? So that's why we put a negative sign outside here. कि वो माइनस होना चाहिए because we are in the second quadrant, we're talking about an obtuse angle. Magnitude figure out करने के लिए आप क्या करोगे, आप ये perpendicular hypotenuse और base consider कर लोगे. If you remember हमने क्लास के अंदर वो triangle बना के ये देखा था कि एक इस तरह से exactly हो रहा होता है. But this is what you essentially do. You find the perpendicular, you find the hypotenuse, you find the base, whatever is missing, और उसको use करके आपके ratios figure out कर सकते हैं. So once you have the value for cos theta there, and next you have to find tan theta. Tan क्या होगा? Perpendicular over the base. You already have perpendicular, that is k. You already have the base, that's 1 minus k square square root. So that's k over 1 minus k square square root. But again, we are in the second quadrant. Second quadrant में tan negative होता है, so we put negative sign there, right? Then we have sin theta plus phi. Now this requires some more things. पहले तो theta की बात हो रही थी. Now they're talking about theta plus phi. And remember, theta is an obtuse angle. Okay, let's draw this, and that will make it easier to understand. Now, if we draw this figure like this, you see, this angle is theta. Obtuse angle है ना, तो obtuse angle इसका मतलब second quadrant के अंदर होगा. तो angle theta will be something like this. ठीक है? अब थीटा में आपने क्या करना है, प्लस पाई करना है. पाई ऐड किया इसके अंदर, पाई ऐड किया, ये पूरा घूम के यानी कि दूसरी साइड पे यहाँ पर आ गए, राइट? सो दिस होल एंगल हियर, नाउ दिस एंगल विल बी थीटा प्लस पाई. दिस इज थीटा प्लस पाई. आपको इस लाइन के ऊपर क्या करना है, साइन फिगर आउट करना है. अब देखिए इस लाइन के ऊपर भी बेसिक एंगल तो वही है, हॉरिजॉन्टल के साथ तो एंगल वही बन रहा है. क्योंकि हॉरिजॉन्टल के साथ एंगल वही है, इसका मतलब ये है कि सेकंड क्वाड्रेंट में साइन की वैल्यू थी व्हिच वाज a will remain the same here because horizontal basic angle तो वही है, यहाँ पे भी वो k ही रहेगा. ठीक है, लेकिन sin second quadrant में पॉजिटिव होता है, लेकिन फोर्थ क्वाड्रेंट में नेगेटिव होता है. हम सिर्फ क्या करेंगे, k के साथ एक माइनस साइन लगा देंगे because of that, because we're in the fourth quadrant. फोर्थ क्वाड्रेंट थीटा प्लस पाई जो होगा ये फोर्थ क्वाड्रेंट के अंदर होगा. even though value for sin in terms of magnitude is the same there, लेकिन नेक्स्ट साइन वहां पे नेगेटिव हो जाएगा, तो हमारे पास माइनस k वैल्यू आ गई. ठीक है. Achha. Next, for instance, you could have an angle in radians like this. So now we're talking about an acute angle, and we're given that tan x is equal to k, where k is a positive constant expressed in terms of k. अच्छा, इस टाइम प्रॉब्लम जो है ना, आपने ये चीज हमेशा कर लिया करनी है पहले से, वो उस सारे पार्ट में नहीं लग रही होगी, लेकिन किसी ना किसी पार्ट में जरूर लगेगी. tan x is equal to k. Okay, tan x equals k का क्या मतलब है? tan क्या होता है? It's perpendicular over the base. Perpendicular over the base. So if tan x is equal to k, अगर आप इससे कंपेयर करें, your perpendicular base की रेशियो क्या बन रही है? k over 1. यानी कि अगर perpendicular k है, तो base क्या होनी चाहिए? Base should be 1. Perpendicular base आपके पास आ गए, k और 1. Corresponding आपका hypotenuse क्या होगा? Pythagoras लगा के you get k square plus 1 का square root. Hypotenuse आ गया. So we have perpendicular, we have the base, we have the hypotenuse. Okay. Now let's see what we are asked to find out. सबसे पहले कहते हैं find tan of pi minus x. Remember, x is an acute angle. X is an acute angle. So we are here. We are in the first quadrant. वो कह रहे हैं pi minus x. Pi minus x क्या मतलब है? Second quadrant के अंदर अगर ये x है, तो we are looking for this thing, pi minus x. तो basically वही basic angle second quadrant में चला गया, right? वही basic angle second quadrant के अंदर चला गया. Magnitude तो वही रहेगा. ये तक k, वहां पे भी k ही होगा. because horizontal के साथ एंगल तो वही है, pi minus x. लेकिन tan क्योंकि नेगेटिव होता है सेकंड क्वाड्रेंट में, हमने यहाँ पे क्या किया, माइनस साइन लगा दिया. ओके. नेक्स्ट इट सेज pi over 2 minus x. tan of pi over 2 minus x. Now some of you might remember this is cot of x, or you can also say this is 1 over tan x, right? So if you remember that, you can use that directly, or what you can do is you can say if tan x is tan of pi over 2 minus x has to be figured out. अभी pi over 2 minus x क्या है? अगर हम right angle triangle बनाए यहाँ पे, जो हमारा x था वहाँ पे, x was acute, right? X was in the first quadrant there. First quadrant के अंदर x था, हमने कहा था कि हमारी base क्या आ रही है? Base is 1 और perpendicular क्या आ रहा है? Perpendicular is k. Okay? हम इस x का जो tan है वो दिया हुआ है हमें, that is perpendicular, that's k divided by 1. pi over 2 minus x क्या आएगा? If this angle is 90 degrees here, right? एक एंगल दिया हुआ है, तो तीसरा एंगल क्या होता है? 90 minus that angle. यहाँ पे हम रेडियंस के अंदर है, तो pi over 2 is basically 90 degrees. तो the third angle there is pi over 2 minus x. अगर ये x है, ये pi है, pi over 2 है, sorry, 90 degrees is pi over 2. टोटल एंगल कितना होता है ट्रायंगल के अंदर? टोटल एंगल इन अ ट्रायंगल इज पाई, राइट? तो आप फिगर आउट कर सकते हो ये जो एंगल होगा यहाँ पे, लेट्स कॉल दिस x, ये एंगल कितना होगा? पाई में से पाई माइनस 2 माइनस किया ये वाला एंगल, और क्या माइनस किया? x माइनस कर दिया। व्हाट डू वी गेट फ्रॉम दैट? वी गेट पाई ओवर 2 माइनस x। ये जो ऊपर वाला एंगल है दैट्स बेसिकली पाई ओवर 2 माइनस x। उसका tan आपसे पूछ रहा है वो, थर्ड एंगल है ट्रायंगल के अंदर। x के अलावा जो तीसरा एंगल है, x और 90 x और पाई ओवर 2 के अलावा जो तीसरा एंगल है उसका tan पूछ रहा है। उसका tan क्या आएगा? Perpendicular, that's 1 over the base, that's k. बस उसका ये क्या हो जाएगा? 1 over k. Or and for this case, you can also just remember that identity. You know that tan of 90 minus theta degrees के अंदर अगर बात करें तो आपको याद होगा शायद tan of 90 minus theta is equal to 1 over tan theta, right? So pi over 2 minus theta is equal to 1 over tan theta in terms of radians. The paper you're going to pढ़ लिया, you would remember that's actually cot of x. Okay? So you can also use that. Sine of x कैसे figure out करें? Now again we have the perpendicular, that is k. We have the hypotenuse, that's k square plus 1 का square root. So that's k over k square plus 1 का square root. हम कौन से quadrant के अंदर हैं? First quadrant के अंदर it's an acute angle. First quadrant में सारे positive होते हैं. So we have a positive sign here. हमारे पास positive आ रहा है. ठीक है? So that's the value of sine of x. Okay, next we have how do you sketch trigonometric functions. Now, there's some basic sketches that you need to know of first. Sine का क्या होता है, cos का क्या होता है, tan क्या होता है, tan क्या होता है. So sine का graph looks something like this. So you have both degrees here on the axis here, and the radians पे लिखे हुए. So sine में जो important values होती है ना, 0 के ऊपर क्या है, sin 90 पे क्या है, 180 पे क्या है, 270 पे क्या है और 360 पे क्या है. ठीक है? So ये इस तरह के इसका shape होती है. From 0 to 360 it completes one cycle. 0 पे 0 होता है, then it goes to 1, then 0 again, then minus 1, and then it comes back to 0 like this. ठीक है? You can also check these important values from the calculator, या फिर आपको याद ही होनी चाहिए, that's actually better. 0 पे 0, 90 पे 1, and then 0 again, then minus 1, then 0 back to 0. जो important points होते हैं वो 0, 90, 180, 270, 360, इन पे आपको values आप कैलकुलेटर से करना चाहते हो, आप उसको निकाल के वो पॉइंट्स प्लॉट कर लो. शेप आपको याद होनी चाहिए. शेप लुक्स समथिंग लाइक दिस. ठीक है? नाउ देयर सम इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग्स दैट यू नीड टू नो अबाउट दिस ग्राफ. द पीरियड इज इक्वल टू 360. पीरियड क्या होता है? the interval in which the graph completes one cycle, right? So degrees में बात करें that's 360 degrees. Radians के अंदर that would be 2 pi. So sine का और cos का भी आपको जो period होता है that is 2 pi या 360 degrees. Amplitude is this vertical distance from this baseline. So this horizontal line जो x axis है आपका, that is the baseline. उससे आपका vertical distance कितना है, ऊपर भी नीचे भी. Maximum distance कितना है? Maximum distance is 1. That's your amplitude. Okay, amplitude इसका 1 होता है. Sine की value आपको नजर आ रही है between -1 and 1. It completes one cycle from 0 to 360 degrees. ठीक है? या फिर you can say 0 to 2 pi radians. Baseline इसकी x axis होती है, उसके अराउंड मूव करता है. Similarly, cos of x, it also completes one cycle from 0 to 360 degrees. ये क्या होता है? 1 से start होता है, 0 के ऊपर 1 होता है, 90 degrees के ऊपर 0 हो जाता है, फिर -1, 0, and then it goes back to 1. तो ये आपकी जो yellow shaded है, this is the graph from 0 to 360 degrees. इसका भी period भी वही है 360, amplitude वही है. Cos is also between -1 and 1. Baseline is also x-axis. Once completes one cycle from 0 to 360. ये सिर्फ थोड़ा सा आप कह लें थोड़ा सा shift है थोड़ा सा sine का towards one side. कहाँ से start हो रहा है? 1 से शुरू होता है. Then it goes to -1 and then comes back to 1 after that again. इसके भी important values पता होनी चाहिए. 0, 90, 180, 270, 360 के ऊपर corresponding values क्या आ रही हैं. और shape graph की पता होनी चाहिए. It looks something like this. This is the shape of a cos graph. Of one complete cycle of a cos graph. What about tan? Tan जो है it's a broken graph. Sine और cos जो है वो complete graphs होते हैं. Tan का graph is broken and it looks something like this. 0 से लेकर 90 degrees के पास पहुंचने तक it keeps increasing like this. It keeps going up. This is called the asymptote. We discussed this in class. इसके पास क्या होता है? It keeps going back. It never touches the asymptote. बहुत ऊपर value चले जाती है और फिर उसके बाद क्या होता है? It starts from the negative side. Negative side से 180 पे 0 आता है और उससे आगे ऊपर चलना शुरू हो जाता है. अच्छा, इस पे जो important चीज है 45 degrees के ऊपर या pi over 4 के ऊपर जो tan की value होती है ना, that is 1. Similarly, 135 डिग्रीज के ऊपर सेकंड क्वाड्रेंट के अंदर जब आप आते हो 45 डिग्रीज बेसिक एंगल, टैन बस नेगेटिव हो जाता है, वन जो वैल्यू वहां पे आ रही थी उसको -1 कर देंगे यहाँ पे, 135 के ऊपर जो टैन होता है -1, ठीक है, एंड देन 225 के ऊपर दोबारा से 1 एंड देन at 315 it's again -1, ठीक है, ये आपको 1 और -1 वाली वैल्यूज इंपॉर्टेंट है। तो टैन में आप देखते हो इंटरवल 45 डिग्रीज के ऊपर, ठीक है, 45 हर 45 डिग्रीज के डिस्टेंस के ऊपर आप देख रहे हो क्या वैल्यू आती है। 90 डिग्रीज के ऊपर आप कैलकुलेटर में अगर डालोगे यू विल गेट एन एरर दैट बेसिकली मींस कि 90 डिग्रीज के ऊपर टैन डिफाइन नहीं होता, की वजह ये कि cos 0 होता है उस पॉइंट के ऊपर, तो tan is equal to sin over cos, तो वो डिफाइन नहीं होता, बट when you get an error in the calculator that basically means कि वहां पे asymptote बन रहा होगा, right? So it looks something like this. इसका जो period होता है, period is 180, amplitude is there's no amplitude, basically it's undefined, यहाँ पे आप कहते हो is infinity, tan is ranges between -infinity and +infinity, इसकी कोई लिमिट नहीं होती है, period इसका 180 है, that remember that 180 डिग्रीज के अंदर अपना पूरा साइकिल कंप्लीट कर लेता है, या फिर पाई रेडियंस के अंदर, ठीक है। सो अगर आप 0 से 360 के देखो इट कंप्लीट्स 2 साइकिल्स, इसके 2 साइकिल कंप्लीट हो जाते हैं फ्रॉम 0 to 360, 2 दफा ये पूरा ग्राफ कंप्लीट हो जाता है। एंड द बेस लाइन फॉर दिस इज आल्सो एक्स एक्सिस, उसके अराउंड ये ऊपर नीचे जो है एक्सटेंड हो रहा होता है, एक्स एक्सिस के अराउंड द बेस लाइन इज आल्सो द सेम हियर। नाउ the more difficult part here is the vertical transformations that you have here. The not just vertical, both vertical and horizontal transformations किस तरह से होती हैं trigonometric functions के graphs की। अच्छा, now for sin and cos एक आपके पास होती है vertical transformations, एक होती है horizontal transformations. Vertical transformations are those जहां पे आप vertically ग्राफ को मूव करते हो और वो किस तरह से आपको पता चलता है, sin x अंदर होता है उसके बाहर कुछ हो रहा होता है, sin x के बाहर कुछ हो रहा है, बाहर कुछ मल्टीप्लाई कर दिया है, बाहर कुछ ऐड या सब्ट्रैक्ट कर दिया, बाहर कुछ करते हैं फंक्शन पे, that is always vertical transformation। अच्छा, नेगेटिव से मल्टीप्लाई कर दिया बाहर, इसका मतलब होता है कि आपका ग्राफ रिफ्लेक्ट हो गया है, वर्टिकली रिफ्लेक्ट हो गया है, उसका मतलब है कि x एक्सिस इज योर लाइन ऑफ रिफ्लेक्शन, ऊपर ग्राफ तो नीचे आ जाएगा और जो नीचे ग्राफ है ऊपर चला जाएगा, दैट इज व्हाट हैपेंस, ओके। वर्टिकल रिफ्लेक्शन is represented by this negative sign। अच्छा, अगर बाहर के नंबर मल्टीप्लाई हो रहा हो, फॉर एग्जांपल 3 sin x, वो क्या होगा, वर्टिकल स्ट्रेच, ये हमने फंक्शन में किया हुआ है, वर्टिकल स्ट्रेच बाय स्केल फैक्टर a, लेकिन ट्रिग्नोमेट्री के अंदर साइन और कॉस के लिए स्पेसिफिकली ये जो नंबर होता है ना, दैट एक्चुअली रिप्रेजेंट्स योर एम्पलीट्यूड, कि आप बेस लाइन से कितना ऊपर नीचे जा रहे हो मैक्सिमम, तो आपका a जो है दैट रिप्रेजेंट्स योर एम्पलीट्यूड फॉर द साइन एंड कॉस ग्राफ्स, इट रिप्रेजेंट्स योर एम्पलीट्यूड। अच्छा, प्लस माइनस b, इसका मतलब होता है कि आप वर्टिकली ऊपर नीचे शिफ्ट कर रहे हो बाय दैट मेनी यूनिट, जो भी आपके पास नंबर है यहाँ। अच्छा, ये प्लस हो रहा होगा, इसका मतलब है कि you're shifting up by that many units, if it's minus you're shifting down by that many units, okay। आपकी baseline basically move कर जाती है, baseline was originally at y equals 0, the x axis, अगर आप प्लस b कर दोगे तो वो baseline ऊपर मूव कर जाएगी, माइनस b कर दोगे baseline नीचे मूव कर जाएगी, तो प्लस माइनस बाहर हो रहा हो, आपकी baseline को मूव कर देता है। You have horizontal transformations. Horizontal transformation पे क्या होता है? You got something happening inside the function. X को आप change करते हो, X के साथ कुछ लगाते हो, X को multiply कर दिया इसके साथ, X को आपने X के अंदर कुछ plus minus कर दिया. That is when you have horizontal transformations. Your graph moves horizontally, right? Something changes horizontally. Again, आपने minus से multiply कर दिया अंदर X को, that's horizontal reflection. Horizontally movement होगी. Horizontally movement कब होगी? जब आपका y एक्सिस जो है वो लाइन ऑफ रिफ्लेक्शन होगी, ठीक है, राइट वाला ग्राफ लेफ्ट पे चला जाएगा, लेफ्ट वाला राइट पे चला जाएगा, so you got horizontal reflection because of this minus sign। अच्छा, बट इसे नंबर से मल्टीप्लाई हो रहा होगा, क्या होगा, इट्स अ स्ट्रेच। अच्छा, horizontal transformation के अंदर ना आपको it's a bit counterintuitive what is happening। अगर a से मल्टीप्लाई हो रहा है फॉर इंस्टेंस, तो जो आपका पीरियड था ना वो a से डिवाइड हो जाएगा, राइट। whatever your period was initially, for example अगर cos का ग्राफ है, उसका पीरियड 360 होता है, अगर मेरे पास आ रहा होता cos of 2x, let's say, तो whatever my period was earlier वो 2 से डिवाइड हो जाएगा। so मेरा अगर पीरियड 360 था पहले, तो 360 डिवाइड बाय 2 cos 2x का जो पीरियड होगा that will be 180, right। horizontal transformations के अंदर मल्टीप्लाई हो रहा होता, पीरियड हाफ हो जाता है, right। we discussed the reason for this। आपको ये essentially in any case आपको eventually याद ही होना चाहिए कि क्या हो रहा होता है, ठीक है। अच्छा, इसका एक और मतलब भी हो सकता है, a अगर अंदर मल्टीप्लाई हो रहा है, it could also represent frequency, those of you who have done physics। इसका मतलब a का मतलब है कि आप इतने साइकिल्स कंप्लीट कर रहे हो फ्रॉम 0 to 360, ठीक है, 0 से 360 तक इतने साइकिल्स आप कंप्लीट कर रहे हो. We're talking about sin and cos here, ठीक है, tan के ऑफ कोर्स डबल होते हैं तो डिफरेंट होएगा. अच्छा, देन यू हैव हॉरिजॉन्टल ट्रांसलेशन. अगर आप अंदर ब्रैकेट के कुछ प्लस या माइनस कर रहे हो, दैट मींस हॉरिजॉन्टली यू आर मूविंग राइट और लेफ्ट. If you have plus b, you're adding something. Again, it's counterintuitive. Plus b करोगे वो लेफ्ट पे शिफ्ट होएगा, माइनस b करोगे वो राइट पे शिफ्ट होएगा. ठीक है, हॉरिजॉन्टल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन के अंदर x के साथ अगर आप कुछ प्लस या माइनस कर रहे होते हो, हॉरिजॉन्टल प्लस करने पे लेफ्ट शिफ्ट होता है, माइनस करने पे राइट शिफ्ट होता है. ठीक है, ये हमारे पास होती है हॉरिजॉन्टल ट्रांसलेशन. वी आल्सो डिस्कस द रीजन फॉर दिस, बट अगेन यू हैव टू रिमेंबर दिस इन एनी केस. Okay, so for instance, you have a graph of y equals 3 sin x. आप क्या करोगे? Sin x का graph is going to look something like this. This is a graph of sin x. 3 से मल्टीप्लाई किया बाहर, इसका मतलब है वर्टिकल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन है. क्या ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन है? 3 से मल्टीप्लाई हो रहा है, आपका एम्पलीट्यूड जो है वो 3 टाइम्स हो गया. पहले 1 था एम्पलीट्यूड, अब ग्राफ ये रेड वाला बन गया. This is y equals 3 sin x. So if you understand transformations well, you can draw such graphs using this logic. अच्छा, that's one possibility. Some people also find it, so a lot of people actually find it easier to just input some key values in the calculator. So cos और sin के लिए आपको मैंने बताया था 0 से 0, 90, 180, 90 के डिफरेंस पे वैल्यूज जो है ना जनरली वो यूजफुल होती हैं. तो आप क्या कर सकते हो, आप ये वैल्यूज इनपुट करो 0, 90, 180, 270, 360. इनके ऊपर आप देख लें वैल्यूज क्या आती हैं आपके पास y की, वो मार्क कर दें. And you have to remember the general shape of the graph. आपको पता है साइन का ग्राफ इस तरह कुछ होता है, या अगर रिफ्लेक्ट हुआ होगा तो इस तरह कुछ होएगा. तो just remember the general shape, take some points and draw the graph according to that. Right? So it helps in a lot of cases. ठीक है? Lekin of course, having an idea of transformation is still important here, because कुछ ग्राफ्स में लिमिट्स ऐसी होती हैं कि आपको एटलीस्ट कुछ अंडरस्टैंडिंग वहां पे होनी चाहिए ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन की. अच्छा, अब यहाँ पे अगर तो sin x और cos x है सिर्फ, तो आप 90 डिग्रीज के इंटरवल पे वैल्यूज ले रहे हो. अगर आप कैलकुलेटर यूज करके कर रहे हो 90 डिग्रीज के इंटरवल पे, अगर रेडियंस में है तो π/2 के इंटरवल पे. अगर x की बजाय अंदर कुछ और है, 2x है फॉर इंस्टेंस, sin 2x cos 2x, आपने क्या करना है, क्योंकि जब x equal 45 इनपुट करते हो यहाँ पे, तो 45 into 2 becomes 90. तो इंटरवल जो है आपकी फ्रीक्वेंसी उसकी बढ़ जाएगी जिस पे आपको वैल्यूज लेनी चाहिए. तो अगर आपके पास 2x है अंदर, तो आप किस इंटरवल पे वैल्यू ले रहे होगे, 90 को उस नंबर से डिवाइड कर दो, 45 डिग्रीज के इंटरवल्स पे आपके वैल्यूज लेनी चाहिए, राइट. तो जो भी आपके पास रेंज है उसके अंदर 45 डिग्रीज के डिफरेंस पे आप उसके अंदर वैल्यूज ले रहे होगे, 0, 45, 90, 135, 180 and so on, depending on what the overall range is that you're given. ठीक है, तो साइन और कॉस में जनरली 90 के इंटरवल पे इंपॉर्टेंट वैल्यूज होती हैं. लेकिन अगर आप इस थ्रू मल्टीप्लाई कर रहे हो x को किसी नंबर के साथ, फिर आप उस इंटरवल को थोड़ा ज्यादा फ्रीक्वेंट कर दोगे, उसको हाफ 45 डिग्रीज कर दोगे. अगर 3x होता है तो उसको 30 डिग्रीज कर देते, 90/3 करके. ठीक है, उस इंटरवल पे आपने वैल्यूज लेनी है अगर आप कैलकुलेटर से कर रहे हो. tan x के ऊपर 45 डिग्रीज के इंटरवल पे वैल्यूज देते हैं हम हमेशा. और उसमें भी उसी तरह से अगर आपका x किसी नंबर से मल्टीप्लाई हो रहा है अंदर, तो आप क्या करोगे, जो भी आपका ओरिजिनल था 45 डिग्री, उसको 3 से डिवाइड किया, आपको 15 डिग्रीज के इंटरवल पे वैल्यूज डालनी पड़ेगी कैलकुलेटर के अंदर, अगर आप उसको कैलकुलेटर यूज करके पॉइंट्स प्लॉट करके उसको ज्वाइन करना चाहते हो. So those are going to be important points. Now for instance, if you have sin 2x जनरली तो हम क्या करते थे, 0, 90 and so on. 2 से क्योंकि मल्टीप्लाई हो रहा है यहाँ पे x, तो हम उसको इंटरवल को ज्यादा फ्रीक्वेंट करना पड़ेगा. हमारे पास जो इंपॉर्टेंट वैल्यूज पॉइंट होंगे 0, 45, 90, 135 एंड सो ऑन. तो 0 पे वैल्यू इंपॉर्टेंट है, वो 0 आई है, फिर 45 पे इंपॉर्टेंट है, फिर 90 पे इंपॉर्टेंट है, फिर 135 पे इंपॉर्टेंट है, 180 एंड सो ऑन. ठीक है, इसमें अगर आप 0, 90 कर रहे होते वो सारे 0 आ रहे होते हैं. आप 0 पे 0, 90 पे 0, 180 पे 0, 270 पे 0, एंड यू विल नॉट अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट्स हैपनिंग, क्योंकि यहाँ पे 2 से मल्टीप्लाई हो रहा है. तो आपका इंटरवल जो है वो ज्यादा फ्रीक्वेंट हो जाएगा. इन दिस केस अगर आपका पहले 90 का इंटरवल था, वो 2 से डिवाइड होके आपको 45 डिग्री के इंटरवल पे वैल्यूज देनी पड़ेंगी इफ यू आर यूजिंग कैलकुलेटर. अदरवाइज आप ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन कैसे करोगे? साइन ग्राफ कैसा होता है जनरली? साइन ग्राफ लुक्स समथिंग लाइक दिस. दिस इज द ओरिजिनल साइन ग्राफ. sin x का ग्राफ राइट। 2 से मल्टीप्लाई होने का क्या मतलब है? 2 से मल्टीप्लाई होने का मतलब ये है कि आपका पीरियड जो है वो हाफ हो गया, राइट। पीरियड आपका हाफ हो गया। तो पहले वो एक साइकिल कंप्लीट कर रहा था इस पूरे 360 डिग्रीज के अंदर, अब उसके 2 साइकिल्स कंप्लीट हो जाएंगे और वो ग्राफ स्ट्रेच हो जाएगा किस तरह से, स्केल फैक्टर 1/2 से, एक तरह से आपके इसको कंप्रेस हो जाएगा, कंप्रेस, राइट। सो इट बिकम्स द स्प्रेड ग्राफ। अब ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन का कांसेप्ट भी यहाँ पे यूज कर सकते हो। ओके, लेट्स मूव ऑन। नेक्स्ट यू नीड टू नो So let's think about this. 1 minus 2 cos 2x. What about this? Again, आप क्या करोगे? आपको पता है ओरिजिनल ग्राफ क्या होता है? ओरिजिनल ग्राफ looks something like this. आपको डॉटेड नजर आ रहा है यहाँ पे ब्लू के अंदर. This is what the original cos x graph is. Cos x graph looks something like this. उस पे क्या ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन हो रही हैं? उसके ऊपर 3 डिफरेंट ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन हो रही है, ठीक है। एक तो रिफ्लेक्शन भी हो रही है, रिफ्लेक्ट होकर देखें उसका उल्टा हो गया, राइट, उल्टा हो गया। फिर वो 2 से मल्टीप्लाई भी हो रहा है बाहर, इसका मतलब उसका एम्पलीट्यूड भी बढ़ गया, डबल हो गया। अंदर भी 2 से मल्टीप्लाई हो रहा है, उसका पीरियड हाफ हो गया है, और फिर 1 उसमें ऐड भी हो रहा है, वो 1 यूनिट ऊपर भी शिफ्ट करके। देयर आर 4 ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन दैट एक्चुअली हैपनिंग इफ यू वर टू consider all of them single transformation. तो 4 different transformations हो रही है। अब उनको भी स्टेप बाय स्टेप यूज कर सकते हो, और since this is cos तो जनरली हम क्या करते हैं, 0 से लेकर ये इंटरवल्स हम यूज कर रहे होते हैं, 0, 90, 180 एंड सो ऑन। लेकिन क्योंकि यहाँ पे x के साथ 2 मल्टीप्लाई हो रहा है, अब क्या करोगे, ये इंटरवल पे वैल्यूज ले लोगे। 0 पे देख लो क्या है, 45 पे देख लो क्या है, 90 पे देख लो क्या है, वो वैल्यूज प्लॉट कर लें, और फिर आप उनको नोइंग के ग्राफ जो है वो या तो इस तरह, ग्राफ की शेप जो है वो इसी तरह की कुछ होनी है, राइट, इसी तरह का कुछ चल रहा होगा। तो यू मार्क दोज पॉइंट्स और उसके हिसाब से फिर आप उसको प्लॉट कर सकते हैं, राइट। सो दैट्स अनदर आइडिया। ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन भी यूज कर सकते हैं, कैलकुलेटर को यूज कर सकते हैं। फॉर इंस्टेंस यू हैव समथिंग लाइक दिस, y equals tan of x plus pi over 4. Again, x tan के लिए हम कौन सा इंटरवल लेते थे? tan के लिए हम लेते थे इंटरवल 45 डिग्रीज का, so we'll use 0, 45, 90, 135 and so on. अब यहाँ पे तो x किससे मल्टीप्लाई नहीं हो रहा, तो वही जो हम नॉर्मल इंटरवल लेते हैं as it is वही इंटरवल लेंगे। 0 पे देखने क्या है, 45 पे देखने क्या है, 90 पे देखने क्या है। use these values to mark those points. जहाँ पे एरर आ रहा होगा उसका मतलब है वहाँ पे ये वर्टिकल लाइन बनेगी asymptote। अच्छा यहाँ पे सॉरी रेडियंस के अंदर है, so this should have been 0, pi over 4, pi over 2, then 3 pi over 4, then pi 5 pi over 4 and so on. ये वैल्यूज आप चेक करोगे, ठीक है। इन वैल्यूज पे देख लें आपके कैलकुलेटर में क्या रिजल्ट्स आते हैं, वो आप प्लॉट करके बना दोगे। जिस पे एरर आ रहा होगा वहां पे ये वर्टिकल एसिम्पटोट बन रहा होगा, और वो ग्राफ इस तरह से उसके साथ जो है बिल्कुल साथ साथ मूव करेगा, उसको क्रॉस नहीं करेगा। That's one possibility. Another possibility, of course, is if you understand transformations well, you know कि ओरिजिनल ग्राफ कैसा होता था tan का। ओरिजिनल ग्राफ tan का जो है उसमें ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन क्या हो रही है, प्लस पाई ओवर 4, अंदर उसके प्लस पाई ओवर 4। इट्स अ हॉरिजॉन्टल ट्रांसलेशन, ठीक है। अंदर आप ऐड कर रहे हो कुछ, हॉरिजॉन्टल ट्रांसलेशन प्लस कर रहे हैं, यानी कि लेफ्ट साइड पे आपको मूव कर जाना है पाई ओवर 4 यूनिट्स। तो जो भी ग्राफ था उसको आपने लेफ्ट पे मूव कर दिया पाई ओवर 4 यूनिट्स, और उसके हिसाब से फिर आपने जो भी रेंज गिवन है उसके अंदर आपने ग्राफ बना दिया, राइट। सो you can either use transformations or you can use values from the calculator. So that's what P1 trigonometry is all about. I hope this was helpful. I'll be uploading some more checklist videos over the next few days. So I hope if you have liked it, the other videos would also be helpful. Thank you for watching until the end. I'll see you all again in another video. Allah Hafiz. Take care. Okay, assalamu alaikum everyone. So in this video, we are going to quickly go through all the different concepts that are required in paper 1 functions. So it's not going to include function transformations. It's going to be everything apart from that. Okay, so everything other than function transformations. So we are already familiar with equations like this, y equals 4x minus 7, for instance. Now we could write the same thing in function notation like this. We would say it's f of x. That means y is a function of x. that's equal to 4x minus 7. That function is defined like this. Okay, x की value इसके अंदर को input करते हैं, वो function क्या करता है? It multiplies that value by 4 and then subtracts 7 from that value, right? So that's how this function is defined. It's called a function of x. अब x की जगह कोई और variable use कर सकते हो, for example g of x. That's perfectly okay. So for example, a quadratic expression like this could be written like this: that this is a function of x that's defined like this: g of x that's equal to 2x squared minus 3x plus 7. Now similarly, we have seen notations like this before. For instance, y equals 4x minus 7. इसके अंदर हमको x की value input करनी है. Let's say we input x equals 1 here. We would generally write put x equals 1, and we would get y equal to something from that. In function notation, what we say is, if it's f of x equals 4x minus 7, x की जगह आपको 1 input करना है. So you say this is f of 1. So wherever you had x in the function, you just input 1 in place of that, and you get this result in this notation like this. So the way to write this whole thing that we wrote above in function notation is f of 1 equals minus t. Because x की value 1 है, उसकी corresponding y की value is minus 3. Right? So this is actually what is happening inside a function. You input a value, so आप एक x input करते हो उस function के अंदर. For instance, in this case, we input 1. Function कुछ operation apply करता है like this, right? And then it gives you some output that's called f of x. In this particular case, that came out to be minus 3. All right. Okay. Now, there are different types of relationships that can actually exist between two variables. For example, we can have a relationship like this. It's a linear relationship, or we could have similar relationships like this, something like this, or something like this. इनको हम कहते हैं one-to-one relationships. Why? Because what's happening here is, for every single input, we have one single output. And for every output, we've got one input. So every point is just related to one other point. For example, 2 अगर हमारे पास x axis के ऊपर है, x की value 2 है, तो y की value 4 है, y की value 7 है, तो x की value 5 है. On both sides, there's a one-to-one relationship. एक input के साथ एक ही output relate हो सकती है. It's called a one-to-one relationship. ठीक है? This is one type of relationship that can exist, जिसको हम function कहते हैं. There's another type of relationship that's also known as a function, and that's when you have something like this, when there is a possibility that two different values of x give you the same output. For example, y equals x square. It's a quadratic function. यहाँ पे हम x की value minus 3 input करें या plus 3 input करें, both of them give us the same result, that is 9. So if you look at the diagram on the right, what's happening is two different inputs are giving you the same output. So that's also possible. In this case, you've got multiple inputs that are giving you the same output. So inputs can be many that can give you the same output. So this type of a relationship is called many-to-one relationship. This is also this can also be represented as a function. We have only two types of relationships that can be represented as functions: one-to-one and many-to-one. So the key thing here is the output has to be unique. Outputs multiple nahi ho sakte. For instance, we have seen equations of circle before. Circle में क्या होता है? There are some inputs that can give you multiple outputs. For example, यहाँ पे मैं x की value 4 input करूँ, I get two values of y, one here and another here, right? If I have y की value minus 2 here, at minus 2, I can have two values of x, one is here and another is here, right? So on both sides, I can have two values. I can have multiple values. So multiple inputs and multiple outputs. It's called a many-to-many relationship. इसको हम function नहीं कहते. इस output में many आ रहा है. Okay, that's not called a function. And we discussed the reasons for this in the class before, in our classes before, of course. And this is the fourth type of relationship where inputs are 1. So for example, if you input x equals 4 here, so this is the graph of this function, this relationship, y equals plus minus square root of x. यहाँ पे क्या है? X की value, for example, अगर 4 input करो, y की value there can be 2 or minus 2. So one input is giving you multiple outputs. It's called a one-to-many relationship, and this is also not a function. So that in total there can be 4 different types of relationships. Only the first two here, one-to-one and many-to-one, are going to be known as functions. ठीक है? तो हम सिर्फ इनसे deal कर रहे होंगे. We're not concerned about the others in this particular topic. Okay. Now, how do we figure out whether some relationship is a function or not from a graph? We can use this test called that's a vertical line test. So आप क्या कोई भी line draw कर सकते हो on your graph, any vertical line that would cut the graph at 2 points. If that is the case, then that is not a function, because इसका मतलब होगा कि multiple outputs आ रही है. अगर आप कोई भी line ऐसी नहीं draw कर सकते vertical that would cut the graph at 2 points, then that is a function. So for instance, if you go here, we can draw a vertical line here like this that cuts the graph at 2 points. So this is not a function. In this case as well, we can draw a vertical line that cuts the graph at 2 points. This is also not a function, but we cannot draw any vertical line in these two graphs. For example, this graph and this graph that would cut the graph at 2 points. So these two are functions. Okay, so function to identify karna, we use this vertical line test. It's not going to be used very often, but this other test is definitely much more useful. That's horizontal line test for our purposes, and that is to check whether a function is one-to-one or not, right? Horizontal line test. Now, what does this test do? Can you draw? You basically check whether you can draw a horizontal line on the graph that would cut the graph at 2 points. If it does not cut the graph at 2 points, if you cannot draw any line that would cut the graph at 2 points, then that is a one-to-one function. But if you can draw such a horizontal line that would cut the graph at 2 points, then that would not be a one-to-one function. So for instance, if you go back there, in this graph, in this quadratic graph, you can draw a horizontal line like this. That cuts the graph at 2 points. So this is not a one-to-one function, because at for different inputs, for multiple inputs, we can get the same output. That's what this horizontal line test is telling you. कि दो points के ऊपर वो cut करी horizontal line, यानी दो values के ऊपर same output आ सकती है. But in the first case here, we cannot draw any horizontal line that would cut the graph at 2 points. This is a one-to-one function, right? So this is how you check for a one-to-one function from a graph. कोई भी horizontal line ऐसे नहीं होनी चाहिए जो graph को 2 points पे cut करे. Okay, then that would be a one-to-one function. And this will come handy later on, because inverse functions only exist for one-to-one functions. So that will be useful here. But before we go to that, we need to discuss this domain arrange. Domain kya hoti hai? Domain is all the different possible values of x that you can give to the function, right? कौन सी inputs आप दे सकते हो function को, that is called the domain of the function. Range of a function is the values of y that the function can give you as an output. Values of y कह लें या values of the function कह लें, f of x कह लें उसको, that's the output. The values of y that the function can give, that's the range. Now domain के अंदर you only need to know about two major things. One is so these are the first two things are just the inherent restrictions that a function can have. For instance, if you have a square root function के अंदर we know we cannot have a negative number. Otherwise, we will not get a real number as an output, right? So if you have a function like this, for instance, यहाँ पे आपको पता है square root के अंदर वाला part कभी भी negative नहीं हो सकता. So you say, if you had to write down a domain of this function, we would say whatever is inside the square root should be greater than or equal to 0. So we say 4x minus 6 should be greater than or equal to 0. So x की values यहाँ पे क्या आएंगी? X should be greater than or equal to 3/2. So this is an inherent restriction in this function. X की value 3/2 से कम नहीं हो सकती. So square root के अंदर whatever is inside the square root, we put that greater than or equal to 0 if we had to find the domain for that. Similarly, whenever you have a function like this, f of x equals something in which you have x in the denominator, तो वहाँ पे आपको ध्यान रखना है कि denominator में कभी भी 0 नहीं आ सकता, because division by 0 is not possible. That's not defined, right? So you cannot have 0 in the denominator. So even if a function is defined for all values of x, you have to be careful कि जो value of x आपको denominator में 0 दे देगी, that is not going to be allowed. For example, in this case, 3x minus 4 cannot be equal to 0. So x therefore should not be equal to 4/3, because that will give you 3x minus 4 equal to 0. यहाँ पे आपके पास even if x is defined for all real values, एक restriction आ जाएगी that x cannot be equal to 4/3. All right. अब इसके अलावा आपको domain में कुछ restrictions को खुद से दे सकते हैं, right? So these are the inherent function limitations. कि function की limitation है square root के अंदर negative नहीं आ सकता, fraction के अंदर denominator में 0 नहीं आ सकता. But then there can be some other restriction. For example, आपको function ऐसा हो जो जिसमें जो आपकी input है वो price है, let's say. Price cannot be negative, right? So इस तरह के cases में for instance आपको वो कोई given domain खुद से दे सकता है कि अच्छा even though x की value यहाँ पे हम negative put कर सकते थे, लेकिन उसने बता दिया आपको कि x is greater than or equal to 0. In that case, you just have to use that result. Okay. Domain के अंदर, that's pretty much all that you need to know. For range, now there can be many different types of functions that you may have to deal with. Now the easiest way of thinking about that is going to be that if you can just sketch the graph, of the function, and then you can just look at the graph sketch of what are the values of y on the graph, what is the minimum value of y, what is the maximum value of y, right? So you can actually do that in some cases where it's pretty easy to draw or sketch the graph. For example, if you have a quadratic function, you would always do that there. आप sketch कर लोगे छोटा सा linear function है. If you have functions like that, they're fairly easy to draw. या फिर उसने पिछले किसी point में आपसे वो sketch करवा लिया है, then you have to use that sketch to find the range. If you are not given that, then these are some points that you can keep in mind without sketching the graph, right? To find the range of any function. So one important thing for every single function is कि जो भी domain आपको given होगी उसके endpoints आपको consider करने. Whatever is the domain, you consider the endpoints of that domain. For example, if you have a domain like this, that x is between -2 and 4, तो दो values तो आप consider करोगे कि इनके ऊपर y की values क्या आती है. -2 को input कर लें function के अंदर 4 input कर लें and see what value you get. ठीक है, so these are going to be important values. इसके ऊपर आप देखेंगे कि आपकी corresponding values of y क्या आती है, and you will note them down. ठीक है, तो उनमें से हो सकता है जो भी बड़ी value हो वो सकता है maximum value, जो minimum value हो सकता है, जो छोटी value हो सकता है minimum value. लेकिन इसके साथ एक और चीज देखिए, we will come back, we will come to that in a moment. लेकिन for example आपके पास इस तरह की domain हो x less than 2, what do you do in that case? One limit is 2 here. There's no lower limit as such. So lower limit आप इस तरह से सोच सकते हो, what happens to the function if x goes to -infinity, right? Negative infinity पे जाते हैं तब क्या होता है? Similarly, x greater than or equal to -1 होता, तो इसमें lower limit is -1. -1 पे check करने का क्या होता है, और maximum limit कोई भी नहीं है. That means you check what happens to the function as x approaches infinity, right? So ये आपके पास end points domain के check करने होते हैं. Now, in addition to this, at the same time, for different types of functions, you may have to check one additional thing at least, and uske saath saath, theek hai? Now, for instance, let's consider these different types of functions. Now, if you have a linear function, or any continuous function that is one-to-one, for example, इस तरह की curve हो सकती है, that you see here, right? इस तरह की curve. Now, it's a one-to-one function, even if it's not linear. इस तरह के cases में आपको सिर्फ end points consider करने हैं, उसके अलावा कुछ नहीं करना. End points हमने ऊपर already consider कर लिए हैं, वो करने हैं, उसके अलावा you don't have to worry about anything else. सिर्फ आपने domain के endpoints consider करने हैं. Okay. If it's a quadratic function or any other continuous function, what do you do in that case? In that case, in addition to the endpoints, you also look at the turning point. Turning point पे आप check करेंगे कि वहाँ पे क्या होता है. ठीक है, अब हर case के हम कुछ examples देखेंगे in a few minutes. लेकिन quadratic और other बाकी polynomials के अंदर कोई भी continuous function है उसके अंदर आपको turning points भी साथ साथ देखने. So what if it's a reciprocal function? Reciprocal function क्या होता है? Where you have x in the denominator. In that case, in addition to the endpoints of the domain, you also consider the point where the denominator approaches 0. Because ये broken graph होता है reciprocal, तो इसमें आपको वो values देखनी होती है जहाँ पे ये function undefined हो जाता है. Because at those points often your values, you know, they go towards infinity. For example, इस तरह एक broken graph आपने देखे होंगे reciprocal के, you have to be careful there कि end points के साथ साथ जिन points पे graph break हो रहे होते हैं ना, वो ये point होता है जहाँ पे denominator 0 हो जाए, तो आप लोग उस point पे check करना है कि वहाँ पे क्या होता है. ठीक है, that's going to be considered in addition to the end points of the domain. Now, if there's an expression that contains squared expression, if there's a function that contains some squared expression, तो आपने एंड पॉइंट के साथ साथ और क्या चीज देखनी है, जब स्क्वायर के अंदर वाला पार्ट 0 हो जाए. ठीक है, अगेन विल सी एन एग्जांपल इन अ मोमेंट. अगर साइन और कॉस आ रहे हो तो अगेन एंड पॉइंट्स के साथ साथ आपको क्या चीज देखनी है, आपने देखना है जब साइन थीटा या कॉस थीटा की वैल्यू 1 होती है या -1 होती है. एक वो इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट होगा आपके पास. अगर आपके पास ये साइन स्क्वायर या कॉस स्क्वायर है, राइट, फॉर एग्जांपल आपके पास अगर साइन स्क्वायर है या कॉस स्क्वायर है, इन दैट केस 1 के साथ साथ you also look at what happens when the value there becomes 0, because -1 तो 1 हो जाएगा वहां पे स्क्वायर होके, तो 0 भी आप चेक करोगे because that will be another extreme value. Now it will become clear now when we look at some examples. For example, you look at some linear functions. आपने linear function में क्या करना है, you only have to worry about the end point. For example, 4x - 2, इसकी domain दी हुई थी -1 से लेकर 5 तक. You only check what happens at -1 and you check what happens at 5. इन दोनों पे वैल्यू चेक करी, एक पे -6 आ गया, एक पे 18 आ गया. Whatever is the lower value, that's your minimum possible value of the range, and whatever is the higher value, that is the maximum value. So -6 और 18 के दरमियान में इसकी range होगी. right? Similarly, you can have a function like this, tan of x, for instance. अगर उसकी domain हम restrict कर दें, for example, if it was tan of x and the domain given was from 0 to 𝞹/4. अब 0 से 𝞹/4 आपको पता है, this is how the graph looks like, right? From 0 to 𝞹/4, it's a one-to-one function, right? कभी-कभी ऐसे भी होता है, उसने ना पिछले पार्ट में आपको बता दिया होता है, it's a one-to-one function for a particular domain. तो फिर आप उस केस के अंदर क्या करते हो? You just look at the endpoints and that's enough, right? For example, in this case, we know that tan is 1-to-1 in this range. आपको सिर्फ 0 पे वैल्यू चेक करनी है, 𝞹/4 पे चेक करनी है, 0 और 1 आ गई. 0 is the minimum value, 1 is the maximum value, so that's your range, right? So what happens in quadratic functions? Now, quadratic functions और बाकी continuous functions के अंदर आपको क्या करना होता है? एंड पॉइंट्स कंसीडर करने हैं और आपने टर्निंग पॉइंट्स कंसीडर करने हैं अगर वो आपकी डोमेन के अंदर आ रहे हैं. So that's an important point, by the way. So that's important for all these things here as well. You have to be careful that you only consider them if they are inside your domain. अगर x की वैल्यू जो उस पॉइंट के ऊपर आती है वो डोमेन के अंदर है, फिर तब सब कंसीडर करो. अगर डोमेन के अंदर आई नहीं रही, of course you will not consider them. अच्छा, now quadratic and other continuous functions, endpoints देखने होते हैं, उसके साथ साथ turning points देखने होते हैं domain के अंदर. अब quadratic के अंदर, for instance, आप we would always prefer to just draw this because it's fairly straightforward graph, very straightforward sketching. You are very used to that, so you just sketch that. For example, अगर कोई function हो 2 into x minus 4 whole square plus 1, and x can be any real value, कोई domain में restriction नहीं है, तो endpoints तो infinity and positive, minus infinity, positive infinity हो गए. और टर्निंग पॉइंट देखना है आपको. टर्निंग पॉइंट क्या है इसका? That's 4 and 1. This is the turning point. 4 and 1. You can look at the completed square form. Turning point is 4 and 1. इसका मतलब ये है कि your function is anything equal to or above 1. 1 से ऊपर कुछ भी हो सकता है. So that's your range. F of x is greater than or equal to 1. अच्छा, अगर यहाँ पे आप domain को restrict कर दें, but let's say the same function and now you have x greater than or equal to 2. What happens in this case? You look at the endpoints. Endpoints में क्या होता है? For example, x की वैल्यू जब 2 है, अब क्या वैल्यू आती है आपके पास? X equal 2 के ऊपर you get a value of 9 in this case. Yeah, so you get a value of 9 in this case, right? X equals 2 के ऊपर 9 आती है. And you also look at the turning point. Turning point क्या है? Turning point 4 के ऊपर 1 आ रहा है, so that's your least value here. और फिर maximum value आपकी of course एक तो 9 है, लेकिन उसके साथ आप देखो इसकी दूसरी लिमिट क्या होगी? इन्फिनिटी की तरफ. Because maximum limit कोई भी नहीं है. When x approaches infinity, तो आपका जो f of x है, that also approaches infinity. The maximum limit हमारे पास कोई भी नहीं है. That's just infinity. So f of x is greater than or equal to 1. आप ये ग्राफ से कर लोगे तो quadratic में at least it's going to be more simple. So इस केस के अंदर तो you just use the graphs actually. So 2 into x minus 4 whole square plus 1. यहाँ पे x is greater than or equal to 5. अब यहाँ पे देखिए, आप again graph draw करेंगे. Turning point क्योंकि 4 और 1 पे आ रहा था, that is not in your domain. वो domain के अंदर है ही नहीं. आप सिर्फ राइट वाला पॉइंट कंसीडर कर रहे हो. एक तरह से one to one function की तरह हो गया. टर्निंग पॉइंट इसके अंदर आ ही नहीं रहा. You just look at the end points. 5 के ऊपर क्या है? 3 है. तो you can be anywhere above 3, equal to or above 3. 3 से ऊपर कहीं भी हो सकता है यहाँ पे. If it was a domain like this, between two values, right? So now you have to be careful. You look at the endpoints. 0 के ऊपर देखेंगे क्या आता है? 0 पे 33 आता है. 6 पे 9 आता है. And then you look at the turning point. Turning point we have a value of 1, right? So from graph you can see this is going from 1 to 33. Maximum lowest value is 1, the greatest value is 33. So the range is going to be from 1 to 33. अगर आप इसको calculation से कर रहे होते हैं, you just look at the minimum value here and the maximum value here. It's going to be between 1 and 33. You could have other polynomials like this, right? For instance, you have a cubic graph like this. उसमें domain आपको given है -6 से लेकर 6 तक. Now which points are important? End points. -6 पे देखेंगे क्या value है? -3 आती है. 6 पे देखेंगे +6 के ऊपर क्या आती है? 4 आती है. And then you look at the turning points. Turning points कौन-कौन से हैं? Turning points are -3 when x is equal to -3. That's given there. And its पे value 12 आती है. The other turning point is when x is equal to 4. That's also in the domain. Its पे value 1 आती है. And then you just look at whatever is the minimum value here, least value, that's -3. Whatever is the greatest value here out of these 4, that's 12. So the range here is going to be from -3 to 12. आपको ग्राफ में नजर आ रहा है. That's this thing here. The minimum value and the greatest, the least value and the greatest value. This is -3, and that is 12. So the range is going to be from -3 to 12 in this case. So what happens in reciprocal functions? Now let's think about this. If we have f of x equals 3 over 2x plus 1. Now it's a reciprocal function because you've got x in the denominator here. X आपके पास denominator में आ गया. Now end points important है, वो तो जैसे पहले थे वो important है. And then you also have to look at what happens when if you get 0 in the denominator. ठीक है, अगर वो domain के अंदर है. 0 denominator में कब आएगा? यहाँ पे इस केस के अंदर 0 denominator में आता है when you have 2x plus 1 equals 0. That's x equals minus 1 over 2. तो आप उस पे देख सकते थे अगर ये डोमेन के अंदर होता, इस केस के अंदर as x goes to minus 1 over 2, आपके डिनोमिनेटर 0 हो गया, तो आपकी f of x की वैल्यू क्या होती? वो इंफिनिटी पे चले जाती. बट इन दिस केस इट्स नॉट रेलेवेंट बिकॉज आपकी वो डोमेन के अंदर नहीं है. It's x greater than 0. The denominator 0 at that point is x equal to minus 1 over 2. That's outside your domain. So that's not your concern right now. But in general, you also have to think about that. Achha, in this case, what do we get? हम देखते हैं endpoints पे क्या values आती हैं. Endpoints कौन से हैं? एक तो 0 है, right? दूसरा क्या है? The least value is 0. What about the maximum value? Maximum value नहीं है. इसका मतलब है कि maximum value is basically when x is approaching infinity. 0 के ऊपर देखते हैं क्या होता है. When you put x equal to 0, 0 को input करते हैं तो we get 3 over 1. That is just 3. So that's one value that we get here. And then we look at the other extreme. When x approaches infinity, what happens in that case? As x approaches infinity here, let's see what happens here. So to this function, 3 over 2x plus 1. Now, as x goes to infinity, what happens to 2x plus 1? 2x plus 1 भी infinity पे चला जाएगा. Infinity को आप 2 से multiply कर रहे हो, फिर उसमें 1 add कर रहे हो, that's still infinity. और फिर आप 3 divided by that number कर रहे हो. 3 divided by a very large number, that will go to 0. 3 over infinity, that is just going to be 0. So therefore, जब as x becomes really large, आपका ये पूरा expression जो है, it approaches 0. एक value आपके पास आई थी 3, एक value आपके पास आ रही है 0. So you just say the range is going to be between 0 and 3 here. Because that's what you get here. Now, similarly, you could have a function like this, 1 over x plus 2. Again, what are your endpoints? एक तो 0 endpoint है, एक आपका positive infinity endpoint है, और तीसरा point हमको क्या देखना होता है? When the denominator becomes 0, denominator becomes 0 when x is equal to 0. So that is sort of an endpoint already. तो हम already consider कर रहे हैं. So let's look at these 2 points. As x goes to 0, what happens to this? As x goes to 0, this thing becomes an infinity, right? Because it becomes a very large number. Infinity plus 2, that's still infinity. So as x goes to 0, the function g of x, it goes to infinity. Okay, what happens as x becomes very large? X approaches infinity. Okay, what happens in that case? As x approaches infinity, 1 over x होगा, 1 over x, 1 over a very large number, 1 over infinity, that's going to go to 0. So 1 over x plus 2, that's 0 plus 2, that becomes 2. So now the endpoints that you have are 2 and infinity. So 2 और infinity के दरम्यान में हो सकता है आपका function, or that's the same thing as saying कि 2 से ज़्यादा कुछ भी हो सकता है, right? So g of x is greater than 2. That's your range in this function. That's what you do in reciprocal functions. What if you have a squared expression inside a function? You consider the endpoints and the value of x that makes the expression inside the square 0, right? Again, if it is within the domain, तब आप consider करोगे. Now, for instance, if you had a function like this, f of x equals x cubed minus 8, उसका whole square plus 3. Now, you look at the endpoints. इसकी domain is given to be 0 from 0 to 3. आप देखो कि 0 पे क्या होता है, and you also look at what happens at 3. When x is equal to 0, the function is equal to 67. When x is equal to 3, the function is equal to 364. ये दो values आ गई. And then another point that is important is going to be the value of x that makes the expression inside the square 0. So square के अंदर कैसे 0 आएगा? x cube minus 8 equals 0. x cube equals 8. जब x की value 2 है, तब square के अंदर 0 हो जाता है. Is that in our domain? X equal to, that is in our domain. So yes, ये value भी check करेंगे. We put x equal to 2 here. So that's 0 ka square plus 3, you get 3 here. So now out of these 3 values, you see whatever is the minimum, 3 is the minimum, 364 is the maximum. So we say the range of this function is going to be from 3 to 364. So then we have trigonometric functions. Trigonometric functions में क्या करना होता है? We look at the endpoints. Endpoints को consider करने हैं. उसके साथ often this is going to be helpful that you put sine or cos. हम sin और cos की बात करें specifically यहाँ पे, sin और cos की value एक दफा 1 input कर दें, एक दफा minus 1 input कर दें, then you see what happens to that function in that particular case. For example, you have 3 into sine of 2x plus 5. The endpoints are 0 and 2 pi. उस पर check कर सकते हैं. You get 5 and 5 in both cases. 0 पे 5 आता है, 2 pi पे भी 5 आता है. But then you have to see what happens if where is that? Yeah, then you have to see what happens when the sign becomes equal to 1. Right? What happens in that case? When sign becomes equal to 1. Yeah, when sign becomes equal to 1, you see what happens in that case. So when sine 2x is equal to 1, your f of x is equal to 3 into 1. Sine की जगह 1 आ गया, plus 5, that's equal to 8. Right? Because ये sine की maximum value होती है. Sine की minimum value क्या होती है? -1. You also check that. 3 into -1 plus 5, that gives you 2. So you have 2 here and you've got 8 here. The minimum point is therefore going to be 2 and the maximum is going to be 8. You have to be careful here कि आपने देख लेना है आपकी डोमेन के अंदर क्या ये दोनों पॉसिबल है. sin 1 हो रहा है डोमेन के अंदर, sin -1 हो रहा है. If that is happening, then you are good there. Okay. Achha, so let me actually just check this. That is actually, yeah, so that's okay. All right. तो आपने डोमेन के अंदर देख लेना है कि वो हो रहा है कि नहीं हो रहा है. ठीक है, अगर वो हो रहा है then it's perfectly okay और आप उसको यूज कर लोगे इस तरह से. अगर वो डोमेन के अंदर नहीं हो रहा, फिर आपने देखना है कि एंड पॉइंट्स पे ऑफ कोर्स वो भी आपके रेलेवेंट पॉइंट्स हो सकते हैं. अच्छा, देन इफ यू हैव अ स्क्वायर, साइन स्क्वायर और कॉस स्क्वायर, उसके अंदर आपको क्या करना होता है, 1 -1 के साथ साथ आप 0 भी चेक करते हो, बिकॉज -1 तो 1 हो जाता है स्क्वायर करके, तो आप 0 भी इसकी एक एक्सट्रीम वैल्यू बन जाती है. सो यू चेक व्हाट हैपेंस व्हेन sin स्क्वायर इक्वल्स 1. तो sin स्क्वायर की जगह 1 इनपुट कर दिया, उसमें आपका 3 आ गया. एक आप sin स्क्वायर की जगह 0 इनपुट कर लो, you get 4 into 0 minus 1, so that gives you -1. So therefore, the least value of this function is -1 and the greatest value is 3. Of course, again, you have to think whether these two extreme points, 1 and 0, are in your domain or not. And that's an important restriction, of course. And then we have inverse functions. Inverse functions क्या होते हैं? Let's think about this. You have some function f of x equals 5x minus 3. इसके अंदर हम 0 input करते हैं, हमें 3 output मिलती है. When we input 2, we get 7 output. When we input 5, we get 22. What function will do the opposite? कि उसमें -3 input करें, हमें 0 दे दे. उसमें 7 input करें, हमें 2 दे दे. उसमें हम 22 input करें, हमें 5 दे दे. That's called an inverse function. That does the opposite of the original function. ठीक है, इसको inverse का find करने का क्या तरीका होता है? You have f of x equal to 5x minus 3, for instance. F of x को आपने y से replace कर देना है, and then you make x the subject, right? Y equals 5x minus 3, you make x the subject. जब x subject बन गया, end पे जाके you say इसको आपने f inverse of x से replace कर देना. Of course, इसके अंदर intermediate steps होते हैं, which we are skipping here. As in, you of course should know that this is from this we get f inverse of y. और यहाँ पे essentially हम क्या कर रहे होते हैं? We are basically doing f inverse of y equals y plus 3 over 5. That is why we can then go to this expression here. But if you're just used to skipping those steps, that's perfectly okay. आपने बस क्या किया? x को subject बनाया और end पे आपने इस side पे left side पे f inverse लिख दिया और y की जगह पे आपने x लिख दिया, and that's going to be fine. That's how you find the inverse function. You know that from O levels already. But now you have to be careful. Inverse functions only exist for one-to-one functions. They don't exist for every kind of function. For example, quadratic function, अगर उसकी हम पूरी domain consider कर रहे हो, inverse functions do not exist for the whole range, for the whole domain. So we may have to do some modification there in that case. But let's go to that in a moment. Before that, you have to remember कि जो आपके original function की domain होती है ना, that is the range of the inverse function, and whatever is the range of the original function, that is the domain of the inverse function. Because remember, x और y एक दूसरे से interchange हो रहे होते हैं, right? Input output बन जाती है, output input बन जाती है. So that for that reason, we are doing exactly the same thing here as well. Domain becomes the range becomes the domain. Okay. So for instance, if you had a function जिसकी domain ये थी from -1 to 1, इसका मतलब ये है कि आपके जो inverse function की range होगी, that's going to be from -1 to 1, right? अगर original function की range ये थी from -8 to 2, let's say, वो आपने figure out की थी इस part में, आपसे वो पूछते domain of the inverse function वो क्या होगी? You will just say this is going to be the domain -8 से 2 तक. बस वहाँ पे यहाँ पे आप अंदर x लिख दोगे because we're talking about domain here. यहाँ पे हम range की बात करें, okay? Now, if you had to draw a graph of your function and the inverse function, be careful. You always draw a square grid. Square grid बनानी है. Square grid का मतलब है कि दोनों sides के ऊपर same scale लेना आपने. ठीक है, अदरवाइज ना आपकी वो रिफ्लेक्शन सही नहीं होगी. सो बेसिकली द ग्राफ्स ऑफ f of x and f inverse of x, they're always reflections of each other. So f of x and f inverse of x, कोई भी function और उसका inverse, they are reflection of each other in the line y equals x, right? So that's always the case. Y equals x के अंदर reflection होते हैं. So इसको draw करने का आसान तरीका क्या होता है? आप f of x draw कर लें. f of x के अंदर जो भी points आपके पास आ रहे हैं, for example, you have 1.0 and -3, you have another point 1.5 and 0. f inverse में क्या होएगा? You just interchange these points, or interchange these coordinates. So x coordinate y बन जाएगा, y coordinate x हो जाएगा. So basically this is what happens. X coordinate becomes the y coordinate, and the y coordinate becomes the x coordinate. तो उस तरह से आप points inverse के भी plot कर दें, और उसके corresponding आप फिर वो ग्राफ बना दें, keeping in mind कि आपकी y equals x के अंदर वो reflection बन रहा होगा. उससे आप थोड़ी बहुत, if you are confused about the shape, you will figure that out from there as well, right? So points आप mark कर लेंगे like this. Original points कि आप interchange कर दें, they will be the points for the inverse function. Okay, then you have the inverse of quadratic functions. What do you do in this case? Now, inverse, you see, only exists for one-to-one function. Now, this is not a one-to-one function. It fails the horizontal line test. So, quadratic inverse हम किस तरह से निकाला करेंगे? We will break this graph down into two parts, right? So, for instance, अक्सर वो पूछेगा आपसे, if you have a function like this, g of x equals 2x squared minus 8x plus 11, and the domain is given to be x less than or equal to a. वो कहता है कि largest possible value of a find करें such that the inverse of this function exists, right? तो inverse function, inverse इसका कब exist करेगा? या तो आप left side वाला part consider कर रहे हो इसका सिर्फ, या फिर आप इसके right side वाला part consider कर रहे हो, right? तो जब भी वो largest और smallest values वाला इस तरह पूछते हैं, for example, वो कहता है अगर x greater than or equal to b range है, तो आप a की आपसे वो पूछ रहा है largest value, b की smallest value पूछ सकता था, the smallest value of b, that's basically going to be the turning point, because इसके एक side के ऊपर आप दोनों से में से कोई भी एक side लो, उसके ऊपर आपका function 1-to-1 बन जाता है और उसी का inverse exist करता है, right? So यहाँ पे इस case के अंदर, for instance, the greatest possible value of a would have been 2, क्योंकि आपका ये left side वाला function जो है, that is relevant, yellow वाला, that's going to be relevant for this this domain, right? Who's a less, तो yellow वाला part जो है वो इस graph को represent कर रहा होगा. Now, how do you find the inverse of such functions? Let's say we have a function like this, x squared plus 2x plus 1. We follow the exact same process, लेकिन यहाँ पे inverse find करने के लिए, क्योंकि आपने x को subject बनाना है, x को आप तभी subject बना सकते हो अगर आप इसको पहले completed square form में convert कर लोगे. So you first convert it into completed square form. Once you're done with that, you just make x the subject from there. ठीक है, x को subject बना रहे होगे, you will come to this point, यहाँ पे आपको square root लेना पड़ेगा. Square root लेते हुए, remember, you always have to put plus minus on one side. आपने यहाँ पे plus minus input कर दिया, ठीक है, यहाँ पे दूसरी side के ऊपर. So what do you do after that? अब यहाँ पे आपके पास इस तरह का result आ जाएगा, -1 plus minus square root of y minus 2, right? This is what you end up with. Now, this is not a function because the plus minus हमने ऊपर वाला case देखा था, it's a shape like this or a shape like this. इस तरह की shape बन जाती है. ठीक है, तो ये function नहीं होगा. यहाँ पे हमें आकर decide करना होगा whether you put plus here or minus here. Now, what we can do for this is we can look at the domain of the original function. हमने उसने कहा हुआ था कि x की value it has to be less than or equal to -1. X की value has to be less than or equal to -1. ये उसने हमें कहा हुआ था. तो अब यहाँ पे देखें हमारे पास ये x आ क्या रहा है. We are getting something like this. We are getting x equal to -1 plus minus square root of y minus 2. क्योंकि x has to be less than or equal to -1, you see कि अच्छा -1 के अंदर हम कोई चीज प्लस करेंगे उससे क्या आएगा, वो तो -1 से बड़ी वैल्यू हो जाएगी. -1 में से कोई चीज माइनस करेंगे, then we will be less than or equal to -1, right? तो यहाँ पे फिर हम इस वजह से क्या करेंगे, take minus sign here because that is what is going to ensure that x remains less than or equal to -1. तो -1 के अंदर से हमने कोई चीज subtract करनी है, तब हमारी ये domain satisfy होगी, right? So that's why we only put the negative there in this particular case. ठीक है, फिर आप inverse लिख दोगे, so f inverse of x is equal to this. ठीक है, अब उसने आपसे पूछा होता domain of f inverse यहाँ पे क्या है. So remember, you have already converted to completed square form. तो इसकी range आपको पता है original function की. Range of the original function is f of x greater than or equal to 2, right? 2 से बड़ा कुछ भी हो सकता है. So that's the range f of x greater than or equal to 2. Since that is the range of the original function, that should be the domain of f inverse. So since the range is greater than or equal to 2, the domain is also greater than or equal to 2 for the inverse function, right? So you write that the domain of the inverse function is x greater than or equal to 2. And have composite functions, right? What do you do in this case? Now, let's say you have two functions, f of x equals 2x plus 3 and g of x equals 1 over 4x minus 3. Composite functions kya hote hain? That you put one function inside another function. So let's say you have to evaluate f g of x. Now that's the same thing it's saying. You're inputting g of x inside f. F के अंदर आप g of x input कर रहे हो, right? इसमें होता क्या है? When you do this, when this function actually works, what happens is ये जो अंदर वाली चीज है x, उसके ऊपर सबसे पहले g apply होता है, because that's the closest to it. So x is being input into the function g, and that is giving you an output that's g of x. X को आप g के अंदर input करते हो, that gives you the output that's g of x. और फिर आप क्या करते हो? g of x को input करते हो f के अंदर, and that gives you another output. That's your composite function, right? तो x जो है वो g में input होता है, g का जो g of x result आता है, that is input into f, and that's your composite function. Okay? अब यहाँ पे देखिए डोमेन कौन सी रेलेवेंट है, क्योंकि आप x g के अंदर इनपुट कर रहे हो, डोमेन g की रेलेवेंट होती है यहाँ पे, ठीक है? एंड देन दैट गिव्स यू एन आउटपुट, तो यहाँ पे g की आउटपुट मिलती है, एंड दैट इज देन आउटपुट ऑफ g इज इनपुट इनटू f. सो रेंज ऑफ g जो है ना वो डोमेन of f में जाके input हो रही होती है. So there's an important thing here that we will need to consider. I'll come to that in a moment. But let's see इसमें evaluate कैसे करते हैं. f of x equals 2x plus 3, g of x equals 1 over 4x plus 3. अब क्या करोगे? अब इसको इस तरह लिख लोगे. f g of x को f of g of x. अब g of x की जगह you just input that function inside 1 over 4x minus 3. So essentially जहाँ पे भी हमारे पास x आ रहा था f के अंदर, उसकी जगह हमने 1 over 4x minus 3 डाल दिया, and then we just simplify this. That's the composite function, right? Now there are a few things that are important here. Now you see we saw there range of g of x, जो g of x की output थी, g की output थी, वो f के अंदर input हो रही है. अब इसका मतलब ये है कि जो g की output है वो f की domain के अंदर होनी चाहिए. It's an important condition. g की output should be inside the domain of f. f की domain should contain the range of g, otherwise this function would not exist, right? For example, अगर आपके पास ये range of g थी, let's say g of x was greater than or equal to 4, तो यहाँ पे domain हमारे पास थी x greater than or equal to 10. अब ये क्योंकि यहाँ पे कुछ values आ रही हैं 4 से लेकर 10 तक, जो हम यहाँ पे input ही नहीं कर सकते, right? This composite function will not work. यहाँ पे आपके पास कम से कम value जो range की है वो ये होनी चाहिए. अगर आपके पास फॉर एग्जांपल यहाँ पे रेंज वाज ग्रेटर देन इक्वल टू 4, यहाँ पे कम से कम जो डोमेन होनी चाहिए वो हमारे पास होनी पड़ेगी x ग्रेटर देन इक्वल टू 4. अगर इससे ज्यादा रिस्ट्रिक्शन है, फॉर एग्जांपल अगर x ग्रेटर देन इक्वल टू 5 होती, इट वुड नॉट वर्क. x ग्रेटर देन इक्वल टू 0 होता, दैट वुड वर्क बिकॉज़ दिस स्टिल कंटेन्स द रेंज. सो दैट्स गोइंग टू बी इंपॉर्टेंट इन कॉम्पोजिट फंक्शन, राइट? दैट्स गोइंग टू बी इंपॉर्टेंट टू कंसीडर. सो this is the situation, right? g of x की आपके पास domain है, range है, f of x की आपके पास domain है, range है. जो g of x की range है, that should be able to be input into the domain of f of x. जो g of x की domain होती है, that is the domain of the composite function. Let's summarize all of this. Domain of f g of x, domain of that composite function is the same as the domain of the inner function. अंदर वाला function होगा, उसकी domain आपके composite function की domain होगी, right? Inner function जो भी आपका inner function होगा, यहाँ पे inner function g था, तो इसलिए वो g यहाँ पे लिखा होगा, ठीक है? Now for f g of x to exist, for this composite function to exist, the range of g of x, that's the inner function. Inner function की जो range है, it should be a subset of the domain of the outer function. Outer function की domain का subset होना चाहिए ताकि वो उसके अंदर input हो सके, like the example that I gave above. So basically यहाँ पे, you can also think of it this way: the domain of the outer function should contain the range of the inner function. So that's an important point that you need to remember here. Okay? So we have done examples in this in class as well. So this is what I meant with the example that I gave above there, with g of x greater than or equal to 4. Okay, यहाँ पे minimum लीस्ट पॉसिबल डोमेन यहाँ पे क्या होनी चाहिए, x greater than equal to 4 आपके पास कम से कम यहाँ पे होना चाहिए for this function to exist, ताकि ये सारी रेंज उसके अंदर जाके इनपुट हो सके. Okay, so I hope this was helpful. I'll be posting the function transformations one later. So thank you for watching. If this was helpful, I hope the other checklist videos will also be helpful for you. The links are given in the description, so you can have a look at them. And thank you for watching. I'll see you again in another video. Allah Hafiz.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. Welcome to another video in our quick revision series. So this is going to be on function transformations. We are done with pretty much all the other P1 topics, differentiation and integration left. They will also be uploaded soon, inshallah. We're done with M1, we're done with S1. Their quick revision videos are already uploaded. Paper 3, we're done with integration, complex numbers, and vectors until now. The rest will be coming in the next few days as well, inshallah. Right? So this is going to be on function transformations. If you want to have a look at any other of those quick revision videos, you can find them in the description below. आप देख सकते हैं साइड पे आपको कार्ड भी नजर आ रहा होगा टॉप राइट के ऊपर. You can have a look at them. Let's look at this. This is function transformation. So what do we need to know about this? First of all, we need to know how to describe transformation. There's 3 types of transformations that we need to know about: translation, reflection, and stretch. And they can be either vertical or horizontal. Okay, vertical भी हो सकते हैं, horizontal भी हो सकते हैं. So in total, there are 6 transformations. Translation, whenever you're going to describe that, you're going to use a column vector for that. अगर वर्टिकल होगी आपका y कंपोनेंट में कुछ आ रहा होगा, हॉरिजॉन्टल होगी तो x कंपोनेंट में कुछ आ रहा होगा. If you want, you can actually, if there are 2 transformations happening, एक horizontal translation, एक vertical translation है, आप इसको इकट्ठा भी लिख सकते हैं. Stretch, reflection जब आप describe करोगे, आपने क्या करना है, line of reflection जरूर लिखनी है. ठीक है. So जो vertical transformation है, उसका मतलब vertical का मतलब ये है कि आपकी movement vertical है, तो उसमें line of reflection आपकी x axis होती है कि ऊपर वाला point नीचे चला जाता है, नीचे वाला point ऊपर चला जाता है. So that's going to be vertical reflection. And similarly, in horizontal reflection, you'll say the line of reflection is y-axis, because horizontal का मतलब है movement right left है, तो left वाला point right पे चला जाएगा, right वाला point left पे चला जाएगा, तो movement is horizontal. It's going to be, line of reflection is going to be y-axis in that case. Stretch कैसे describe किया करेंगे? For stretch, we are going to write down the direction. We could actually just say vertical stretch or horizontal stretch, and that works. Or in case of vertical, we can say along y-axis or parallel to y-axis. इसमें से कोई चीज आपको जरूर लिखनी है, या vertical लिख दें, या parallel to y-axis, या along y-axis लिख दें. और साथ आपको क्या लिखना है, scale factor या stretch factor. उसको scale factor भी कह सकते हैं, stretch factor भी कह सकते हैं. You have to write that. Horizontal stretch के लिए क्या करेंगे? It's going to be along or parallel to x-axis, or you can just write horizontal stretch. That's also fine. और साथ आप scale factor लिख दोगे. That's what you have to. That's how you describe transformation. Take a translation के अंदर, make sure that you're writing down the vector. You should not write that in words के right left shift हो रहा है, वो word में नहीं लिख सकते, vector लिखना जरूरी होता है. Okay. Now, what happens in function transformation? The functions की transformation पे क्या क्या हो रहा है? Let's talk about vertical transformation first. Vertical transformations का मतलब ये है, movement आपकी जो ग्राफ की होगी वो vertical होगी, सिर्फ y coordinate change हो रहे हैं, x coordinate change नहीं होंगे. Now, vertical transformations happen when you've got something happening outside the function. So you've got f of x here, f of x के बाहर कुछ हो रहा है, ठीक है? You could either have something being added or subtracted, plus minus कुछ हो रहा है, that's going to be a translation. So that's vertical translation. अगर ये plus होएगा तो आपका ग्राफ ऊपर मूव कर जाएगा, अगर ये माइनस होएगा यहाँ पे, ग्राफ आपका नीचे मूव कर जाएगा. ठीक है? So vertical transformation में plus होता है तो ऊपर जाता है, माइनस होता है नीचे जाता है. ट्रांसलेशन वेक्टर आप लिख सकते हो उसका इस तरह से. Horizontal vertical reflection, उसका क्या मतलब है? Line of reflection is going to be x-axis. ये कब होती है? जब फंक्शन के बाहर आप माइनस से मल्टीप्लाई कर देते हैं. ठीक है? This is called vertical reflection. Line of reflection x-axis होती है. आपके y coordinates का साइन आपका चेंज हो जाता है, y becomes negative y. And then if you have something being multiplied outside the function, तो अगर plus minus हो रहा है तो vertical translation, minus से multiply हो रहा हो तो vertical reflection. और फंक्शन के बाहर कोई चीज मल्टीप्लाई हो रही हो, कि नंबर मल्टीप्लाई हो रहा हो, तो उससे क्या होता है? You've got vertical stretch. अब वो stretch कैसे होएगा? He'll say vertical stretch with stretch factor this number. जो a आपका नंबर है वो आपका stretch factor होगा. ठीक है? इससे होता क्या है? If you've got x, y coordinates, they become x, a, y, जो y coordinate है वो a से multiply हो जाता है. Stretch factor से multiply हो जाता है आपका y coordinate. That happens in vertical transformations. अगर आपके पास इस तरह आ रहा है, let's say, -3 into f of x. Now you see minus represents reflection, 3 represents stretch. आप एक या तो इसको अलग-अलग इस तरह लिख सकते हैं, we'll say it's vertical stretch with scale factor 3 and also a vertical reflection. आप दोनों को अलग-अलग लिख सकते हो, ये भी कर सकते हो, या फिर आप उनको इकट्ठा लिख सकते हो. आप कह सकते हो it's a vertical stretch with scale factor -3. That's also fine. That also works. Okay. All right. This is the summary of those vertical transformations. बाहर पे नीचे multiply हो रही है, minus से multiply हो रहा है, plus minus हो रहा है. We've discussed each of them separately above. ये तीन चीजें आपके पास हो सकती हैं. You've got the descriptions for them here. All right. अच्छा. Now what happens in horizontal transformations? Horizontal transformation पे क्या होता है? Something is happening inside the function. Function के अंदर कुछ हो रहा होगा. X के साथ कोई चीज हो रही होगी. ठीक है? You can either have something being added or subtracted to it, plus minus something, plus minus some number. Like ये हो सकता है. इसका मतलब है horizontal translation. Right left shift हो रहा है आपका graph. अब remember horizontal में सब कुछ ना उल्टा हो रहा होता है. Okay. If you do plus b plus some number, your graph is going to move towards the left. If you do minus b, your graph is going to move towards the right. ठीक है, तो प्लस करेंगे तो लेफ्ट पे जाएंगे, माइनस करेंगे तो राइट पे जाएंगे. अगेन आप इसका ट्रांसलेशन वेक्टर्स के हिसाब से लिख दोगे, आपने साइन वहां पे चेंज कर देना होता है. ठीक है. अच्छा, देन यू हैव f of minus x, x के साथ माइनस मल्टीप्लाई हो जाए, दैट्स हॉरिजॉन्टल रिफ्लेक्शन. लाइन ऑफ रिफ्लेक्शन यहाँ पे क्या होगा? y एक्सिस. अगेन x कोऑर्डिनेट के साथ minus sign multiply हो जाता है. That's what happens there. If you got something being multiplied inside, x के साथ कोई number multiply हो रहा है, that is going to be a horizontal stretch. Horizontal stretch. Okay. तो उसका stretch factor क्या होगा? Scale factor क्या होगा? It's going to be reciprocal of this number. जो भी यहाँ पे number multiply हो रहा है, उसका reciprocal is going to be your stretch factor or scale factor. तो अगर a multiply हो रहा है, scale factor is 1 over a. All right. तो इसमें क्या होगा? जो आपका x कोऑर्डिनेट है वो a से डिवाइड हो जाएगा. y कोऑर्डिनेट को यहाँ पे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता हॉरिजॉन्टल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशंस के अंदर. ओनली द x कोऑर्डिनेट्स चेंज, y कोऑर्डिनेट्स डू नॉट चेंज. ऑलराइट. ओके, सो दैट्स हॉरिजॉन्टल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशंस एंड दिस इज द समरी फॉर देम. फंक्शन के अंदर कुछ हो रहा है, x के साथ कोई चीज मल्टीप्लाई हो रही है या ऐड सबट्रैक्ट हो रहा है. दीस आर द थ्री ट्रांसफॉर्मेशंस दैट कैन हैपन इन दिस केस. ऑलराइट. नाउ व्हाट हैपेंस व्हेन यू कंबाइन ट्रांसफॉर्मेशंस? अब मल्टीपल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन एक साथ हो रही है, तब क्या करेंगे? If you've got some vertical and some horizontal transformations, for example, in this case, you've got 3 being multiplied outside, and you've got -2 inside, and which is minus हो रही है. You've got one vertical and one horizontal. Vertical or horizontal में से आप जो मर्जी पहले कर दो, it doesn't matter. Okay, so you can do the vertical first, or you can do the horizontal first. जो मर्जी पहले कर दें, it does not make any difference. ठीक है? Because they are going to be completely independent of each other. वर्टिकल अलग से कर लें, हॉरिजॉन्टल अलग से कर लें, ऑर्डर मैटर नहीं करता इसके अंदर. ठीक है, अगर आपके पास वर्टिकल हॉरिजॉन्टल की बात हो रही है. बट इफ यू हैव मल्टीपल वर्टिकल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशंस, इफ यू गॉट मल्टीपल वर्टिकल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशंस, व्हाट हैपेंस इन दैट केस? Let's say you've got -3 outside here, that's a stretch, and you've got +5, that's a translation. Vertical जब ट्रांसफॉर्मेशंस होंगी, जो आपका ऑर्डर ऑफ ट्रांसफॉर्मेशंस होगा, इट्स गोइंग टू बी द सेम एज BODMAS. जो आपका BODMAS रूल होता है, पहले मल्टीप्लिकेशन एंड डिवीजन और उसके बाद एडिशन सब्ट्रैक्शन. सो बेसिकली स्ट्रेच रिफ्लेक्शन वो पहले हो रहे होंगे, उसके बाद ट्रांसलेशन होगी. वर्टिकल के अंदर, वर्टिकल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन के अंदर पहले स्ट्रेच करेंगे या रिफ्लेक्शन, दोनों में से कोई भी कर लें, ट्रांसलेशन बाद में होगी. वर्टिकल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन के अंदर अगर आपके पास जो फॉर्म है वो इस तरह की है, अगर इस फॉर्म में लिखा हुआ है, जो स्टैंडर्ड फॉर्म है आपकी, उसमें आप स्ट्रेच रिफ्लेक्शन पहले करते हो, ट्रांसलेशन बाद में करते हो. If it's multiple horizontal transformations, so you've got something happening inside the function, -4x + 2, so you've got a translation, and you can say you've got minus a stretch, a horizontal stretch with scale factor -1/4. ये दो चीजें हो रही हैं. What do you do first now? Horizontal के अंदर जिस तरह पहले ऊपर सब कुछ उल्टा हो रहा था, यहाँ पे order of transformations भी उल्टा होता है. You do translation first, so it works opposite to BODMAS. Translation पहले करेंगे, यहाँ पे translation पहले करेंगे, उसके बाद आप स्ट्रेच या रिफ्लेक्शन करोगे. ठीक है, तो हॉरिजॉन्टल के अंदर इट वर्क्स द अदर वे अराउंड. BODMAS से उल्टा होगा, ट्रांसलेशन पहले होगी, स्ट्रेच रिफ्लेक्शन बाद में होगी. सो फॉर इंस्टेंस, इफ यू गॉट समथिंग लाइक दिस, f of -4x + 2, what does that mean? That means it's a translation first. It's a translation first. आपके पास जो भी ग्राफ है f of x किस तरह से चेंज हो रहा होगा? You'll first do a translation with this column vector 2 units to the left, and then you say it's a horizontal stretch with scale factor minus 1/4 इसका reciprocal, that is your stretch. ठीक है, तो पहले translation इसके बाद stretch. So that's the standard rule. Now you'll see in a recent paper you've got something like this. हमने थोड़ा सा यहाँ पे trick किया. You've got f of x equals x squared, and then they've said it transforms to this thing. अब देखिए यहाँ पे मसला क्या है, this is not the standard form. ये standard form नहीं है क्योंकि यहाँ पे उसने ना brackets लगा दिए, उसने ब्रैकेट लगा दिए यहाँ पे. अब जब ब्रैकेट्स लगा दिए हैं उसका मतलब ये है कि जो ब्रैकेट के अंदर वाली चीज है उसको आपको पहले इवैल्यूएट करना पड़ेगा. ठीक है, सो इफ यू वर टू थिंक अबाउट दीस ट्रांसफॉर्मेशंस, अब देखें कौन कौन सी ट्रांसफॉर्मेशंस हो रही हैं. हॉरिजॉन्टल, यू गॉट ओनली वन ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन, वन हॉरिजॉन्टल, दैट्स अ ट्रांसलेशन. उसको आप लिख सकते हो, इट्स हॉरिजॉन्टल ट्रांसलेशन. 2 0 वो आपकी हो गई. ठीक है, हॉरिजॉन्टल है ही एक सिर्फ, उसमें तो ऑर्डर मैटर ही नहीं करता, एक ही ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन है. आप बेशक को पहले लिख दो, एंड पे आके लिख दो, एक ही बात है. वर्टिकल दो है, you got this vertical, दो vertical transformations. You got to choose which one to do first. Now generally vertical के अंदर हम stretch पहले करते हैं, लेकिन यहाँ पे क्योंकि उसने ब्रैकेट के अंदर लिख दिया तो ब्रैकेट पहले इवैल्यूएट होगा, यानी जो अंदर +3 हो रहा है that has to happen first here. So पहले आप क्या करोगे, 0-3 ट्रांसलेशन करोगे. Okay, उसके बाद you do a stretch, a vertical stretch with scale factor 2. All right, that's how you would approach this one. But let's say you wanted to do it this way that we did for the standard case. हम ये standard case करना चाहते हैं, आप क्या कर सकते थे, इसको standard form में convert कर सकते थे. That's another possibility. आप कहते हैं let's multiply this 2 inside, 2 को अंदर multiply कर दें तो क्या हो जाता, वही चीज सबकी क्या बन जाती, 2 into x minus 2 whole square plus 6, 2 into 3 6 हो गया. उसको आप इस फॉर्म में कन्वर्ट कर लेते हैं कि आपने ब्रैकेट रिमूव कर दिया, आपने ब्रैकेट रिमूव कर दिया, and now this is the standard form that we are familiar with. इसमें क्या होगा, इसमें आपका नॉर्मल ऑर्डर अप्लाई होगा. हॉरिजॉन्टल, अगेन यू गॉट ओनली वन हॉरिजॉन्टल, उसका बेसिक पहले लिख दो. ओके, एंड देन यू गॉट अ स्ट्रेच एंड अ ट्रांसलेशन. वर्टिकल के अंदर हमें पता है स्ट्रेच रिफ्लेक्शन पहले होते हैं, हमने कहा स्केल फैक्टर 2 के साथ पहले स्ट्रेच हो रही है. एंड देन यू गॉट अ ट्रांसलेशन विद दिस वेक्टर. अब यहाँ पे देखें 6 हो गया. ठीक है, ये ट्रांसलेशन वेक्टर यहाँ पे क्या होगा, 0 6 होगा. 6 यूनिट्स अप मूव कर रहे होंगे. अगर हम इस ऑर्डर के अंदर करते हैं तो यहाँ पे ट्रांसलेशन वेक्टर आपका चेंज हो जाएगा. राइट, एंड बोथ आर एक्सेप्टेबल. आप दोनों तरह से कर सकते हो इसको. ठीक है, जस्ट अ फाइनल पीस ऑफ एडवाइस. कभी कभी इसमें ये अक्सर आते हैं क्वाड्रेटिक फंक्शंस होते हैं, इसमें आपको ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन देखनी होती हैं. whenever you have to think about transformations, the first thing you should always do is you should convert that to completed square form. उसके बाद आपको सही समझ आएगी, otherwise आपको सही समझ नहीं आएगी. ठीक है, तो पहले आपने completed square form में convert करना है, उसके बाद सोचना. All right, I hope this was helpful. I'll see you again in another video. All the best for your exams. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum everyone. In this video, we are going to quickly discuss all the key concepts that we need to know in P1 differentiation. So let's begin. First of all, we need to know the sequence of chords while a method. So for example, if you have a curve like this and you want to find the gradient at a particular point, let's say you want to find the gradient at this point A, which has coordinates 1 and 1. तो पहले हम क्या करते थे, O levels के अंदर we used to draw a tangent here and then estimate the gradient. एक इसमें idea ये use कर सकते हैं that we use a sequence of chords like this, that we have this point A here. We take another point of the curve, let's say this point B, and we find the gradient of AB. AB का gradient find कर ले. That turns out to be 5 here. मैंने एक point लिया B, उसके ऊपर corresponding value x और y की आपके पास आ गई और आपने AB का gradient find कर लिया. ठीक है, AB का gradient आपके पास 5 आ गया, but then it's not a very good estimate. Why? Because A के ऊपर जो gradient है, जो tangent है, वो तो इस तरह का होना था. A के ऊपर जो tangent है वो तो आपका तकरीबन ऐसे होना था. AB लाइन की डायरेक्शन तो बिल्कुल डिफरेंट है, वो ज्यादा स्टीप है. हम क्या करते हैं, in order to improve our estimate, we take another point that is closer to A as compared to the point B. B से ज्यादा close point आपने लिया A के. So you can take this point C for instance. आपने C point लिया, दोबारा से gradient find किया, it turned out to be 4. And then what you do is you just keep getting closer and closer to that point A. आपने उससे ज्यादा close points लेना शुरू कर दिया. You take this point D point लिया, यहाँ पे coordinates 2 and 4 हैं, उसके ऊपर आपको AD का gradient आपके पास आ गया 3. You took another point that's even closer to A, point E, point F. इन सब पे आपने क्या किया, इनके gradient find किए with the line joining these points with A. तो आप देखें sequence क्या बन रहा है. You started from 5, 4, 3, 2.1, 2.01. तो आप देखोगे values किसको approach कर रही हैं? So it's pretty obvious from here. आपकी values 2 को approach कर रही हैं. So the gradient at the point A should be 2 here, right? So that's the method that we need to know about for estimating gradients of a curve, gradient of a curve at a particular point like this. Okay, so that's one thing. Now let's discuss a formal method of finding gradients of curves, which is called differentiation. Differentiation we use to find gradient of any type of graph. In P1 differentiation, we only have functions that have this power. We only have power functions like this. The first type of function we have is kx raised to power n. So we could have something like this. For instance, we have y equals 4x raised to power 3. Isko differentiate किस तरह से करते हैं? There are two things that we have to do for this. You multiply by the power. जब n आपके पास power आ रही है, उससे multiply कर देते हैं, वो नीचे आकर multiply हो जाता है यहाँ पे, and then you subtract 1 from the power में से 1 minus कर देते हैं, it becomes n minus 1. So in this case, for instance, 4x cube का derivative क्या हो जाएगा? It's going to be dy over dx equals 4 into 3 power से multiply कर दिया into x raised to power 3 minus 1. 3 में से 1 minus किया, we get 2 from that, and the derivative turns out to be 12x squared. So you need to know about this rule. Then there are a couple of other rules that are derived from this. वो basically इसी से आ रहे होते हैं. अगर आपके पास कुछ भी इस तरह का लिखा हुआ है sum constant into x, तो इसका derivative सिर्फ क्या हो जाता है? वो जो constant होता है. For example, if we have y equals minus 5x, the derivative of that is simply minus 5. Okay, जो number लिखा हुआ है तो वो आपका derivative होता है. And then if you have y equals k, so basically k is a constant. If you have any constant like this, let's say y equals 4, the derivative of a constant is always equal to 0. Constant derivative, अगर वो किसी चीज का multiply ये divide नहीं हो रहा, सिर्फ एक standalone constant है, उसका derivative हमेशा 0 होता है. Okay, so that's what we need to know about. Now there's a more general form of that power rule. ऊपर तो हमारे पास सिर्फ यहाँ पे x की power थी, but then we could actually have anything in terms of x. X के terms में कुछ भी हो सकता है, और उसके ऊपर कोई power है, तो उसको किस तरह से differentiate करते हैं? This is the general rule that we've got for that. There are 3 things that we're going to do here. We multiply by the power, n आके नीचे multiply हो जाएगा. We subtract 1 from the power, so we have n here. Multiply by the power. Subtract 1 from the power, and then you multiply by the derivative of what is inside the power. जो power की base है, उसके derivative से आपको multiply भी करना होता है. Okay, ये 3 चीजें आपको करनी होती है, and that's the general power rule that we have to know about in this topic. Now let's have a look at a few examples of this. Let's say we've got something like this. 2x plus 1 whole raised to power 4. We want to differentiate this. क्या करेंगे? It's the power form. You multiply by the power. 4 से multiply कर दिया. Whatever is inside the brackets, that remains as it is. You subtract 1 from the power. 4 में से 1 minus कर दिया. And then you multiply by the derivative of what is inside the power, the base है. उसके derivative से multiply कर दिया. 2x plus 1 का derivative is 2. You multiply by that. Then you can simplify this. You end up with this derivative. Let's take another example. Let's say we've got something like this, where you have a fraction in the power, minus 3 into this whole thing. The constant that's being multiplied outside, that remains as it is. जो multiply हो रहा है constant, उसको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, वो वैसे ही रहता है. Multiply by the power आके नीचे multiply हो जाएगी 2 over 3. You've got that here. You subtract 1 from the power, 2 over 3 minus 1. That's going to give you minus 1 over 3. जो भी अंदर था वो वैसे ही रहा. Power में से 1 minus कर दिया. It becomes minus 1 over 3. And then whatever was inside the brackets here, जो power के नीचे आ रहा था, उसके derivative से multiply कर देंगे. What does that turn out to be? 2x squared plus 5x का derivative is 4x plus 5. उससे multiply कर दिया. And then you can simplify that. That's going to give you the derivative. Okay, let's take another example. If you have something like this, now this is not something that is in the power form right now. What you can do is you can convert it to the power form first. आप क्या कर सकते हो? ये denominator को पहले ऊपर ले आओ. Power is going to be negative 1 over 2. Why? Because it's the square root of 1 over 2 power 3. जब numerator में आएगा, minus 1 over 2 हो जाएगा, and it looks like this. And now it's the form that we know how to differentiate. The constant outside, that's going to remain as it is. The power gets multiplied here. You subtract 1 from the power, minus 1 over 2, so 1 minus कर दिया, you get this. And then you multiply by the derivative of what is inside the power here. इसके derivative से multiply करेंगे, इसका derivative क्या हो जाएगा? 3x square plus 7 का derivative, 3x square का derivative is 6x, so that's what we've got here. 7 का derivative 0 है, तो वो हमने ignore कर दिया. This is what the derivative turns out to be. We can simplify this and we end up with this result at the end. Okay, so this is what we need to know about in terms of differentiating functions in paper 1. Okay, now what applications does it have? You can use differentiation to find equations of tangents and normals. That's one thing that we can do using this. So let's say you have to find the equation of a tangent at a particular point. You've got this curve y equals x cubed plus 3. You've got this point here, point A point के ऊपर. What you want is you want to find the equation of the tangent. Tangent क्या होता है? It's a line that is parallel to the curve at this point. Just उस point पे सिर्फ touch कर रही है उसको, और वो उसकी डायरेक्शन जो है वो कर्व की डायरेक्शन के सेम है. इसकी इक्वेशन फाइंड करनी है. सिमिलरली आपके पास एक नॉर्मल होता है. नॉर्मल इज a line that is perpendicular to the curve at that point. Tangent के और curve के दोनों के perpendicular है line, इसको हम normal कहते हैं. इन दोनों के equation find कर सकते हैं using differentiation. How do you do that? Both of them are straight lines. We need two things to find equations of straight lines. One is the gradient and the other is a point. Point तो आपको पता है, ये point आपका A14 आ गया, ठीक है. Tangent का जो gradient होता है, that is going to be equal to the gradient of the curve at that point, right? Because tangent by definition is a line that has the same direction as the direction of the curve. तो जो tangent का gradient होगा वो curve के gradient के equal होगा. तो आप क्या करोगे? आप curve के gradient find कर लोगे इस point के ऊपर. कैसे? Using differentiation. We'll see that in a moment. And then the gradient of the tangent is going to be exactly the same. Okay. What about the normal? Normal का जो gradient होता है, that is, since normal is perpendicular to the curve at that point, the gradient of the normal is negative reciprocal of the gradient of the curve at that point. Normal के लिए आप क्या करते हो? Negative reciprocal ले लेते हो of the gradient to the curve. Let's take an example. Let's say we've got that same curve, y equals x cubed plus 3. इसके derivative हमारे पास क्या आ गया? 3x square. Why do we need to do that? Because we're looking for gradient. Derivative आपका gradient represent कर रहा होता है. 3x square आपका डेरिवेटिव आ गया. अब किस पॉइंट पे आपको ग्रेडियंट चाहिए? पॉइंट ए के ऊपर. तो पॉइंट ए के ऊपर x कोऑर्डिनेट क्या है? x कोऑर्डिनेट इज 1. You input x equals 1 in this derivative and that is going to give you the gradient at that point A, and that turns out to be 3. अब 3 आपका ग्रेडियंट है उस कर्व का उस पॉइंट के ऊपर. तो इसका क्या मतलब है? आपके टेंजेंट का जो ग्रेडियंट होगा that is also going to be 3. So you've got the gradient 3 of a straight line. You've got a point on that line. आप इसकी equation लिख सकते हो. y minus y1 equals m into x minus x1 use करके you can find the equation of the tangent like that. What about the equation of the normal? Normal का gradient क्या आएगा? You've got the gradient of the curve, that is 3. Normal का gradient इसका negative reciprocal होगा, and that's going to be minus 1 over 3. And again, you've got the same point, point A. A के ऊपर आपको normal find करना था. You've got the point, you've got a gradient, you've got the gradient. Again, you can use this form, y minus y1 equals m into x minus x1, and that is going to give you the equation of the normal as well. All right, so that's how you find equations of tangents and normals using differentiation. Okay, then you can have, you may have to use it to find increasing and decreasing functions. So basically, you can prove whether a function is increasing or decreasing using differentiation. Or sometimes you're given that the function is increasing or decreasing, उसमें भी आप use कर सकते हो. So the idea is increasing functions क्या होते हैं? Increasing functions वो होते हैं जो left से right अगर आप देखें, they go upwards like this. ऊपर की तरफ जा रहे होते हैं, right? ऊपर की तरफ जा रहे हैं, इसका मतलब क्या है? उनका gradient positive होता है. और curves में gradient, या in fact किसी भी graph में gradient represent क्या कर रहा होता है? कि कहाँ से आता है gradient? Derivative basically represents the gradient. So increasing functions के अंदर आपका gradient positive होता है, and that implies that the derivative should be positive. In decreasing functions, since the gradient is negative, they are going downwards like this. वो नीचे की तरफ जा रहे होते हैं, like this curve. For decreasing functions, the gradient is negative, and that implies that the derivative is also negative. So you've got to use this fact sometimes. So for example, let's say you've got this function y equals 1 over x cubed minus x cubed. We have to show that f is a decreasing function. Decreasing function का क्या मतलब है? Derivative आपने prove करना है कि वो negative है. How do you do that? You can find the derivative, पहले इसको power form में convert कर दे, 1/x³ है, इसको x को ऊपर ले आएंगे, x power 1/3 हो, x power -3 हो गया. Then you differentiate it, आपने differentiate कर लिया, derivative आ गया आपके पास. This is what the derivative looks like. And now you think about it. आपने prove करना है कि decreasing function है. Decreasing function का मतलब ये है कि आपने prove करना है ये हमेशा negative है. How do you do that? What you can do is you can actually take negative common outside, like we've done here. Negative आपने common ले लिया भाई. अंदर क्या बचा? 3/x⁴ plus 3x². अब ये अंदर वाला पार्ट तो हमेशा पॉजिटिव है. Why? Because we've got even powers. x power 4 even power है, ये हमेशा पॉजिटिव होगी, no matter what the value of x is. यहाँ पे इनफैक्ट इसने बताया भी x की वैल्यू पॉजिटिव है, तो in any case ये पॉजिटिव ही होना था. 3x² भी पॉजिटिव है, तो अंदर वाला पूरा ब्रैकेट पॉजिटिव है और फिर बाहर आपके पास माइनस लगा हुआ है. इसका मतलब ये है कि जो पूरी एक्सप्रेशन है that is negative. So your derivative is negative. Since the derivative is negative, that means f of x is a decreasing function. Similarly, आप prove कर सकते हो with sometimes a function is an increasing function and sometimes it's neither. जब वो positive भी नहीं हो, negative भी नहीं हो, दोनों में से कुछ भी नहीं आ रहा हो, तो आप क्या कहते हो? It's neither increasing nor decreasing. So you also have to know about that. Okay, next we've got stationary points and their nature. Stationary points क्या होते हैं? हमने quadratics के अंदर भी देखा हुआ है. Turning point जो होता है ग्राफ का, minimum point, maximum point, हम इसको vertex भी कहते होते थे. Now we've got another name for this and that is called a stationary point. अब stationary point या turning point हम differentiation को use करके भी कर सकते हैं. The idea is at the turning point or at the stationary point, the gradient is always 0, right? Because यहाँ पे अगर आप tangent बनाते हो, it's going to be a horizontal line like this, right? So आपको gradient 0 होता है stationary point के ऊपर. So differentiation use करके हम कैसे point find कर सकते हैं? क्योंकि gradient और gradient आपका कहाँ से आता है? Derivative of function से. आप क्या कर सकते हो? अपने stationary point find करना हो, for example, you've got this curve, it's a cubic curve, you differentiate करके, you put that derivative equal to 0. Why? Because you want the gradient to be equal to 0 करना है, derivative find करना है, 0 से equate कर देना है, and that's going to give you some values of x. हमने यहाँ पे किया, we found the values of x, 2 stationary points of this curve, उनके x coordinates. Corresponding y coordinates कैसे find कर सकते हैं? You can input these values of x back in the original curve, उसमें जाके input कर दें, आपके पास corresponding values of y आ जाएंगी. जब वो आपके पास आ गई, you get these turning points. ये 2 points हैं जहाँ पे आपका ग्राफ जो है वो turn कर रहा है. Okay, these are called stationary points. Now you also have to figure out whether these points are maximum or are they like this. इन दोनों में से कौन सा केस है? ये minimum होता है, ये maximum होता है. Which of these two cases is it going to be? How do you figure that out? इसके लिए हम क्या करते हैं? हम second derivative use करते हैं. Okay, second derivative अगर आपका positive आ जाए तो आपका point minimum point होता है. अगर second derivative negative आ जाए, आपका जो turning point होता है वो maximum point होता है. Okay, so let's apply that in this case. dy और dx हमने find कर लिया था पहले. सेकंड डेरिवेटिव का मतलब है आपने इसको एक दफा और डिफरेंशिएट कर लेना है. डी 2y over dx squared, this is the notation that we have. आपके पास क्या आ गया? 2x minus 7. So we have 2x minus 7, that's the second derivative. Now it's in terms of x, we can't know for now कि ये positive है या negative है. आप क्या करेंगे? जो stationary points आपने निकाले थे, आपने ये 2 stationary points निकाले थे, that you can see here, ये stationary points जो निकाले थे, इन दोनों points को आप input कर दें इसमें 1 by 1. Again आपके पास यहाँ पे सिर्फ x आ रहा है, तो x की वैल्यूज यहाँ पे input कर दें. एक x equals 3 है, दूसरा x equals 4 है. तो ये एक से आपका second derivative -1 आ जाता है, एक से +1 आ जाता है. When the second derivative is negative, that means you've got a maximum point. When the second derivative is 8.5 के ऊपर आपका maximum point है और 48.33 के ऊपर आपका minimum point है. Right? That's how you can find the nature of stationary points. Or minimum value of the gradient. So basically gradient की maximum and minimum value आपसे पूछ रहे हैं. So for instance, let's say they give you a curve like this, dy/dx. They give you a curve like this, y equals 5 into 4x plus 2 whole raised to power 3. आपको कर्व दी, आपसे कहते हैं इस कर्व में जो ग्रेडियंट, इस कर्व का जो ग्रेडियंट होगा वो, how do you do that? If you were to find the derivative of इसके डेरिवेटिव, इनपुट दैट डेरिवेटिव इक्वल टू 0, ये आप नहीं करना क्योंकि आपको मैक्सिमम मिनिमम वैल्यू कर्व की नहीं चाहिए, ग्रेडियंट की चाहिए. तो आप क्या करोगे, ग्रेडियंट क्या होता है, डेरिवेटिव आपको ग्रेडियंट रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा होता है. तो व्हाट यू कैन डू इज यू कैन से दिस डेरिवेटिव दैट यू फिगर्ड आउट, दिस इज योर ग्रेडियंट फंक्शन. ये आपका ग्रेडियंट फंक्शन आ गया बेसिकली. इसको आप किसी और लेटर से रिप्रेजेंट कर दें. सो दैट्स हाउ आई रिकमेंड इट, ताकि आप कंफ्यूज नहीं हो कि उसको दोबारा को डिफरेंशिएट करें. बेसिकली दिस इज द ग्रेडियंट. नाउ ये आपका ग्रेडियंट का फंक्शन आ गया जो dy/dx था, इसको आपने किसी और लेटर से डिनोट कर दिया, जैसे दिस इज योर ग्रेडियंट फंक्शन. ओके, अब इस ग्रेडियंट की आपको मैक्सिमम या मिनिमम वैल्यू फिगर आउट करनी है. मैक्सिमम मिनिमम वैल्यू कैसे फाइंड करते हैं, फाइंड द डेरिवेटिव एंड पुट दैट इक्वल टू 0. अब इस ग्रेडियंट फंक्शन जो है, ये वाला जो फंक्शन आपके पास है g फंक्शन, इसका डेरिवेटिव निकालेंगे, और उसको 0 से इक्वेट कर देंगे, उसको 0 से इक्वेट कर देंगे. So that's what we do here. अब वो कर लेंगे, you put that equal to 0, you'll find a value of x की आपके पास एक वैल्यू आ जाएगी. If you want to find the corresponding maximum or minimum value of the gradient, आपके पास जो x की वैल्यू आएगी, आप वापस इस gradient फंक्शन के अंदर इनपुट कर देंगे, आपके पास वो वैल्यू भी आ जाएगी. ठीक है, मोस्टली इसने पूछा होता है x की वैल्यू, तो आप वो यहाँ से फिगर आउट कर सकते हो. अगर ग्रेडियंट पूछा हो तो आप वापस इसके अंदर इनपुट कर दोगे, you get the corresponding value for the gradient as well from that. Okay, all right. Next, you have to use rates of change and chain rule. Sometimes rate of change kya hota hai? You could have, any sort of variable, uska rate of change usne pucha hoga. Rate of change hamesha with respect to time hum liya karenge yahan pe. Let's say wo kehte hai rate of change of volume, uska hum derivative ke terms mein kaise lag sakte hain? We say this is dv/dt. Right, derivative terms में rate of change of volume कैसे लिखेंगे, dv/dt. Similarly, rate of change of height, इसको derivative terms में किस तरह लिखेंगे, जैसे if height is being represented by h, rate of change of height is going to be dh/dt. ठीक है, ये notation आपको पता होनी चाहिए. Now, this is going to be used in combination with chain rule, and this is how the chain rule looks like. If you've got 3 variables, x, y and t, उसमें उसने आपको कुछ बता दिया, उसने आपको बता दिया कि dx/dt उसने आपको बताया हुआ है रेट ऑफ चेंज ऑफ x, या ये उसने बताया हुआ है आपको फाइंड करना है dy/dx. ये आपको फिगर आउट करना है एट अ पर्टिकुलर पॉइंट. ठीक है, dy/dt रेट ऑफ चेंज ऑफ y फाइंड करना है, dy/dt आपको फिगर आउट करना है. नाउ हाउ कैन यू डू दैट? आपके पास y और x में कोई रिलेशनशिप होगा, y और x में कोई रिलेशनशिप होगा, कुछ भी हो सकता है वो. y would be a function of x, y x में कुछ आ रहा होगा, उसका आप डेरिवेटिव निकाल लेंगे, उसका कुछ dy/dx आ जाएगा. फिर आपने क्या करना है, सिंपली ये चेन रूल यूज करना है. चेन रूल कैसे वर्क करता है, आपने dy/dt फाइंड करना है. dy/dt, what you're going to do is you're going to put dy here as the numerator of the first fraction. ये जो नीचे डिनोमिनेटर में आ रहा है, be the denominator of the second fraction, और दरमियान में आपका जो भी थर्ड वेरिएबल है वो आ जाएगा. यहाँ पे कौन से 3 वेरिएबल्स हैं हमारे पास, x, y and t. व्हाट्स द थर्ड वेरिएबल, x. दरमियान में आपके पास यहाँ पे x आ गया, dx, और यहाँ पे x आ गया. ठीक है, so this using this you can find the value of dy/dt. वो आप यहाँ से ऐड कर सकते हैं. अब यहाँ पे उसने किसी स्पेसिफिक पॉइंट पे पूछा हो सकता है, तो उसके अकॉर्डिंगली आप x और y की वैल्यूज इनपुट कर देंगे उसके अंदर. यू गॉट टू बी अवेयर दैट समटाइम्स आपके पास यहाँ पे फॉर इंस्टेंस अगर आपने dy/dx फाइंड करना होता, आपके पास इस फॉर्मूला के अंदर dt/dx आ रहा है. अगर आपके पास dx/dt उसने बताया हुआ है, लेट्स से दैट इज 0.5, तो dt/dx क्या हो जाएगा, दैट्स गोइंग टू बी रेसिप्रोकल ऑफ दैट. 1/0.5 कर देंगे, दैट टर्न्स आउट टू बी 2. तो अगर वो रेसिप्रोकल है उसका, तो जो उसने दिया होगा उसको रेसिप्रोकल कर लिया करेंगे. ठीक है, So this is another thing that you need to know about. Chain rule or rate of change, ये आपको पता होना चाहिए, ये use करना आना चाहिए. Let's move on. Finally, in the rate of change questions, you will a lot of times have to prove something in the first part. वो mensuration के कुछ questions होंगे, O-level वाले concepts है वैसे सारे, but you have to know these formulas in case you've forgotten. इनमें से कुछ formula sheet में दिए होते हैं, cone, pyramid, prism. ये आपको formula sheet में दिया, no, not prism, cone, pyramid, and sphere. These are given in the formula sheet. But the first few cube, cuboid, cylinder, prism, ये formulas formula sheet में नहीं दिए होते. ये 3D mensuration वाले सारे formulas अक्सर यहाँ पे use हो रहे होते हैं in paper 1 differentiation. So you have to know about these formulas as well. These are all the formulas, their volumes and surface areas. Okay, so that's P1 differentiation. I hope this was helpful. If you like this video, make sure that you subscribe to the channel and also share with others who you think might find this helpful. I'll see you again in another video. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Welcome to this last video of this P1 quick revision series that we have. In this video, we're going to quickly discuss all the key concepts that we need to know in P1 integration. So let's begin with this. So first of all, what is integration about? It's basically the reverse process of differentiation. The differentiation में करते हैं उसका opposite essentially. Okay. Now we've got some rules for this. First of all, if you've got a function that's of this form, kx raised to power n, ये आप कह सकते हैं it's the power rule of integration. kx raised to power n form के अंदर होगा. आपने इसको integrate करना है तो आप क्या करते हो? There are two things that you have to do. You have to increase the power by 1. Power by 1 add कर दिया. N plus power n अगर उसमें 1 add कर देंगे, and you divide by that increased power n plus 1 से आपने divide कर दिया. ठीक है. So for example, if you've got something like this, 20x raised to power 4. अच्छा, जो constant बाहर होता है, जो multiply हो रहा होता है, उसको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है. Constant remains as it is. So 20x raised to power 4. How do you integrate that? 20 remains as it is. You increase the power of x by 1, so it becomes 5, and you divide by that increased power. 5 से आपने divide कर दिया. ठीक है. You simplify that. You get 4x raised to power 5 from that, and that's your integral. We add c to every integral like this. इसको हम कहते हैं constant of integration. इसका आप हमेशा add करते हो whenever you integrate, unless you have some limits. हम देखेंगे बाद में. इसके हम logic देखिए class के अंदर क्यों करते हैं. But you always add this constant of integration there. Okay, let's take another example. Let's say we've got 4 over 3 raised to power x, 4 over 3 into square root of x. What do you do for this? First of all, you have to convert it to this power form. So क्या करेंगे? X को ऊपर numerator में ले आएंगे, इसको इस तरह से लिख देंगे x power minus 1 over 2. And then we can just use that rule. Constant जो multiply हो रहा है, that remains as it is. 4 over 3, that's going to remain as it is here. You increase the power by 1. Power में आपने 1 add कर दिया. Minus 1 over 2 plus 1, that becomes 1 over 2 plus 1 over 2. और फिर जो increased power है, इससे आपने divide कर दिया. 1 over 2 से आपने divide कर दिया. Then you simplify this. ये नीचे वाले 2 ऊपर आ जाएगा. It becomes this thing. ये आपके पास integration आ गई. ठीक है. अच्छा. Now, if you've got a constant, if you just have a constant can integral, ये basically उसी rule से आ रहा होता है जो हमने ऊपर देखा. उसी की एक special case है. Constant का integral क्या होता है? आप सिर्फ उसके साथ x लगा देते हो. So अगर आपके पास k है, k के साथ ये x लग जाता है. That's the integration of this. For example, if you want to integrate minus 6 का integral क्या हो जाएगा? Minus 6 times x and plus c, of course, plus c हम हमेशा लगा रहे होते हैं यहाँ पे. Okay, that's how you integrate this thing. Then you have a general power rule. इसका मतलब क्या है? पहले ऊपर जो देख रहे थे हम यहाँ पे सिर्फ x की power, right? x की बजाय कुछ और भी हो सकता है. x के बजाय आपके पास कोई linear expression हो सकता है. कोई भी linear expression. If you have that and you've got a power over that linear expression, how do you integrate this thing? You've got 3 steps that you have to do here. Firstly, आपने क्या करना है? जो भी power होगी उसमें 1 add कर देंगे. n plus 1 हो गया. That's the first thing you do here. Okay? And then you divide by that increased power जो आपने n plus 1 कर दिया है, उस n plus 1 से आपने divide कर देना. And you also divide by the derivative of this thing. ax plus b के derivative से आप divide भी कर दोगे. इसका derivative क्या होगा? a हो जाएगा सिर्फ, a से आप divide कर दो. ये 3 चीजें हमने करनी है. Add 1 to the power, divide by the increased power, and also divide by the derivative of what is inside the power. There's a condition that absolutely have to remember here, ये जो power के अंदर वाला part है, it has to be linear. Only then we can use this rule. Otherwise, we can't use this rule. For example, if you have 4x plus 5 whole raised to the power 5, इसको कैसे integrate करेंगे? Power में 1 add कर दिया, 5 plus 1 that becomes 6. Divide by that increased power, 6 से divide कर दिया. Also divide by the derivative of what is inside the power. So आपने ये 4 से divide भी कर दिया. ठीक है? That's your integration. You can simplify that. ये आपके पास आ गया. This is a rule that comes in handy a lot of times, especially जब limits वगैरह use कर रहे होते हो. अगर आपके पास कोई constant अंदर integration का multiply हो रहा होता है, उसको आप इस तरह से बाहर लिख सकते हो integration के. ठीक है, उसको आप इंटीग्रल के बाहर लिख सकते हो. अगर मल्टीप्लाई हो रहा है उसको उठा के बाहर लिख सकते हो, because remember जो कांस्टेंट मल्टीप्लाई हो रहा होता है इससे कोई फर्क तो पड़ता नहीं है, ये एज इट इज रहता है, तो उसको अंदर लिखें बाहर लिखें, इट डजंट रियली मेक एनी डिफरेंस. ये साइन बाय द वे इंटीग्रेशन का साइन होता है, और ये dx का मतलब होता है यू वांट टू इंटीग्रेट विद रिस्पेक्ट टू x. आपका जो वेरिएबल है वो x है. ठीक है, तो ये dx इज बेसिकली रिप्रेजेंटिंग दैट यू आर इंटीग्रेटिंग विद रिस्पेक्ट टू x. इस साइन का मतलब है इंटीग्रेट, इस साइन का मतलब है विद रिस्पेक्ट टू x. ठीक है, तो इंटीग्रेट हम बेसिकली इस चीज को कर रहे होते हैं जो दरमियान में होती है. ओके, now how does this so we talked about that power rule. ये हमने देख लिया, कोई कांस्टेंट मल्टीप्लाई हो रहा होता है तो वो बाहर आ सकता है इंटीग्रल के. Let's take another example. Let's say we've got dy over dx given, आपको डेरिवेटिव गिवन है. आपने क्या करना है, इसको इंटीग्रेट करना है, बेसिकली y फाइंड करना है. इससे क्या करेंगे, 7 is just a constant, वो तो वैसे ही रहेगा, but it's a fraction. फ्रैक्शन को इंटीग्रेट करना तो हमें नहीं आता अभी, तो हम क्या करेंगे, ये जो नीचे लिखा हुआ है इसको ऊपर ले आएंगे. 2 power 3, when it comes in the numerator, it becomes -2. And now it's the power form. 7 outside remains as it is. You add 1 to the power. -2 power 3, -2 में 1 add कर दिया, it becomes -1. You divide by that increased power. -1 से आपने divide कर दिया. And you also divide by the derivative of what is inside the power. -3x plus 1 का derivative क्या होगा, -3 होगा, उससे भी आपने divide कर दिया. That's your integral. You can simplify this further. If you've got something like this, 4 into 3x squared plus 2 whole square, अगर आपने ये इंटीग्रेट करना है, इस पे अगर आप वो पावर रूल लगाते जिस तरह हमने ऊपर किया था, क्या कर सकते थे, we could add 1 to the power here like this, then divide by the increased power, 3 से divide कर दिया, and divide by the derivative of what is inside here. उसके derivative क्या है, 6x होएगा, नीचे आपके पास 6x आ गया. This is not valid. ये आप नहीं कर सकते. This is incorrect. The reason for that is अंदर वाला पार्ट यहाँ पे लीनियर नहीं है. जो पावर रूल था हमारे पास, इसकी कंडीशन क्या है, ये सिर्फ तब चलता है जब आपके पास लीनियर अंदर एक्सप्रेशन होता है, अदरवाइज यू कांट यूज दिस रूल. ओके, सो दिस डजंट वर्क. इसमें प्रॉब्लम ये होता है कि आप x से डिवाइड कर रहे होते हो, एंड दैट कॉजेस प्रॉब्लम्स. x की वैल्यू 0 भी हो सकती है. सो दिस रूल डज नॉट वर्क हियर. सो इफ यू गॉट समथिंग लाइक दिस, हाउ डू यू इंटीग्रेट दिस थिंग? You have to expand it first. पहले आप इसको expand कर लेंगे, square को expand कर लें. Okay, so expand करेंगे something like this. You can simplify that, and then after you have simplified this, then you can integrate each term separately. इसको अलग से integrate कर लिया, इसको अलग से integrate कर लिया, इसको अलग से integrate कर लिया, because दोनों सारे plus हो रहे हैं, plus minus हो रहे हैं, अलग-अलग integrate कर लिया, and that's going to give you the result. Okay, so that's how you integrate expressions like this, जहाँ पे आपको अंदर linear के बजाय कुछ और आ जाए, उसको आपको पहले simplify करना पड़ता है, and then you can integrate that. Okay, now where is that integration going to be useful now? One use for that is you might have a derivative given somewhere. Derivative आपको दिया होगा dy over dx, और आपको equation of curve find करनी होगी. ठीक है, so how do you do that? You just integrate this thing. It's को integrate किया, but when you integrate, remember आपके पास end पे plus c आ रहा होता है. Plus c कैसे find करेंगे? उसने आपको point दिया होगा, वो point input कर देंगे curve के अंदर, x और y की values input कर देंगे, and that's going to give you the value of c. c आ गया, and then you can just input that value of c back in that equation. इसके अंदर input कर दें c की value, and you get your equation. ये आपके पास curve की equation आ गई, right? So that's one use of this. Then you need to know about definite integrals. Definite integrals क्या होते हैं? जब limits input करते हैं integration के अंदर. So sometimes you have to evaluate this. Limits आपके पास आ जाती हैं, एक lower limit, एक upper limit. So let's say you've got something like this, 4x plus 1. इसको integrate करना है with these limits 5 and 2. आप उसको इंटीग्रेट करोगे नॉर्मल मेथड के साथ, x4x² + x, आपके पास इसका इंटीग्रल आ गया। अब क्या करेंगे, लिमिट्स किस तरह से इवैल्यूएट करते हैं, ये 2 लिखा हुआ है, 5 लिखा हुआ है, आपने एक दफा अपर लिमिट इनपुट करनी है, यानी x के अंदर आपने एक दफा 5 इनपुट कर देना, उसको इवैल्यूएट कर लेना। That's what is happening here. You're inputting 5 here, the upper limit, and then you subtract from that the case when you input the lower limit, आप 2 input कर दें उसी फंक्शन के अंदर, और अपर लिमिट वाले केस में से लोअर लिमिट वाला केस माइनस कर दें, and that's how you can evaluate definite integrals like this. Because इसको simplify कर लेंगे, कुछ result आ जाए. Now, where are these useful? They're going to be useful when you want to calculate, when you want to evaluate areas between curves and one of the two axes, x-axis दरम्यान में और y-axis के साथ आपने area calculate करना किसी curve का, that is where this is going to be helpful. Definite integrals. तो आपको बस ये area के formulas हैं, ये आपको पता होने चाहिए, ये formula sheet पे नहीं दिए होते, you have to remember them. Area of a curve and x-axis, area between a curve and the x-axis, that's given by this. y dx का integral, यहाँ पे limits जो होती हैं वो x की होती हैं. Similarly, area between a curve and the y-axis, that's given by this. ठीक है, अच्छा, let's take a couple of examples. Area between a graph and the x-axis, ये formula है इसका y dx. Now you've got to be careful. Y has to be the subject here. Y को subject होना चाहिए. Y in terms of x आपके पास होगा. जो limits आप यहाँ पे input करते हैं वो x के limits input करते हैं, because x-axis के साथ आपको area find करना है, तो x-axis पे जो limits आ रही होती हैं वो input करते हैं. ठीक है, so ये आपको formula use करना आना चाहिए. Remember when you are evaluating these areas, अगर x-axis के ऊपर area होगा वो positive value आती है, अगर x-axis के नीचे area होगा वो negative value आती है. अगर आपके पास कुछ पार्ट पॉजिटिव है कुछ पार्ट नेगेटिव है, दोनों को अलग अलग इवैल्यूएट करते हैं, और नेगेटिव पार्ट को हम क्या करते हैं, क्योंकि एरिया फाइंड करना है ना, तो नेगेटिव अगर आपके पास एरिया आ भी रहा है उसको आपने एंड पे जाके पॉजिटिव कर देना. ठीक है, सो यू डोंट वरी अबाउट दैट. इंटीग्रल की वैल्यू नेगेटिव आएगी, लेकिन क्योंकि आपको एरिया चाहिए होता है, एरिया नेगेटिव हो नहीं सकता, आप उसको पॉजिटिव कर देते हैं बस एंड पे. ठीक है, अच्छा, हाउ डू यू फाइंड एरिया between two graphs? When you have something like this, you basically find the area between the upper graph and the x-axis. अगर आपने x-axis find करना है यहाँ पे, and you find the area between the lower graph and the x-axis. दोनों के areas find करते हो. Area between the upper graph and x-axis में से you subtract the area between the lower graph and the x-axis. ठीक है, upper graph वाले में इस केस में से lower graph वाला केस माइनस कर देते हैं, इनको अलग अलग इंटीग्रेट कर सकते हैं like this. For example, in this case the upper graph was 9 - x³. आपने एक दफा इसको इनपुट कर दिया यहाँ पे 9 - x³, इसको इंटीग्रेट कर लेंगे विद लिमिट्स 1 to 2. ये आपके पास लिमिट्स आ रही है 1 से लेकर 2 तक, ये कर सकते हैं. और उसमें से आप सब्ट्रैक्ट कर दें दूसरा वाला केस व्हिच इज 8x⁻³ ये लोअर कर्व, इसका एरिया विद द x एक्सिस सब्ट्रैक्ट कर देंगे, you'll get the area of this shaded region. That's one way to do it. Or you can just evaluate that function first. आप वो पूरा evaluate कर लें, एक ऊपर वाली कर्व में से अपर कर्व में से लोअर कर्व पहले माइनस कर दें, उसके बाद इंटीग्रेट कर लें इकट्ठा, और फिर एक ही दफा इकट्ठी लिमिट्स इनपुट कर दें. So that's also something that is valid, but this only works when the limits for both the curves are the same, which is actually the case 90% of the times. कभी कभी limits आपके different हो जाती हैं, then you have to be a bit more careful. अगर limits same है दोनों की, तो आप उनको इकट्ठा इस तरह से पहले separate कर लें, उसके बाद limits input कर सकते हैं. ठीक है, so that's how you find areas between two graphs, area between upper curve and the x-axis minus area between the lower curve and the x-axis. Okay, then you have area between a curve and the y-axis. उसके लिए you've got this formula, x dy. इसमें क्या होता है, x आपको सब्जेक्ट होना चाहिए, और आपकी जो लिमिट्स होती हैं वो y की होती हैं. लिमिट्स आपकी y की होती हैं because area between the graph and the y-axis, so the limits आपकी यहाँ पे y-axis वाली लिमिट्स होंगी 0 to 4 in this case. इसमें एरिया जो राइट साइड पे होता है वो पॉजिटिव होता है, कि लेफ्ट साइड पे कुछ एरिया आ रहा हो वो नेगेटिव होता है. अगेन एरिया तो नेगेटिव नहीं होता, इंटीग्रल की वैल्यू नेगेटिव आ जाती है, आपने एंड पे उसको पॉजिटिव कर देना होता है. ठीक है, so that's how you evaluate this. Then you have volume of revolution about x-axis and volume of revolution about y-axis. You've got to know these formulas for them. Again, ये भी आपको याद रखने हैं. Remember, you've got squares here, square नहीं भूलने, और दूसरा आपके पास बाहर पाई लिखा होता है, पाई आपने नहीं भूलना. ठीक है, ये वॉल्यूम के फॉर्मूलाज है. वॉल्यूम ऑफ रेवोल्यूशन अबाउट एक्स एक्सिस, बेसिकली व्हाट यू वांट इज यू वांट टू रोटेट द रीजन बिटवीन द ग्राफ एंड द एक्स एक्सिस. ग्राफ और एक्स एक्सिस के दरमियान जो रीजन होता है उसको आप रोटेट कर रहे हो 360 डिग्री अबाउट द एक्स एक्सिस. उसका हमारे पास ये फॉर्मूला होता है पाई इंटू इंटीग्रल ऑफ वाई स्क्वायर dx. लिमिट्स आपके पास x की होते हैं यहाँ पे. ठीक है, रिमेंबर हम कौन सा रीजन रोटेट कर रहे हैं? रीजन बिटवीन ग्राफ एंड एक्स एक्सिस. ओके, ये पूरा का पूरा ये रोटेट करें अबाउट द एक्स एक्सिस. नाउ देयर आर few things that you need to be careful about here. y square आपको यहाँ पे सब्जेक्ट होना चाहिए और वो x की टर्म्स में कुछ आ रहा होगा. y square आपने पहले evaluate कर लेना. ठीक है, आपके पास फंक्शन y equals x square है यहाँ पे, तो y square क्या आएगा इसका? y square would be x raised to power 4. ये आपने पहले evaluate कर लेना है. इसको फिर आपने इंटीग्रेट करना है, स्क्वायर करने के बाद इंटीग्रेट करना है और लिमिट्स इनपुट कर देने. लिमिट्स आपकी यहाँ पे x के लिमिट्स आ रही होंगी. ठीक है, अच्छा. वॉल्यूम ऑफ रेवोल्यूशन अबाउट y एक्सिस. अब यहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है? रीजन बिटवीन द ग्राफ एंड द y एक्सिस दैट इज रोटेटेड अबाउट द y एक्सिस. ठीक है, अब इसमें इसका फॉर्मूला आपके पास क्या होता है? इसका फॉर्मूला बेसिकली लुक्स लाइक दिस, पाई इनटू इंटीग्रल ऑफ x स्क्वायर dy. नाउ हियर x स्क्वायर हैज टू बी द सब्जेक्ट और x स्क्वायर जो है वो इन टर्म्स ऑफ y लिखते हैं हम यहाँ पे. ठीक है, x स्क्वायर इन टर्म्स ऑफ y लिखते हैं. लिमिट्स आपके किसकी होती हैं? लिमिट्स आपके पास यहाँ पे y की होती हैं. ठीक है, x स्क्वायर इन टर्म्स ऑफ y होता है, x स्क्वायर सब्जेक्ट होता है, लिमिट्स आपकी y की होती हैं. यू गॉट टू कीप दैट इन माइंड and this is what you can use to find volume of revolution about the y-axis. Remember volume वाले फॉर्मूला के अंदर जब उसने x axis के बाद रोटेट करने के लिए कहा होता है आपको x axis वाला फॉर्मूला ही यूज करना होता है. जब उसने y axis के बाद रोटेट करने के लिए कहा होता है आपको y axis वाला फॉर्मूला ही यूज करना होता है. आप इनको इंटरचेंज नहीं कर सकते. एरिया में कभी कभी दोनों में से आप कोई भी फॉर्मूला यूज कर सकते हो. वॉल्यूम के अंदर जिस एक्सिस पे रोटेट हो रहा है आपको वही फॉर्मूला यूज करना है. डू नॉट ट्राई टू interchange the formulas. Do not try to apply the other formula जब उसने rotation किसी और के about कही हो. Okay, अच्छा. Then you have to find the volume obtained when this shaded region is rotated 360 degrees about the x-axis. अब यहाँ पे देखें, this is the region between two graphs. ये दो graphs के दरमियान वाला region है. You got one graph here, that is the lower graph, y equals square root of 3x plus 1. You got another graph, and that is this line y equals 2. इन दोनों के दरमियान में आपका रीजन है. इसको आप रोटेट करें अबाउट एक्स एक्सिस. अब डायरेक्टली आपको ये नहीं मिल सकता बिकॉज अगर आप कर्व को यूज करोगे वो आपका वॉल्यूम ऑफ रेवोल्यूशन आएगा ऑफ दिस शेडेड रीजन. वो तो आपको नहीं चाहिए. आपको चाहिए जो शेडेड रीजन है बिटवीन दोस टू ग्राफ्स उनका उसका वॉल्यूम ऑफ रेवोल्यूशन. वी आर गोइंग टू यूज द सेम आइडिया हियर एज वेल. हमें पता है वॉल्यूम ऑफ रेवोल्यूशन का फॉर्मूला क्या होता है अबाउट एक्स एक्सिस. दैट्स गिवन बाय दिस पाई इनटू इंटीग्रल ऑफ y स्क्वायर dx. जो हमने एरिया के लिए किया था हम क्या करेंगे? वॉल्यूम ऑफ रेवोल्यूशन फॉर द अपर ग्राफ. अपर ग्राफ के नीचे सारा रीजन जो है ये वाला पूरा रीजन, इसको रोटेट करके देख लेंगे. इसको रोटेट करके देख लेंगे हमारे पास क्या आता है इसका वॉल्यूम ऑफ रेवोल्यूशन. एंड वी सब्ट्रैक्ट फ्रॉम दैट द वॉल्यूम ऑफ रेवोल्यूशन फॉर द लोअर ग्राफ व्हिच इज y इक्वल्स स्क्वायर रूट ऑफ 3x plus 1. उसका वॉल्यूम ऑफ रेवोल्यूशन इस रीजन का वॉल्यूम ऑफ रेवोल्यूशन उसमें से सब्ट्रैक्ट कर देंगे and that's going to give us the required volume. ठीक है, so that's what we do in this case. Now it's not necessary that you are always going to use upper graph minus the lower graph. Why? Because sometimes आपके पास ऐसे भी तो हो सकता है कि आपका ग्राफ जो है वो below the x axis है. अब इस केस के अंदर आप क्या करोगे? आपने देखना है जो x axis से ज्यादा दूर है ग्राफ उसका वॉल्यूम ऑफ रेवोल्यूशन फाइंड करेंगे. राइट, सो दूर कौन सा ग्राफ है? y equals -2 यहाँ पे. That's the graph that's further away from the x-axis. तो जो दूर वाला ग्राफ है उसका वॉल्यूम ऑफ रेवोल्यूशन फाइंड करेंगे, उसमें से माइनस कर देंगे the volume of revolution of the graph that is closer to the x-axis. ये वाला ग्राफ closer है even though it's upper. इसको माइनस करेंगे. क्यों? क्योंकि ये ज्यादा क्लोज है x-axis के, तो बड़े वाले वॉल्यूम में से छोटा वाला माइनस करना है. If you get confused about this, आप दोनों वॉल्यूम फाइंड कर लें. जो बड़ा आता है उसमें से छोटा वाला सब्ट्रैक्ट कर दें. That's easier to think about as well. अच्छा, finally we've got improper integrals. Improper integrals क्या होते हैं? When you have infinity as one of the limits in an integral. infinity, that's one possibility. आपकी ये limits में या आपकी उसमें आ जाए, limits में आ जाए. So for example, if you have x raised to the power -2, इसमें limits आपके पास आ रही हैं 2 से लेकर infinity तक. And now all you have to do is you have to just evaluate it like you normally do. आप normally जिस तरह integration करते हैं उस तरह से आप find कर लेंगे. Infinity जब input करेंगे, you can sometimes have a situation like this. आपके पास denominator में infinity आ जाएगा. So 1 over infinity, 1 over an extremely large number. What is that? You should know that. कि 1 over infinity जब आपके पास या कोई भी constant over infinity आ जाएगा, वो 0 हो जाया करेगा यहाँ. ठीक है? So whenever you have infinity in the denominator और ऊपर कोई constant आ रहा है, that basically means something over an extremely large number that basically approaches 0. उसको आपने 0 लिख देना है, and then you just evaluate it like you normally do. ठीक है? So sometimes this is what can happen. एक और possibility क्या होती है? Improper integrals के अंदर कि आपके पास कुछ इस तरह का केस आ जाए कि लिमिट ऐसी है कि जब आप वो इनपुट करते हैं तो डिनोमिनेटर में 0 आ जाता है, राइट? सो फॉर इंस्टेंस इफ यू हैव 0 into लिमिट्स हियर, आपने x raised to the -2 को इंटीग्रेट किया आपको बस -1 over x आ गया. when you input these limits here, एक दफा आपने 2 इनपुट किया, एक दफा आपने 0 इनपुट किया. अब 0 डिनोमिनेटर में तो आ नहीं सकता, ये तो वैसे ही अनडिफाइंड हो जाएगा, राइट? 1 over 0 तो पॉसिबल नहीं है. तो आप यहाँ पे क्या करते हो? 1 over 0 तो undefined होता है. You can think of it like this कि आप 0 के बजाय, let's say you have got 0.000000, you've got so many zeros and 1. So 1 over an extremely small number, what is that going to be? 1 over an extremely small number, that's going to be extremely large. तो आप कहोगे that basically is approaching infinity. तो जब 0 आ जाएगा डिनोमिनेटर के अंदर, उसका आप क्या कर दिया करोगे? उसका आप infinity कर दिया करोगे. So improper integrals के अंदर basically the key idea is you just have to remember, आपको उसको चाहिए इन दोनों में से कोई फॉर्म आ रही होगी. Some constant over infinity, जब डिनोमिनेटर में infinity आ गया, उसको आपने 0 कर देना है. Something over 0, जब इस तरह का केस आ जाए, although to be very mathematically accurate, it's supposed to be undefined, लेकिन लिमिट से कॉन्सेप्ट को यूज करके जब हम यहाँ पे इंटीग्रेशन के अंदर ये आता है, हम इसको क्या किया करेंगे? डिनोमिनेटर में जब 0 आ जाया करेगा, इसको हम infinity कर दिया करेंगे. ठीक है, that's it. I hope this was helpful. You can find other quick revision videos like this in the description below. आपको बाकी सारे topics के ऊपर मिल जाएंगी for the other papers as well, along with paper 1. You also find topical past papers and yearly past papers in the description. Explore that content, and if you like this video, you will find those beneficial as well. If you find this content beneficial, make sure that you subscribe the channel, and also if possible, share with others who you think might find this helpful. All right, I'll see you again in another video. Allah Hafiz.